Good morning, everybody. Everyone, so I start one of the discourse for today. So let's observe the illusory nature of thoughts today. So are we living with the reality in reality, or just with an illusion, a mirage? Imagine standing in a mountain. You shout one word. A few moments later, you hear it again. The echo sounds familiar. It resembles your voice, but it is not your voice. It is only a reflection, delayed one. And no one mistakes this echo for the original sound. No one mistakes it as the reality itself. Yet, throughout our life, we have been doing something very similar with thought, but instead of seeing the truth of that echo, not taking it as reality, what we receive, taking them as reality, only feeling we are feeling. When a moment of seeing happens, then suddenly the thought appears, just like the echo from the moment. When a moment of feeling happens, then again thought appears. Likewise, vice and second time. One of them appears, then immediately that echo, that thought appears. The thought, just like the echo in the valley, resembles experience. Just as the echo resembles the one, thought resembles experience. But is the thought the experience itself? Or is it only just like that echo that arrives a little later? So now watch very carefully. The bird sings only after hearing the mind says a bird. Before the mind says a bird, just a hearing a sound. Rain feels. We see it only after the winds are content. The mind says it is raining. Let's get to something complicated. Some movement happens. Someone smiles, and the mind says they are happy. So the thought, it always arrives after something, after the sense of time, just like that they got something or someone, but it is not the real direct experience. But the thought occurs likewise the echo came from the mountain. Did the mountains keep stored and echo? No, it occurred because some conditions were met. It was not that mountain that appeared or stored or was ready. Those conditions made the echo arise. And it says it's gone at the same time. Once the echo is gone, it doesn't come back. It is not stored just like the mind, just like the thoughts. And once the thoughts appear and disappear, it's gone. It's no longer there. But again, when some conditions are met, or we shout like a king, the echo appears again. So that's the same thing with the thoughts. Thoughts, they appear and disappear, just like the conditions are met to appear and echo and disappear. Not that echo was stored, not that thoughts are stored somewhere, but those conditions are aligned and make to that to arise. The thought and the conditions go equal one, thought one. And then again, another conditions met, another equivalent, another conditions arise, another thought arise. So did the echo store located anywhere? No. Likewise, did the thought store located somewhere? No. So the conditions were aligned it to arise. Mine wasn't ready to arise the thought. It didn't store the thought. Not that even the previous thought is disappearing, it's long gone. It's always condition alive, thought alive, and it goes, it disappears. And again thought arises, another new thought forms. You can see this is the best example. So the thought that occurs right now is not linked to the previous one at all. Each and every time thought arises and ceases when some conditions are aligned at that moment, at this exact moment, it arises. There is no relation to the previous thought, just always occurring, ceasing right now, right at this moment. This is the only fact. Just like the of the mountain, we never stopped it. Mountain don't have a voice, but yet enough for us because some conditions are not aligned to that group. And it appeared and spread its goal. It don't come. And then another conditions aligned, then another group appear. When conditions are aligned again and again so fast, there is a continuous appearance and disappearance of records. That's what happened with the mind, with the thought. So, likewise, how the previous echo was not related to this one, and it is alive to that moment. That's what really happens with the mind. Mind thoughts that are not related to the previous one. Each and every thought occurring and ceasing right now, right now, that appear and disappear, that conditions alive, then again thought appear and disappear. This is what happens right now. No relations to past. Not that it stopped or existed. When some conditions were alive, it arose. And underneath that was something, nothing. Just like the mountains and the echo. Was there something in those mountains to give us that sound? No, there was nothing. There was no instrument to give us the echo. Nothing. Some conditions were alive to it to arose on its own, just like the thought. No one does it. Conditions might it arise. There's nothing there. And then it go back to that empty state again. Then again conditions happen. Thought, echo, arise. It's gone, nothing there. And there's no place that echo went. It just disappeared. Just like the thought. But the thing is, when it comes to thought, this process happens so fast. It happens one after the other, again and again, which creates an illusion of continuity. There's no rest. Yeah. His mind is used to work, so he can't figure out that emptiness behind it. as it's always working one after another. So let's go back to the beginning. So now thought, right, you say, it doesn't arise on its own. It always appears when some conditions were met to it appear, just like the echo in the valley. There's no sound in the weather. There's no stored sound, or there's no someone trying to. Conditions has to appear and align and make the sound appear. And it happens when it's gone. So that's what happens with thoughts. Conditions are like thought arise and it's gone. Nobody does it, nobody owns it. Not that a thought was there all the time. Not that mind owns the thoughts. But some conditions are aligned to make the thought appear in our mind. There's no relation there. It's just an appearance and disappearance. Just like the sound that echo comes from the valley. Do the mountains own the sound? Was there a sound store? No. But it occurred. But is it continuous, solid, permanent? It occurred and disappeared. There is occurrence. We can't say there is nothing. There is occurrence. But is it real? Is it solid? Just like a mirage. We can't say it's a truth or a lie because mirage appears. But is there really something? No. Likewise the thought. Thoughts are. But is there a real thought? No. But this is the illusion of thought. Just like this natural incident, this is also a natural incident. The feeling. We are just like the valley connected with nature. This process happens everywhere. So that process is the same thing that happens with the mind. There is no thought, but there is a right and cessation. No, we can't say there is a thought or there is no thought. But we know there is appearance, but it's not real. So it remains nothing, nothing. So the thought is always around after the conditions are met, after something, after sense of content. Not that it was taught, not that it was ready to appear, but it depends on the condition. It arose and says, not that it's taught in the mind. So imagine each and every thought we get is just like is just like this echo of the weather. Conditions that it appeared and it's gone. Again, conditions that it appeared and it's gone. That's the exact process of thought on our mind. Nothing else. Some conditions are loving right now. Some thoughts arise and get right. This incident ends here. Conditions and thoughts and more. And again another incident starts. Conditions and appear. So these thoughts appear one after another. No link with each other. They are they are on its own. There's no interconnection here. Yet, yet we experience it so fast, the speed that we can, we can't. So fast, the speed that we can't notice or we can't see because of the speed. So we feel like thoughts continuous. They are all interconnected. They are all related. So we feel the world is solid. The world is continuous. When we feel there are a huge with objects, a solid, continuous, alive world. But no matter how we live, it's always this process of learning. But it happens a bit faster than usual and what we can do is to observe it openly. That's why it creates this continuous reality. But each and every time the movement is created and more and a new movement appears again. That's why we have to like this moment, like the echo. No matter how we remember of clinging to the echo that is gone, we cannot get it back. We can make the same echo that's similar to previous one, but it's not the previous one. It's a new echo. No matter how we suffer, get sad, I mean anything, but that long gone echo is already gone, long gone. What remains is right now, right at this moment. So you can see what's that same. No matter how real we feel it, it's just a new moment right now. We might feel it as the previous situation, but it's not. It's long gone, just like they go. But these new conditions created something similar to the previous one. No matter how similar, how identical it looks, this is a new moment, new thought. It's not the previous one itself. But we've mistaken it as the previous one. That's why we suffer. Because we always think it's illusion, but appear and disappear each and every moment right now is something interconnected, or something seen from the past, not as something that occurs right now, but as this is the previous moment itself. But no matter how it feels, this moment was created right now. It's not the previous moment. Yeah. So now, thoughts, they appear and disappear, just like this. No matter how we feel anything in a situation, it's not that exact situation. Because that moment remains for that moment. We cannot recreate it. And there's something similar to that can create that thought. But it's not that situation itself. It remained that moment. It long gone. This each and every thought is not linked with each other. They are independent thoughts that also appearing and disappearing each and every time. Right now is the real moment, but actually happens moment. Rest are all recreations, no matter how strong it is past or future, no matter how strong we feel as the previous thought, previous situation, like that. It's something similar to that. It's created like at this moment. Right at this moment, not something came from the past, but for us, we feel like the past came itself to this moment. The powerful thought, the moment we feel suffering, we have to go through. So these thoughts, knowing the torments of thoughts, just like those echoes of the land. Not that it exists, not that it isn't, just like a man, just like a coin. There is some conditions aligned to ignorance. There's no owner, there's no care, there's no store, there's no slave, just arising at the moment and it's gone, no traces. But when the thought appears right now, just like this, does it simply feel like a thought or is there simply be a light? Something arising like this. And we don't see in that way. This only thing, a real thing to that real experience to that because it's the power of this thought gives us that reality feeling. This thought has a power and when it appears, it gives us something bigger that gives us its real. This power creates this illusion in reality. Not that it's real, but the power. It's like when electricity plays a shock. This creates an illusion in reality. Not that a real object is out there. It's always this thing power gives us a feeling of existence, reality. The more power, the more real, the more solid, more stronger is it. Is it something really existing? No, it's an illusion mental of this power gives us this feeling, the feeling it is mental of to the point it feels so real, so solid, like exists on its own. But when you see through this feeling of being, it slowly starts to lose its power. There's no this reality like feeling also not good. It's a power that feels, gives this feeling, gives this illusion, a solid real feeling. When you see start to see through really feeling what this illusion with that we understand. Slowly the thought itself starts to loosen its power, just like a magic trick. We get so excited when we see it, but when we slowly starts to learn the process, the illusion, how it happens, slowly start to lose the excitement we have for that magic, for that illusion. So just the same way it happens with the thought. And that we don't do it. We can't do it. We can't force it to lose power. The only thing we can do is clearly see the process behind the magic trick. Maybe slowly understand it ourselves. With that deep understand, it automatically starts to loosen the power. It's normal because when we know the truth of something, we lose the power. We don't have to automatically force it. When we get the confirmation something is great, that confirmation automatically lose the power. The free feeling it feels before. So we have to do is to say so, experience it ourselves. It's true nature of this thought. So let's get back to the thoughts. Thoughts in nature, in a thought appear and disappear. It doesn't simply appear as a simple thought like a light floating thought. It feels strong, it feels real. It's not simple like this is the it carries with more things information. It's commenting, it's naming, it's explaining the whole story. It's basically like someone arriving after the play has already begun and trying to describe what happened. The thing is, it feels new because of this problem. It feels real. Because it speaks of you believe the thought and the reality are the same thing. It basically interprets. It's a direct experience. So the interpretation is the one we believe, even though it's an interpretation. It's a story built upon the direct experience and interpretation. And people can interpret differently as they want because it doesn't link with the direct experience. It's linked with the person, their experience. So that's why this interpretation is different from person to person because it's not something new, something solid. It's something appear and arrive from person to person because it depends on each person's their life experience. So the thought, its interpretation is not the reality, but an habit. It depends on the person. If the interpretation is the reality, then it should be same for everyone. Everyone should have the same feeling, same power, same value, same, but it doesn't work in that way. Even if people with similar thoughts, same identical thoughts, the value they have for that thought will be different. Let's say two people get a thought of chair, but yet the value, the information, the story behind all the thought is completely different from one another. So the interpretation is just like a mirage created inside the mind. Not that it's not there, and at the same time, not that it's really there. Just the appearance and disappearance happening. That's it. It's not permanent, it's not solid. Some conditions allow it to appear, and then it's gone. It can't appear again because it's not stored. It's something similar to them can appear, but it's not the same thing. This is the true nature of thought and the world created by these thoughts. Those objects that feel real, those people, those situations that feel real, strong and solid are all appearing as a result of this illusion. Not that they are really existing, not that they are really continuous, not that they are really solid. So what remains is just this moment, just this moment. Something happens right now. Some conditions arise right now. Some thoughts arise now, right now. And that sense of calm, that's also. And it goes forward instead of backward. It's always alive to this moment. Nothing is there. An incident happened right now. It's over. And another incident happened. And now it's right now. So it's always just right now. This is us. That's it. No matter how strong, how real it is, they are all just appearing right. No matter how strong, solid things, situations, we feel that also correct right now. No matter how strong link it to the past, how strongly we feel it, it's not related to past. It's just occurring and disappearing right now. It's the power that's created that gives us this feeling of reality, that illusion. That power creates this illusion of reality. Not that it really exists. It's an illusion because of it's an illusion. Fake feeling that's not real, but feels as real. That's why it's an illusion. So when you start to see through the illusion, the reality, this power that creates this fake reality starts to lose its authority, slowly starts to loosen the power. It's, and eventually slowly starts to loosen that real feeling, that feeling, that cleanness you have for those objects, those interpretations that you considered as existing out there in that outside world starts to lose its power and slowly become lighter and lighter, more calm. No, no, let's get back to that with the next one. Imagine outing into the mountains again. Every cove is slightly different, softer, more distant. The thoughts behave similarly. We remember an event. Tomorrow we remember it again. Next month again. But each reconstruction is different from the previous one. Let me say, I am remembering the same situation, same thing, same person. But each thought is a new echo, resembling earlier ones. Can be identical but never the same. Not the same one. Is there are three thoughts, three occasions, three different thoughts. No matter how strong, identical, real, they feel like the same thing. There are three thoughts, three different thoughts that gives us a feeling of the same thing, but not the same thing. Because the thought appear and disappear at the same time, just like they come. We can't stop it anywhere. The only thing that happens is something same as that previous condition happens, it to arise again, but not that the thought that long ago appear. Something similar to that it appears. So the self is all just like this. Can it really define this self? Yeah, or is it just a little created with habits, languages, recognition, repetition? Each and every moment it appears and disappears. Yet we believe it continues. Yet we believe it's real. I am this person. I have this history. I have these photos. I have done this. I have done that. The more data, the more powerful the thought becomes, whether it's outside of them or the self. So the more power, the more value we give to this thought, the more powerful it becomes. That's why when there's more power, it creates this illusion of reality. That's why it creates this really existing kind of self. This power gives us a feeling of reality. But when the power is reduced, it cannot generate this illusion properly. So we start to loosen what we feel strongly as existing. So let's get back to the self. Likewise, when a call returns every day, it feels real. Likewise, this echo, the self, thought of self, also appear again and again. So, as you can see, as we thought, the thought, whether it's self or like anything, is just occurring right now. No relations to past or future. Some conditions arise, appear right now and go. No linked, no continuity, no solidness. And some conditions appear again, something similar to that can be appeared again. But it is similar, not the same. Yet we mistaken it as same continuous one, but it's not. So this is the truth behind thoughts. This illusion that feels strong and real. It's because of this power, this greatness illusion. And when you start to see this truth slowly and experience this process slowly, you start to realize the truth behind, the reality behind this illusion. And with that deep understanding, slowly, the illusion starts to lose its power. The thought starts to lose the power, and the illusion in reality no longer feels solid, and slowly start to feel it as illusion. See it as an illusion, a momentary moment, something temporary. This is the nature's the mind, the reality. So, really, the morning from the discourse for today, there was Sunday prophetic.
Good morning, dear friends. Teruvan Saranam. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Mahansi, our noble friend and teacher. Teruvan Saranaya Mahansi, your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayuvo Veva and Teruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dharma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with page 123. When we say we are born, this is also merely a thought. Skandhanam patibhavo ayatanam patilabho. For mind consciousness to arise, all these aspects must come together. If a child does not receive neural sparks, learning and awareness cannot emerge. When the teacher's sparks combine with the child's sparks, creation takes place through a frequency system. Aranhanse attained his status through an inner spiritual transformation, while listeners gained this understanding through a telepathy system. What does Aramhansi teach? He preaches the pure doctrine that guides people toward the bliss of Nibbana or toward the state of Vimuktisara or Arahant level. This is liberation from the mind itself, not from the external world. Without diving into the depths of one's consciousness, this state cannot be achieved through words or intellectual knowledge alone. Through this understanding, the attachment to the outside world fades and the notion of a separate being disappears. Only when senses vibrate do experiences arise, created through the eight fundamental particles or the pure third Suddhashtaka that form materiality. Within every particle, these eight exist. Although the system we call mind consciousness creates objects, beings, and phenomena, none of these exist independently. That's why Buddha talked about dependent origination. Nothing exists independently. This system can detect the truth of the illusory nature of existence. This is the path to realizing the true nature of being. All of you can attain Nibbana only if you develop the ability to dissolve the ego and become spiritually qualified. During that time, people will naturally gather around the Buddothpado discourses. This will be the blooming era of the Buddha Sasana, a manifestation of nature itself and the natural order of phenomena. So here we are being reminded that even the statement "I am born" is just a thought. Our mind consciousness arises only when all the elements of vibration, sensation, and neural sparks come together. A child cannot learn unless these sparks align, and the teacher's guidance helps create that connection, create these vibrations. Whatever the sound the teacher gives to label the so-called objects, seemingly appearing objects that seems to appear outside, the child mimics that sound by vibrating the vocal cords in the same frequency at which the sound was received through the ear. Not that the child does it, it's a system. The vibration or the frequency of the label becomes the frequency of the vibration of the vocal cords. Everything is a matter of frequencies interacting, not something fixed or independent. That's why the heart of Buddhism is dependent origination, dependent itself. It suggests that nothing exists independently. It's just a process. Excuse me. When the necessary causes and conditions are met, the effect comes alive. So this understanding or this realization, Aryan Mahansa achieved this realization through deep inner transformation. And listeners can receive guidance through a subtle telepathy system. It's not so much the verbal communication, it's the deeper communication that's underlying the verbal message, the energy of consciousness connecting teacher and learner, the liberated mind, the non-vibrational state influencing or kind of influencing the vibration to go to non-vibration of the listener. What Aryan Mahansa teaches is the pure doctrine, which leads a person to Nibbana, liberation or Arahant level, which Any listener, as he gets clearer and clearer in his understanding, realization, experiences during the sermons itself, Aranhanse is taking the listener to Nibbana, show him Nibbana in the moment as he delivers the sermon towards the freedom from the mind itself. And you cannot reach this state by merely reading or talking about it, or rather accumulating knowledge, because it will be another knowledge. We have plenty of knowledge by living in this earth. We've gathered through the system of education, we have gathered so much of knowledge, but it just adds up and contributes to suffering. It doesn't take us to a realization. It doesn't take us to Nibbana. We've experienced that all throughout, and we know for a fact that it doesn't. So the Dhamma, listening to Dhamma first intellectually, it requires immersing in deeply in the experience rather than analyzing it using thoughts. Deeply immersing in that, your own consciousness, your own experience of seeing, experience of hearing, experience of smelling, tasting, touch, everything, without the thoughts. As you do, immerse yourself in those experiences, you begin to see that whatever is felt is different to the thoughts, to the knowledge. And as you learn and learn the Dharma or wisdom of truth intellectually, as you contemplate using thoughts, whenever there's a thought, that there's this underlying internal burning is there. So once that's seen, once that's known, there's a certain level of contemplation that needs to be done to kind of understand and reveal the non-truth about this thought that assumed the existence of an external world and a so-called self. So once that truth is seen in the moment, that thought is not able to carry that burden it was carrying earlier. So in that moment, the truth is experienced with the help of the thoughts, but the experience of or what is felt in that moment, the truth is felt. That does not belong to the thoughts, that transcends the thoughts. And that is the beauty of Dharma, that is penetrative insight. So as you continue to be engaged in this practice, attachment to the external world fades. The attachment to the external world exists due to not knowing that the so-called external world is an illusion. So the illusion of a separate self too dissolves, but because that is a byproduct of this existence of separate external world. The fact that there's an external world that exists itself gives rise to the sense of a self due to rapid vibrations in which seeing happens, hearing happens, smelling, tasting, and touch happens. It gives rise to the mind in that moment. What is that mind? What is that thought? That thought assumes the existence of an external world. Every experience rises through vibrations interpreted by the senses. Even material reality is composed of fundamental particles called Suddhashtaka, or the PeoTV's, which create the illusion of the solidity. This PeoTV is um, the four great elements, Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu, or the solidity, liquidity, uh, the component of air, the component of the temperature, and their counter, how they're felt, how they're observed. The solidity is observed um, through the skin, and the aspects of solidity is also observed as colors, and so other elements of this can be observed as the smell, the taste, and the temperature and the solidity. So what it means in simple terms is anything that seems like that's existing outside has this, either has a solidity or smell or taste or a temperature or liquid nature or a gassy nature or a solid nature. So that this is the characteristics of the so-called external world, the illusion. So even the smallest, tiniest particle by which this, um, if we try to explain it like that, by which this external illusion is created by, that even the tiniest particle has these characteristics. Even though mind consciousness produces what we call objects and beings, nothing exists independently. By understanding this, we discover the true nature of existence. We only have to fully understand and realize just one thought, because there's a nice metaphor given by Lord Buddha. Even say a mango tree has 5,000 leaves. You only have to see the venation pattern of only one leaf to understand that all the other leaves behave the same way, gets the water the same way. So similarly, even though we have many thoughts, uncountable number of thoughts in a day, in a moment, we only have to understand how one thought comes into existence, how one thought is created. Then it's just like by seeing the venation pattern of one leaf, you see the entire tree, just by understanding and realizing how one single thought comes into existence. You understand how the mind is created. Everyone can attain Nibbana if they learn to let go of ego and purify themselves spiritually by understanding and realizing how the mind is created. When that time comes, people will naturally gather to hear the Buddothpado teachings, and this will mark the blooming era of the Buddha Sasana, Buddhist doctrine, a time when the natural order of reality manifests in harmony with spiritual awakening. And that's all for that particular sermon in the book. Peruan Saranai Landima, Peruan Saranai Landima, Peruan Saranai everyone.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි හර්ෂි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ. Please accept our humble worship. Yeah, Harshi. So it is very valid that if one see one thought correctly, then it will see the rest of the other thoughts. Just like one see one mango leaf correctly, that indicates, I mean, it is a kind of an insight which occur, that rest of the leaves are known like so. So It is one thought. So because each and every moment it is one world, one thought. So it is the one thought that must be investigated. How that thought forms and uh, what is the likely impact there and how that impact form. So um, so this thought is the world and the world is real is the one which is behind every thought. So it is not just a series of thought, but behind every thought, the one underlined there is the world real. The everything is real. The sound real. The light real. Uh, the solidity is real. The liquidity is real. So all that is there. I mean, even though we don't just highlight them, but the thought become real means the whole thing is real. Is the you see the thing happening, so it is happening. So there is no way of stopping it because it's a speedy process. So things occur then and there, and that everything is real that comes. So that's not stoppable by anybody. So if one thought is seen, so what is this solidity? What is this light? What is this sound? What is this senses? What is this liquidity, solidity, hot air, cool? So all are speedy image, speedy formations. So that's why this mechanism is very important because that mechanism, if that comes as an insight only, the truth is seen, and then if one thought seen properly that this world, so-called world, is not real, then rest of the world will not become real. So that's why this insight meditation is very important because I think almost several decades this insight meditation was not given much prominence. There were many definitions for insight meditation. You see, mostly it was some concentration meditation. It was a focus meditation. So we can't say the insight meditation was there. So that was just focused on something and mind slowly gets suppressed in one point, and you see mind reaches nothingness, and that position is tranquil, calm, and people love it because in their complex busy lives and this mental stress and everything, it could ease to great extent when they go somewhere, isolate from everyone, sit somewhere and start doing this. And you see, but the problem is there is no discussion about the defilements. Defilement ceasing process. It is the same common man enjoying the tranquility, and once it uproot from that position, it is the same common man. So it has all the problems, and maybe just the end of the week, it's going back to the monastery and start doing the same. At least he's happy for just 2 days, maybe weekend. So this is the kind of practice we have seen, and even listening to sermons, there are a lot of sermons. I think nowadays in Sri Lanka, 24 hours you can listen sermons. It's widely available. There are a lot of channels available. So people at least listen these Dhamma, because otherwise what happened? So many thoughts coming, mind get flooded, and various things comes to the mind. So there is no way of stopping the mind. So at least when they listen this some sermon or have some concentration on some Dhamma piece, some tranquility is there, because these Dhamma sermons runs up to 1 or 2 hours, and just one after the other you can listen. So some form of tranquility is there. At least you are calm. So I think the problem is there a permanent solution to any of the worldly problems? So no, the thing is, it is the same muddy land, same muddy land. So it is in this era, under this Buddothpado sermons, we got this very gem-like piece about how this mind is formed. Who are you? What is your existence? What is your existence? So that was the fundamental question that was very well answered here, including its formation. So if one doesn't know what is its existence, there is no way of get rid of the from that existence, because this existence is the suffering. So this Dhamma really provide a way to understand how this alive field or the existence is formed, how the light is that outside light, or it's that a creation. So everything is a creation. So for that one needs to have some time for it to sort of investigate what's really happening here. Um, and then only it will able to liberate from the mind. Otherwise, it's the mind, because it is the mind comes and say this, that, and so many things. It's not easy when the mind is panic. The mind wants a film. Mind is in a film. So this mind is a power, because it wants the next. So next is the target, which highly bound on something. So from the eye, from the ear, nose, from bodily sensation, it drives the next one. So immediately it switch, like a powerful computer house. It switch, you see, from that to this very fast, and so many plans on the way for it continuation. So this is the kind of power. This power is very difficult for the body, for the entire system itself. So if this is not understood, something need would be there. That is the problem. Something need, some satisfaction, some need arises. This some need, as long as some wish, some expectation, some need there, means still the soul is there, like still the power is there, like still the problem is there, like still the world is there, like. So if you find a world, that is you. So if there is no world, no problem. So it's easy to say, but it's very much important. It is the insight of this. You see, what's happening must be seen within, and then only this is seen. So I think the Dhamma helps is for that. The Noble Friends help is also for that. And it is this transformation. The transformation is the one which is needed, and as long as world become real, someone is suffering in the film means it is not the transformation. So this transformation is a transformation. So once transformed, there is no reversal. So it's not like back and forth, say back in muddy land and then somewhere else. No, that is the mind, because mind is very tricky. Mind can create the tranquility also in the same way. So if at least if one wants to be happy, very calm and tranquil, and you see there's no defilements part, it is just the tranquility, and the nothingness means it's an indication it has gone to formless. So no point. So no hurry is also not good, because then only that hurry mind will try to capture the result, the pala, and once the pala focused, that comes in the mind. So if one understand everything, you see in and out what's happening here, and nothing is meaningful, nothing is important here, and it is the self, the value of the self that gets down or brings down automatically in the system, because all the problem is there when this alive feel is there, but when the alive feels cut by half at least, to great extent the tranquility would be there. So the because value not coming is the one happening. So it is not a end journey, it's a continuous journey of seeing liberation, and that will happen. So yeah, so that's all what I have to add. Harshi, you can add. Thiruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai. Yeah, thank you very much for that great explanation. Yeah, I mean, the tranquility is what, after practicing it, after seeing this truth within you, that's what we get. I mean, we can't even say we get it. That's like, that's there, like, because there's no internal burning. As we go through this journey, as we go through this practice, what we realize is that internal burning once we had, that gave us so much of suffering, is dissolved. And underneath that, whatever, even the simplest thoughts that assume the existence of an existing world, that those thoughts that doesn't even carry like a greater burning, even though that there is no greater burning like before, it still gives that restlessness, that uneasy feeling. So now, after the big defilements are gone, even the subtle ones can be felt more, um, like more profoundly. So meaning, that is the same thing Aran once explains, the Four Noble Truths. Uh, kind of works in 12 rounds, like uh, the suffering, the noble suffering, and I'm sorry, suffering, the truth of suffering, and the truth of noble suffering. Meaning, there's any person who hasn't even met with the Dhamma knows that these external things break down and they don't last long. So if some people die, so if someone dies, there's sadness, there's it's no more. That is the suffering, um, and the truth of suffering is that even after the death of a person, of a loved one, this with thoughts, there's still suffering. There are still thoughts about this person, so-called person, and it gives suffering. But the noble truth of suffering is seeing this truth. There never was a person. This person too was a mental construct. And that even without any death or whatever, just drawing pain or pleasure from something that doesn't exist, it's suffering. Even in the moment that thought that assumes an existence was created, suffering was created. And that could be seen as this mind becomes um, subtler and subtler as defilements are diminished and they become more subtle. So, and what's left as the truth is seen in the moment, and as the truth that exists in the ignorance goes uh, to the truth, the tranquility is what's there, because there's no any conditional happiness. Nothing is conditional anymore. The condition is the existence of the so-called world. Now, the fact that these conditions are gone itself gives lift off a huge weight, gives a huge you're unburdened now. The system is unburdened by the weight of the thought. That is the tranquility. There's no special kind of tranquility that could be achieved or whatever. It's the absence of this suffering. And that is that's very beautiful, because you know um, all this time throughout our life, what we thought was the happiness comes from something, comes from external things, and we were chasing external objects, people, and situations. We were trying to make more money, better lives, better relationships, but in our effort to do all that, in our effort to achieve all that, we ended up getting into more and more suffering, because the underlying the absolute truth that's underlying this illusion was not seen. So we were kind of holding on to some sort of a surface level truth, which is not true, which is just which is also an illusion, which just appears to be true momentarily, temporarily. It seems like that's how the system works, but no one knows how exactly this system works. No one knew up until Aryan Hanse realized this Dhamma uh, with the highest insights, Abhijnana, and expounded it and explained it for in very simple terms, so that anyone can understand what it is. In a nutshell, is that there is the so-called external world is a creation of the sense faculties, or that sense faculties to the creation of the sense faculties itself is a manifestation of vibrations. So due to this fast speed of vibrations, it seems like, it feels like that there's something out there, and due to that rapid speed, that feeling itself kind of get extended to have that, to create that sense of self. It's one and the same. There's no two one existent feeling and one sense of self. It's the same feeling that kind of get extended due to rapid speed, due to uh, continuation of the rapid speeds, and in that feeling there's no duality even. And because of these rapid speeds, as in the sound, the whatever the images we see, whatever the that's in the visual spectrum of uh, light, we can only see that range. Similarly, listening, we can only listen to sounds that are between 20 to 20,000 hertz. Similarly, smell, taste, touch, whatever is whatever can be perceived by these five senses, we are limited by our experience is limited by the limitations of the five senses. That's why a bat might not experience the same world that we experience. The bat has a different sensory system that utilizes radars. Reptiles have kind of a thermal vision. Owls have kind of a night vision. So their worlds are different. Our world is a little more sophisticated than that. And our world, similarly, our world is limited by the capabilities of our senses. There's no existing world as such. It appears that it is existing, something's out there, and I am here, but it's all the same. It's all manifestation of vibration, giving rise to a sense of self, sense of feeling that something's existing out there. And due to labels being given to that toddler who's just beginning to speak, that sound that's given is entangled with all these inputs from other sense faculties to, to create that sense of self and to create that mentally constructed world. And due to that language, this existent field that gets extended to become the sense of self is labeled with duality. Like the idea that's created is something is out there, I am here experiencing that, I am the one who's seeing that. So this external world and a division between external world and the internal world is created. So that is the illusion that we try to understand. That is in our experience, we have first-handedly experience that it's capable of that realization in the moment itself is capable of um, diminishing of this internal burning, the tranquility Randima was talking about. I see Dr. Sakuntala has joined Teruvan Saranai. Dr. Sakuntala, we would like to listen to your
Teruvan
input as
Saranai. I think I will just, maybe I'm using different words and different approach, but it's the same thing that we have to talk again and again about how the world is created to us. It's not easy to convince actually, because all this time we had a physical world outside and physical body, which we labeled as myself. And then so many other people around us existed, really existed. And we lived in this world, did good things or bad things. And in very superficial way, when we have a kind of religion, actually, that concept is not only to, I mean, that concept was there for all the religions. Do good things and avoid bad things, so that you will have a good quality life in the next birth. So that was the old concept that we all had. And what Lord Buddha preached, what he found was that this is a creation of the self, and the creation means equals to the self. That means the creation means includes a self-creation, creation of a person or the ego, whatever the words we used. As you mentioned, different animals or the different species will have different their own worlds depending on their sensor functions. Same species would more or less share a little similar worlds. Still, there are differences depending on the senses. But more or less it has a sort of roughly equal thing. So that is why the same species tend to communicate. When it comes to the human species, we have a language and we think that we have many things in common. So that is because the nature of the senses are a little close to each other. And particularly, we have a very big illusion about the light because we feel that we need light to see. Now we have understood that light is another creation of the sensor itself. Actually, now the facts like the nocturnal animals will see in the night, but they can't see during the daytime. As a fact, we knew it, but we didn't investigate along that way. We didn't sort of try to find out why they can't see during the daytime and why can they see during the night, whereas we see at the so-called daytime and we can't see in the night. So that fact we didn't go deep in and try to understand. Now we know that everything is created in the mind. So because we have no experience about the outside world, beyond the creation of the senses, we have no idea what is really existing. So there is no true world that is common to everybody. Each species, each living being think that this is the true world. So now what is happening is that turning the camera to the self. Now we are talking only about the experiences of the of the mind. So when we are talking about the coconut tree, when we are talking about mother, then rose flower, whatever it is, the first part of that sentence should be the rose flower appeared in the mind. Whatever is appeared or born in mind, not something which is outside. So it is the creation that we have to try to understand. There is no point of trying to find what is outside actually, because there is no way of finding, very simply. So then we have to look after, or we have to investigate what is happening in the mind. So every thought represents something which we think is there outside. So thoughts means thought could be in the form of nouns. That means a bus, car, country, sun, moon, mother, child. All those are nouns. Then when it comes to verbs also, the actions, they are also thoughts. Bathing, walking, talking. They are all again thoughts. So there is nothing beyond a thought. You have to explain everything in the form of a word, which is always a thought. So thought means then you can't talk about anything outside. This is something created within. And also the creation is done with the help of, or with the appearance of the senses. So it is a sensor function which is collectively give rise or results in what's called the thought. All these are forms of vibrations or waves, and from some forms of waves, another different type of waves are formed. So this is a natural process, and there is no controlling unit called me. So it is a natural process. Whatever the environment you are, the thought formation occurs when the physical body grows to a certain level. So our noble friend sometimes gives the example, the Tarzan, the story that we know, where a child was Terwasana. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Sakuntala, we can hear you.
Okay, I think there was some interruption in the connection. So even in such a setup, there is automatic tying up of the sound vibrations to the light vibrations. And this child who was grown up in the jungle will have some form of thoughts, and there will be some sounds also connected to that. When the child is growing up, the child will be able to recognize various animals by the sound and by the pictures. So it very clearly shows that you don't have to actually teach. You don't need to sort of send the child to the nursery or teach at home. Automatically, some form of sensor functions with the maturity will tie up together and results in some form of thoughts. So these are all vibrations, as we talked earlier also. Very fast vibrations which create something which looks as if it is really there. So that is the illusion. And this misconception or this illusion is what we have to understand. So there is no person who is doing. There's a system taking a system functioning here, and there are reactions according to that, and there is some form of power or current generated because these waves has its own inbuilt some form of fine current, and when it occurs in a very fast speed, and also when the waves get together to form a different type of wave, that means a thought, it has more power. So this power or this current is the one which gives rise to the feeling alive, and tying up the label me or myself to this feel or this current is the biggest illusion. So there was no me or myself. There was only a current which came up or which occurred as a result of a normal or a nature's activity, nature's process, but it's labeled as myself. So simply, I think those are the things that we have been trying to explain all this time. Our Lord Buddha has preached quite a lot of deshana. I think it's counted as 84,000 or something. So, but when it comes to the essence of all these teachings, all these preachers, actually, it boils down to one point, which says that there is no person here. This is only a function of the senses, where the physical body is needed for the sensor function. So the physical body is there. Physical body will be born as a baby, and then grow and become an adult and die. Throughout this process, the senses are functioning. As long as there is breathing, the sensor function will be there. Sensor function doesn't mean those organs, the eye, ear, tongue, those things, but it's the function actually. Sensor means a function, kind of institution where some activities are going on. So this sensor function will cease only when the physical body stops functioning. That means in the mundane world, the death. But in Buddhism, what Lord Buddha explained was that birth and death are different definitions actually. Birth indicates that when you give a value and when you take these thoughts as real, that is where that is where this current starts forming. So the moment that the thought is taken as real, thought means everything. Thought means the house, me, child, school, bus, tree, whatever. So when you do not realize this part of this Buddhist teaching, you take them as real. The moment you take it as real, that indicates that the ignorance of the system. And with the ignorance, when the system takes it as real, that is where the birth is. Birth, and there is an instant death of that thought. So that is where the death, which is explained by Lord Buddha. So it's a sort of fast series of birth and deaths happening every moment. So this is the fact that Lord Buddha has tried to explain. And these facts actually are very clearly mentioned in the sutra. But unfortunately, when they were translated to Sinhala, there are many shortcomings and many errors actually which has happened. So most of the deshana that we hear nowadays do not give this spirit and this true part of this Buddha teaching. And we are very lucky, extremely lucky, that our noble friend Aryan Vahase has dug them up and then sort of cleared the facts and then preaching again for us to understand in very much simpler way, in simple words with simple explanation. So we are very fortunate in that way. And listening to these deshana, these preachings alone will show a significant improvement in a person's mind. Lots of people, when they join the Zoom, they say that I have been only listening to these preachers, but I don't know, now I feel that most of my defilements, I can feel that the defilements are much less than earlier. I used to get angry very much, and then I used to have arguments, fights, and I was clinging to my children. I felt very sad when they didn't give a call, etc., etc. So many stories. And they themselves feel that there is a significant difference now. So that is what we call this word sandittika in Pali. That means the person, the system itself will realize that there is a change. I think I will conclude from there. Aryan Vahaseta Namaskara Veva. I worship Aryan Vahase's Aryan Vahase, Buddothpado Aryan Vahase. Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. That you kind of opened up some of the angles that we haven't touched base on much in this discussion. And Dr. Ravi is also here. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi.
Also, තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Do you hear me? Yes, okay.
It's not very clear though.
Not very clear
Yeah.
because rain is here. That is all. Some now noise is here, no?
Yeah, some noise is there and the words are not clear. We cannot really recognize them.
Words are not clear. It's okay.
You can hear the voice, Aryan Hansa.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Um, Now how is it's okay?
Yeah, it's better. I don't know.
Okay. So
We can hear. Dr. Ravi, can you hear?
Yes, I also
Yeah.
can hear, but now Aryan Vahse's voice is much
it's
clear.
clear.
Than
Yeah,
before.
it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. I want talk. I want for 3 words. Oh, these days we are planning to uh, new new project. Yeah. There's introducing this Dhamma in other countries. So foreign guys. So I was telling this. So we are creating a new monastery here. We are arranging this new program. It's suitable Western guy. I think it's creating otherwise this English media. I think everybody know this with planning. I'm trying to introducing other guys. This Dhamma. What is this word is Dhamma? This Dhamma is truth. Especially, truth is very important. What is the truth? It's not only the word. It's happening, man. What really happened here? That's very important. Especially the So, we are Sri Lankans, we are Buddhist guys. Uh, so we are in Buddhist culture. Um, so, from the, so other countries are other religions, by the way. So they are going various of type of uh, uh, believing, various of type of mm, introducing. They are talking other one, but the Buddhist this Dhamma, especially this explaining, is not the another religion. So especially this is the truth. So every religion, I think, want to understand what is the truth. Uh, so it is very important. How is our mind creating? How is these thoughts are coming? How is uh, how is this process? So this 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 we are talking about the Dhamma, but Dhamma word is I think very famous. But this uh, is this Dhamma? What is this Dhamma mean? Sri Lankans are talking about Dharma. Dhamma is Dharmata. Sri Lankans are talking. So the meaning is it's like a nature. It's how it's happening. How is this? Everything is moving. Uh, how is this process is going? It's happening. Uh, so so we are talking about after death we are going heaven or hell. So most of people is talking like this. After death they are going somewhere. So people thinking where we are going, where we are coming from. Uh, people thinking, but not anyway, not anywhere. It's our thought. Uh, how is this thought are creating? How is this how is this process? No, you see, you have feel, you have feel, you have a lot of feel. So your feel is yeah, your soul is here. Uh, but you see, yeah, you have experience otherwise. Yeah, everything is okay. But really, is that true? How it is feel? How it is feel is here. So that's the existing field. How is how is creating? This one is very important. Uh, this one understand very important. This this process, right? We are talking about right vision. What is the right vision? So people thinking they are everything is real, everything is happening really, but everything is your mind. It's not real. You are in your uh, you are in your own mind. So it's illusion. But how is study this? No, uh, mindful world, thinking world. Uh, it's not real. So various of living beings have various of type of pattern. They are living their own way. Individually, everybody creating the world. their own world they are living, but they are talking about human also talking about others with comparing and uh, talking. They are thinking they are in one world, but individually, world is their own mind, not anywhere, not outside. Everything is it's mind creating. So what is this mind? How is this mind is creating? It's our sense of creator. Uh, uh, this your eye, your picture, and your ear, your sound, and your nose, your the smell, and your tongue, your the taste, and your body feel, your skin. These are senses, no? Yes, skin sensor. So hot and cool, smooth and rough. It's your body feel. This sense of place, five sense of place, together come. That's a thought. We are explaining this. Um, Many times we are explaining this, but this is not the only the. This is not only the word. This is the happening one. It's very important. So new monastery. We are planning and we are now okay. We are ready to introduce other guys, foreign guys, because it's very important. Everybody, Sri Lanka here, many monasteries here, Letmal, Aranas, Letmal, Vesasthama. So many guys in with us together, and they are understanding, and after they are given others this message, why we are in worried, why we are in suffering, why we are in sadness. It's our mind. It's only the thought. It's not real. So nothing happen anywhere, anything. Um, so someone is understood this process given LRP. This process how is creating, how is this process uh, is given this. Uh, how is this process created? No, someone understood. I think this sadness and suffering is over because nobody is here, no one is here. Systematically, everything is happening. So this like a program. When you are baby, you are in the kindergarten. When you are baby, your beginning time, kindergarten time. That's before kindergarten time. You are in radiant mind. You don't know anything. You don't know what is this world. But after radiant mind is how is how is converting defilement. So little baby in the cot in radiant mind have a defilement. So after grow up in this baby, becoming a kindergarten time as a teacher, given the pictures and given the sounds and uh, this sound and from together coming, that's thoughts are creating. After thinking world is uh, is happening, is automatically constructing. Nobody is doing, no one is doing. Systematically is happening. That's your mind. That's your thought, thinking world. That's your thoughts. The thoughts is is thought is the thinking. That's the thought is the your world. every thought one by one by is is coming, build up, construct is happening. Your sense of creation is creating, that's thoughts are creating, that's your thinking world, that's your thoughts given you to its world. But yeah, it's okay. You can experience because this thought is not real. It's a sound and firm. But these sensors give an existence feel. That is why I I consciousness. We are talking about there's a power, but I perception how the power. You see this is very important. How is this consciousness start creating? How is this consciousness creating? No, it's very important. This consciousness, how is how is happening? That's consciousness meaning is perception converting the consciousness. Consciousness how existing power. This existing power, if the example is the light, eye consciousness. Uh, this light is existing field. That one otherwise is the alive field. Existing field side by side. Other side is the alive field. Existing field, same. Existing field is the alive field. Yeah. So we are not talking about like a living being like that, animals like that. We are not talking about the trees. Trees have the consciousness. This consciousness is very important. How it's creating, how this power is coming. That's why huge science is inside that vibrator system. There's a waves. You know, light also waves, no? Sound also waves, no? Your eye inside that's drum is happening, that vibrations, the sound is coming. Drum is not working, it's damaged, something happened, so sound is not here. The meaning is your eye drum, okay, that's a product thing, this constructing this sound. Without ear, you can't hear. That's why ear creation is this sound, this effort. That is the cause and effect Dhamma. Cause is vibration, effort is sound. Cause is vibration, effort is light. That is spark, speed like the nighttime speedily rain is happening, the lighting, that's the speed happening, that many lightings, rapid speed is happening there. The nighttime, rain days, the lighting, that's the light also. Light that's example. So I inside like that is happening this creating. You see this eye creation and the ear creation and this your nose, mouth, the tongue, that your skin. This effort, vibration and cause is vibration. Effort is this product. Smell, taste, and body feel, and the this light and sound. These are one time. This is speedily happening one time. What is the sound? What is their picture? No, what's their smell? What's their taste? What's their body feel? So this one time, you know, this individually happening. This senses, five senses creation, but speed is given you one one effort, one feel. That is the chair. Chair have sound, chair have picture, chair have solidity, because you are touching, your body feel is there, your eye creation is there, your ear creation is there, chair is a sound. You know, various of language, where there's a different countries, different languages using different sound is there. You see, this thought is, how is this? You see that? That's your world, no? We are talking chair, this English word is chair, but you know, Sri Lankans are not talking about chair. Sri Lankans are talking putu. So, Hindis are talking other ones. So, Chinese are talking other one. Whereas this like a program, you know. Yeah, when you are a baby, your program is creating. Yeah, your program, what is your program? Yeah, your uh, uh, what's your uh, what's your type of your country? Uh, uh, what's their is believing? So this is programming now. Those the Sri Lankan Buddhist guys are talking about action and effect dhamma. That's they are believing something is happening, is reaction is coming. So they are someone is believing the God. So Hindus are talking about their God is Murugan or Kandasamy or like that. So Christians are talking about the Jesus. It's creating. The the Hindus are talking about the uh, Allah is a God. So what is this God? The different gods is here, different is, uh, 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 teachings. You see this language, the religions are talking about different uh, types of gods. So Hindus are other gods, Christians are other gods, Muslims are other gods. How is happening this? No, this is a programming, no. Yeah, this is a programming. When you are baby, this program is happening. So that program is your work. You are believing. So everything like this, you are talking about, yeah, this is my mother, this is my father, this is my brother and sister. Okay, that's your house, that's your home. What's there? Your country is you. Also, everything is like this. Thought, speaking word. It's up here. You know, this is our uh, new operation is given this price, given this truth, other countries, others, because this all of them are same. You not here anybody different. Everybody have blood. Everybody have s- no. That's everybody have the same reactions. No, everybody have birth. Everybody have death. Everybody have blood. Everybody exhale and inhale and it's happening. So what is difference? No difference here. Anything. This is like a nature. It's the vibration creation. So we are explained this many times. Earth also like this. You know, sun is biggest coming 7 times, the huge is a grow up in the sun's power is a is a hot is coming. So more the earth is going disappearing because its heat is here. So this word is used is our scientists are talking. One day sun is biggest coming and earth is disappearing. So what is this earth? It's not real. You know, solidity also not real. So It's very important. Just understand. It's vibrations, creations. You know, light also vibrations, creation. That is why we are talking about sound also vibration, creation. Otherwise, it's solidity also. Everything is like this. It's not real. You know, the the Western people in uh in busy type of their uh, their lifestyle is going very busy. So you know, you see, they have many problems because they don't know anything. So they have many guys, not only the Western guys. So everybody have these problems. So they are in sick. They are in the people don't know the truth. They are in sick. Yeah, Buddha also told this. So uh, Buddha telling this. Someone don't know the truth. He is in illusion. He is believing. Uh, that is why they are in suffering and sadness. They are thinking, oh, you know, someone understood this Dharma. He know, not here, death or birth. It's only the thoughts. But it's not easy to understand. So uh, people in today, uh, many guys, uh, depressions and many is, uh, type of is happening here because they can't tolerate. They can't tolerate their own mind. So that is why they are in struggling. So someone know this truth. He know nothing happened, anything. Everything is we are thinking. These thoughts we are living their own thinking world. Mindful world is a thought. It's not real. It's sound and friends together. That's sound also not real. That light also, that's form also not real. That's why it's a tranquility here. Calm because ego is disappearing. You know, this ego is your alive field more than grow up in, more than build up in ego. That's your thoughts is existent. Otherwise, feel. Otherwise, you are thinking. That's why more defilements are uh, is coming. More power is coming. Defilements power, no ego power. You know, someone understood this truth. Ego is disappearing. It's very important. I know this Dhamma friends are explaining this now very well. I'm very happy because long period uh, uh, this truth is hiding in the sand. No, long period people struggling because they don't know the truth. Now it's okay. Now his time is coming. Now truth is opening. It's very important this Buddothpado Dhamma, this process. Because here, hear the truth. So we have experience. That is why we are explaining this. We want given others this experience. It's not believing, it's not class. You can experience it. That is why new monastery we are creating the newcomers. I think it's they don't know anything for Western guys, so we are planning to explain this. I think it's very important. Otherwise, our Dhamma is very important because they can explain very well this English guys, foreign guys. They so this message we won't give a whole world. That is why we are thousand of more than 10,000. We are explaining this single language. So it's my my language. It's I did it. But I won't now doing this. Others. It's a future. It's there. It's here. Because people want the truth. I think it's very important. So I think it's a future. You can see 2 days after you can see this new monastery and this program how it's creating. So Sri Lanka here 1 day program we are introduce others, our guys. So now many places here Sri Lanka all round is practicing this 1 day program. It's very worth them. They know they have effort. They are inside internal transformation is coming out, happening. Our experience is coming. It's very good. Yeah, our guys are very lucky because this here Buddhas here, this Asian is a wisdom is here. So very happy this as we are doing this new program. Is yeah, we are inviting other countries. Yeah, come here. You can stay here. We are giving you free everything, and we want given the truth to you. We want to introduce to you this truth. That is why we are arranging the place. Many places we are arranging future. You can see international meditation centers. It's very important. This program. You can stay here. Yeah, everything we are given to you. It's very nice operation is here. Yeah, you can experience this. So that's your side is you get it. You get you get this. Your happiness is here. Your endless happiness is here because this truth given you to endless happiness because you are everything. Your sadness and suffering and every worries is over because this truth is your understanding the truth. You're becoming the truth. Illusion is over. You are the hero. This world is your world. Everybody is saying. Humans are very happy at that day. This whole world one day getting this growth. I think this world is calm and cool. No war because everybody is here. Nobody is here. No one is here. This Sattva Nidhiyo Sunya is the Buddha's word. This system is happening. It's a nature. It's okay. Thank you everyone. Thank you everybody. This time is gone. So what do you think about Dr. Ravi? Yeah.
Yes, Teruvan Saranai Arenwase.
Yeah.
So actually speaking, RNs nowadays, Sri Lankans do experience the truth. So what we want to do is just leave the let the entire world to feel that experience. So that's why RN said this does this open invitation to the world. Please come and visit us and see whether this experience is true or not. So otherwise, even though we keep on telling this is the truth, this is the truth, this is the truth. So if you don't experience it, see this. So this is your opportunity to visit here and have a look, and then they experience the real truth. So this is the open invitation that we can declare to this world uh, to have this experience with us. So the monastery or the International Meditation Center is open now. I think it will be opening in within couple of weeks. So be prepared to visit here and just try to experience the real truth. So what Aranvasa wants to do is what we are experiencing, the convey this message to the entire world. So all are human beings, right? Red-blooded people. So underlying fact is we are all same. So irrespective of the religion, race, culture, it doesn't matter. So we all are human beings. So we should, if you are human, so you have certain right to know the truth. You have a right to know the truth, and also not just to know, just to experience the truth. So this is the opportunity for you to experience that um, that said truth. Yes, Aranhase. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity to the Sri Lankan, as well as you are opening up to the entire world. So this is the actual Buddha era. So we can't say uh, nothing else than that. Yes,
Yeah,
Aranhase.
yeah. I want to support everybody. I want we want a unique. You know, this
Yeah.
this program is very important. This project is very important. I think we are doing good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, this this is very important. What do you think about
Yes,
the?
Aran.
Yeah, yeah,
Other than Sri Lankan people, Aran was Harshi from USA, Canada, Australia. Lot of people are there, so we can unite each other. So we can collectively deliver this message to whoever comes to this uh, monastery or wherever. So we can deliver. We are sure that we can deliver this message perfectly to them. So yeah, that's it, Taran Hassan. So we have a
yeah,
big community here right now,
yeah,
um, from all over the world.
yeah. Harshi, what you think about this?
I, Thiruvanantharan Hansa,
Yeah,
I think it's a great initiative. I mean, it's not just people suffer everywhere, not just in Sri Lanka. So, uh, it costs a lot of money to like give them accommodation and food and all that for a while, but still we are to be able to do that so that they too can understand and realize that it's Dhamma and transcend that suffering. It's a beautiful thing. Like, it's a great initiative. Like, it's not an easy thing to do. It's a massive project, and we all know that Aranhati is capable of doing much more during like working so hard and all that. And We really appreciate that, and we are willing to do whatever it takes to like support the program. And hopefully people will come and experience this truth within themselves and see the beauty of it. Everyone,
Yep. Yep. Everybody, I think tomorrow we can discuss again. It's okay. Everyone, friends. Yeah. Tomorrow we can. Yeah. Tomorrow we can meet again.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ තෙරුවන් සරණයි ධම්ම friends.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book, volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with page 121. These are creations that occur through vibrational energies. And the feeling that I am alive is created through this process. You talk and act not because sounds or colors make you feel an individual self, but because the vibrational system interacts with your senses to produce this notion of a self. When the senses stop functioning, the body turns into a log. It has no actions and must eventually be discarded. Senses themselves are currents of energy, not static entities. In the future, a syllabus under the heading Wisdom Science will be presented. There you will find topics and explanations on how the notion of a self is created, how the cycles of birth and death continue and dissolve, and the mechanisms behind them. This is the wisdom of Asia, forwarded by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, and it will be a treasure for the world. The Buddha spoke of Sila, Samadhi, and Prajna, the discipline the concentration, and wisdom. Here, wisdom does not refer to knowledge. Knowledge itself is associated with the illusory mind. It is nothing but a thought. Let us return to your question. This situation arises through the vibrational system. It is a process, not a static phenomenon. For an example, light is created moment by moment. It does not exist independently anywhere. When a dog bends down to a lake and sees another dog reflected in the water, it experiences an illusion. In the same way, we perceive objects as existing, but in reality, nothing exists as separate, independent entity. Understanding this delicate and sensitive situation is crucial. Only according to your level of understanding can you observe the fading of the ego and the feeling of an existing self. The power to see is tied to a vibration, prasadaya. If someone cannot perceive certain colors, such as red, that color does not exist for them. Similarly, a bull can perceive only red, and for it, the world appears entirely red. This demonstrates that the world is a creation of sensorial activity and consequently of mind consciousness. Vibrations are interconnected. When one vibration occurs here, a corresponding vibration occurs elsewhere. This is a telepathy system of sorts. When this process is not understood, things first appear as sounds, colors, or sensations, and then they coalesce into objects and the creation of a living being or self, bhavasanya. This is why we feel the notion that we are alive, ajjosaya tittati. The result is the feeling of separate existence or jati, the creation of objects, me and mine. However, these are only thoughts, nothing but thoughts. When you say a wall exists, it's merely a thought. If objects exist, your sense of existence is also created on this end. Sensations such as sweet or burning tastes are not intrinsically tied to the notion of an existing being. When sensations are interpreted as thoughts, nama rupa paccaya viññāna tinna sangati passo or tadapi passa paccaya. So basically in plain English, when sensations are interpreted as thoughts, they're described as with the arising of mentality and materiality arises mind consciousness. Seeing is merely vision. Sensations are only sensations. They arrive as neural impulses or shots. For noble arahants, these remain pure sensations, uncolored by the notion of a self. When these shots continue at a rapid speed, a sense of solidity is created. This is why R.N. Mahansi states that quantum theory is the language of the Buddha. So what this is telling us is that the entire experience of being alive, the sense of I or me, is created by vibrations interacting with our senses. In fact, our senses are the function of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting. That means those are our senses are manifestations of vibrations. We think we exist as separate beings because of our senses, body and mind interpret these vibrations as objects and a self. But when the senses stop, the body is like a log. Nothing happens. Nothing exists independently. That is why Buddha talked about a dependent origination. This whole so-called world, the so-called self, the sense of self, everything, the mind, everything originates dependently. They are not independent. Moment to moment they arise. The Buddha already taught about morality, concentration and wisdom, Sila Samadhi Prajna. But here, the kind of wisdom Buddha talks about is not mere knowledge. No, when you talk about knowledge, those are mental constructs again, thoughts. It's part of the illusion called the mind. When you see something, it does not exist inherently. It's only through vibrations, manifestations of vibrations, by those vibrations interacting with the senses, that it is the perception of objects, people, and even yourself is created. Those are mental constructs that come alive in the moment. So just like, what Buddha told Rahula Thero, the dog, as the dog bend over to the pond, the dog seeing its reflection in the water. In the same way, we are constantly interpreting the illusion as reality. When you open your eyes, there's a world. When you close your eyes, it does not exist. There are the necessary conditions are not met for it to appear. Understanding this is crucial because it allows us to see how the ego and the sense of an individual self fade. For the sense of self and the ego, the self-identifying view to fade, we have to know how it was created in the first place. Just as how once the magic tricks are carried out by a magician is exposed, there's no astonishment anymore about that magic trick. Same way, all we have to do is basically understand how this individual self or the sense of self is created, how this so-called world is created, how this mind is created. That is the same thing actually. And as we understand and as we see it within ourselves, how it's created from moment to moment, it loses the power it has. It loses that the mental charge. It loses the internal burning we have. Internal burning that arises in the moment, embedded in thoughts. The power to see, hear, and experience is tied to vibrations. A color or a sound exists only because the mind interprets the vibration. For an example, a bull sees only red. So for it, the world is entirely red. He does not experience the world as we experience it. Yet we assume that they are in the same world, they see the same things we see, they experience the same things we experience. Why the bull experiences a different world is because of the nature of the senses the bull has. Because of the nature of the senses the humans have, we experience a different kind of a world, more sophisticated, more detailed kind of a world. That is the reason why we have this kind of sophisticated world, why we are capable of creating all these concepts, new things, how we are able to manipulate our environment to our own benefit, how we are able to create art, and how we are able to love. This difference of senses across different realms, different animals. This is a perfect illustration of how reality is constructed by sensory consciousness. Different senses give rise to different worlds. And even across humans, from one person to another, this world differs because overall, even though that difference is not much, your world is different to my world because if there could be a person who's blind, that person doesn't experience the same world you and I experience. There could be a person who has color blindness, and that person may not see the same red and green that we see. Another person could be far-sighted, another person could be near-sighted. So whatever we see in fine detail, another person would see as a blurred image. Even amongst us, there are differences. The way people hear, the way people are able to sense. Some people have more sensitive noses than other people. Some people have more sensitive taste buds than other people. That's why they're able to become top chefs. So across senses, even amongst humans, these differences do exist. And my concept of the mother is different to your concept of the mother. Your mother is different to mine, and my idea of a chair is different to your idea of a chair based on what kind of chairs you've been exposed to. My idea of a bank is different to your idea of a bank. So even we use the same language, same perceptions, same signposts, same language to communicate things. It's like using currency to exchange something, but we are using this currency, which is the language. We are kind of exchanging and communicating our words with each other, yet they're not the same word. There are subtle differences amongst humans also in that sense. even vibration is connected. I'm sorry, every vibration is connected. When one happens, another responds. This is why the world appears coherent, why we sense telepathy in a subtle way. When these vibrations combine, they create objects, beings, and the illusion of a separate self. The I am alive feeling is just this process in motion. But these are only thoughts, illusions created by the mind. So even these vibrations, for an example, you walk on the road, there's a certain smell, and the nose can smell it, and immediately there's a thought, it smells like my mother. So when that vibration of that smell is present, the entire combined vibration that had been created for the perception of mother, that includes the name of the mother, the image of the mother, smell, taste, and touch of the mother, is vibrated when the vibration of this smell is detected right now. So now all of a sudden, after getting this smell, which is now detected as the smell of the mother, everything we've known about the mother appears in the mind. A thought about the mother appears. Oh, that smells like my mother. Oh, I miss those days. So something like that. I haven't talked to her in about a couple of days. I should call her. Every thought appears like this. Vibrations giving rise to more vibrations. Those vibrations giving rise to other vibrations, different vibrations, and us using thoughts in the process. And these are all manifestations of vibrations, and not anybody's doing. Nobody's doing it. If we were to do it, we would fail utterly at this, because this is executed very smoothly, and this is such sophisticated science at play, and we will not fail terribly at this. This is nobody's doing, it's how the system works. Even the sensations we feel like taste or heat do not inherently belong to a self. When we eat something, let's say you're eating an apple, the taste, we have no idea before eating the apple how it will turn out. Whether it's going to be a bad apple, a good apple, rotten apple, or whether it comes from a sweeter kind of a variety. After tasting only, that taste is tasted. If we had any control over it, we would have known that even before tasting it. It's nobody's doing. So we bite into it, and the taste is tasted not by a person, by the faculty of the tongue, through the taste buds. And the heat. Sometimes when we go out of the house, until we go out of the house, we have no idea what temperature we are going to walk into. It's not, if it was up to us, we would have controlled it, we would have known what we are going to get ourselves into. No, nothing. We just go out and then sense it. We don't sense it. It is the faculty of the touch, faculty of the skin, detecting the heat or the touch, or if something is solid or not. They do not inherently belong to a self. They're just impulses interpreted by consciousness. Or rather, impulses that give rise to the mind, that kind of translate into words. For an arahant, these remain pure, uncolored by ego. For an arahant, he or she will detect the heat for what it is. He or she will detect the taste for what it is, smell for what it is, whatever the colors for what it is, not for the mentally constructed names or qualities or characteristics. When these impulses are fast and continuous, they give the illusion of solidity, impermanence, and a separate being. They're so fast, they take place at rapid speeds. Too rapid that process and the difference or the variations in that process cannot be grasped with the mind. So that gives an illusion of, or something solid is out there, something permanent is out there. And that is separate, and therefore I'm experiencing this, and therefore a separate being comes into existence. That is, this is exactly why Aryan Mahansa says that the Buddha was describing the world in the language of vibrations. Now, these same principles, they use in quantum theory. They call it quantum theory, but everywhere the Buddhism is explained, whatever is discussed, however this system come into existence, whenever this mechanism is explained, this underlying mechanism of telepathy or resonance is inherently everywhere. Science only talks about it in terms of special situations, special occasions. For an example, when we were studying science, they would explain resonance as some special phenomenon that could be seen when an opera singer sings, the wine glasses break, or when a troop of soldiers march to the same beat across a bridge, the bridge collapses. So there are many, or when there are two tuning forks of the same frequency. When one is vibrated, the other one automatically vibrates. So these things that were talked about as special phenomenon in science, in fact, is the basis of how this entire world, the so-called world, so-called physical world, the material world, come into existence moment to moment. And when they talk about resonance, they say there's a natural frequency to everything. And this is what Buddhism talks about. This so-called self has a natural frequency, which is the Saraswata nature or the inclination towards states, which is why if you have, let's say, 4 members in a family, they're 4 unique individuals. One could be kind, one could be restless and agitated all the time, one could be very silent, depending on the nature, Saraswata nature, Sarasava nature of that person. Meaning, when someone is conceived as the zygote, the vibration that is given rise to as the cells divide, as the cell division takes place, that vibration, if there's some vibration out there, we have to use words, but we cannot allocate a place, we cannot say another vibration is out there. So if some other vibration is out there that is similar to, that is the same vibration as the vibration at which this zygote vibrate during cell division, that vibration becomes this vibration. That vibration being the vibration, a vibration of a person. So if someone dies, all of us have this vibration, this frequency. Even when the body is deteriorated after death, the vibration is still there. If there's a suitable zygote with the same vibration, this vibration becomes the same vibration as the vibration of the zygote. So that is how the cycle of rebirth continues. So this zygote now has that same vibrations, the eyes, ears, everything vibrating at the same vibration. And they are able to give rise to, once the baby is born, the vision, the hearing, the smell, taste, touch. And these vibrations have different manifestations. The experience of seeing something is different to the experience of listening to something. The experience of smelling something is totally different to the experience of seeing and hearing. Similarly, the experience of tasting and touch, that different experiences on its own. When all of it comes together, the resultant vibration or the sense of self is formed. They kind of go hand in hand. They created from the same vibration, manifested, and when they come together, the mind is born. That manifestation gives rise to the mind. The mind is manifested. Something called the mind is created. So we've talked about how the mind is created in great lengths. Even yesterday we talked about, and mind is created, the baby is born, then now baby has the mother, father. If there's a mother, if there's a father, then there should be a self to whom this experience belongs, is the first thought that was It's one of the very first thoughts that's created by this system of the mind. So from that day onwards, there's a self-identifying you. There's a thinking, there's a belief system that there's a self here. And there's an underlying feeling and an underlying power to it. So this self is updated with every new label added to this system, updated, evolved, the thinking process. I like this, I like that. I'm this kind of person, I'm that kind of person. So the ego is created, the false self is created. And underlying power is there. There's this duality, and there's pain and pleasure. And even whatever we see are just manifestations of vibrations. Whatever we hear, smell, taste, touch, just manifestations of vibrations, not objects that exist out there. And since we didn't know that, since the child doesn't know that, since the child is in ignorance, a world is existing for the child, for us, before we stumbled upon this Dharma. Everything exists, and with respect to it, I exist. I exist, and pain and pleasure is drawn from that. But as we understand this Dharma, what we realize is even pain and pleasure is a creation of the mind due to the assumption that this so-called world exists, and with respect to it, I exist. The pain and the pleasure is pain and the pleasure belong to someone, belong to me. That is why it's painful. Somebody else's pain or pleasure doesn't make a difference, doesn't create a reaction within us. It's our pain and pleasure which gives us pain and pleasure, because it is to a self, it is to this self, it is to me. This pain and pleasure belongs to me. Why does pain and pleasure is there? Because I exist. Why does I exist? Because there's an external world. The so-called external world. I see this. There's a person who's seeing this external world, who's listening to this external world, who's smelling this external world, who's touching, who's tasting this external world. So, but what we do not realize, because we were in ignorance, what we did not realize was with this manifestation of vibrations, it takes place at a rapid speed, so fast. By the time we look at it, it already exists. And that underlying power makes us feel like it's there. Something is there, something with some solidity, some power, some liveliness is out there. And that same sense of existent feel. Because however much I tell you that this is an illusion, you're not convinced, because for you it feels like it's out there. It's this three-dimensional clump kind of thing. That is due to the speed, due to the rapid speed at which these vibrations occur. These natural vibrations, everything has this natural frequency. At this, because of the speed, it feels like it's there, and it is the same feeling that gives rise to I am here. But it is one singular kind of a feeling, and that existent feel is kind of extended to become the sense of self. that feeling that I exist. It's one and the same. There's no two different feelings. It's the same feeling that is being extended due to the rapid speeds, continuous rapid speeds. Yet, since the mind comes alive as this process happens, mind is the thought in this moment. Thought is communicated in some language, in the language you know, and language follows duality. Language comes into existence to explain the dual nature of the world. But the truth is non-dual. So this existent field transforming into the sense of self is labeled using thoughts as the world is out there and I am here. It's the same feeling that is divided into two parts using language. So the self-identifying view is always continuing and maturing. And this self-identifying view is embedded in every thought we think about, even though it's said that we think. It's the system. There's no self, there's no person here. This is a wrong identification. We wrongly identified this process and labeled it as a self. Now it is continuing until one is realized. One realizes that there is no self. One's self-identifying view is kind of demolished or eradicated. And not just that, one's sense of self is completely diminished. There's always some angle of self, especially if the self-identifying view is intact. Whatever is done whatever is seen, whatever is heard, whatever is felt is wrongly identified to be I see, I feel, I hear. That is the wrong identification. But wrong identification doesn't change the truth. Let's say there are different kinds of balls, and there's a label with the ball noting its color. A red ball has a tag that says it's red. Blue ball has a tag that says blue. Let's say somebody switched this. Just because somebody switched this doesn't mean red ball is not a red ball. Red ball is a red ball regardless of what you call it. Similarly, whether you call it a self or whatever, there is no self. It is just a system. We can misidentify it all we want, but it doesn't change the fact. It doesn't change the truth. So whether you think I do it, whether you think this happened to me, whether you think I'm being stupid or whatever it is, whatever your life situation right now, it doesn't matter. The truth is there's no one here. Even when you say I am doing this, nobody's doing it. It's a system that's taking place, doing its action, that system. Okay, Theruvan Saranai Ravi. Dr. Ravi, Theruvan Saranai. Thank you for joining.
Harshi, just give me two minutes. Excuse me.
Yeah, sure. So that misidentification doesn't change anything. That is a kind of a problem the listeners have, because okay, we realize that the external world, the so-called external world, is not real, which made sense. We get it totally, and we get that the thoughts are not real, and it's not easy to understand what thoughts are, and to have that kind of sharp awareness as thoughts occur, not to miss, and all that good stuff. And even when this truth is known, uh, this underlying belief that I do this, I do that is could be intact. When in truth, it's what we need to see is that it is the system. Yeah, Dr. Ravi, if you're free,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can
there was
answer.
some like, yeah, there was some like, Harshit, there was some, there was some like, everyone. Yeah, as you said, the problem is the feeling of the I-ness. So we do feel, unfortunately, we do feel that we are living. So that is the problem. For that brings us everything: the sorrow, the joy, the happiness, and eager, anger, clinging. All these things happen because we feel like we are living. So as Hashi said, yes. So what we have to do is just we have to put some effort to see how this living feeling, life feeling comes up. Is it a, so people might say it's the nature of a living being. So feeling the alive feel is the nature of the living being. So how can you say so it's not there? And so is there any kind of a argument beyond that? So they will ask like that. Being a human is also uh, so humans can be also categorized as another living being. So being a living being is the feeling of the aliveness. So the scientists might argue with you. So that is the fundamental fact that that we are being categorized as living beings because just because we feel that alive feel. But Buddha said was something different. So even though we think we have been categorized as a living beings, just try to figure it out what this alive feeling is. Whether this alive feeling is a real thing or not. That is the exact point that Lord Buddha addressed. So we have been doing things, we have been creating, we have been fighting each other, we have been uh, making relationships each other. On top of that, a life feel that we are having. So in the modern day world, even in the ancient world, the scientists, the philosophers, the psychologists, and those kind of people, even the spiritual leaders, they didn't know. They believe that there is some kind of a alive thing for real, a live thing within us for real. But Lord Buddha said is something different that has not been heard before. Even nowadays we can't hear this from the scientist or any spirit kind of spiritual leader even. What is this message? What is this message? That there is no soul, so-called a living being within you or within so-called other living beings. There is no such a thing called a living, a live thing within you as well as the other living beings. That is the message that Lord Buddha wanted to convey to this world. It is so. So the challenge is there. What is the challenge? We have been feeling that we are living since our childhood, since the day we have born, and also uh, we encounter so many living creatures. So we call them in different names: cat, dog, elephant, and so on. And also, scientists believe the trees have also a kind of a living nature. They are made up of cells. So, so they assign some kind of a liveliness for that those cells even. So they with that fundamental uh, concept, they try to build the world upon that. But what Lord Buddha said is that has not been heard before. What Lord Buddha wanted to uh, uh, explain to this world is there is no such a thing called aliveness. So now what's our challenge? Now our challenge is, how can Lord Buddha say that there is no such a living aliveness in this world? No such living things in this world. So it should not come through a knowledge. So now you can think, now you can understand there are two things here that we don't know. What, according to Lord Buddha, what Lord Buddha has clearly had told into this world the truth. So that is the knowledge. And also we have another challenge to overcome, the absolute feeling of aliveness. Two things are there. In Tripitaka, in Buddhist doctrine, the knowledge is well explained in that Tripitaka and all these things. How this alive feel become as a absolute feeling, become, yeah, how this alive feel becomes a real thing. So that is the knowledge part. And what Lord Buddha said is, when you become thorough with that knowledge, then it will tend to apply automatically to yourself. When you become thorough with the knowledge, how this alive feel come about, then it will start to automatically apply to yourself, and yourself start within yourself it starts some kind of a internal transformation process happen, triggers to happen. Some form of internal transformation within yourself starts to happen. Then, of course, what will happen? You tend to feel that there is no such a thing called a life feel. So it is, now you can understand, it is a very gradual process. It has to go step by step. First, you have to know the things for the knowledge. How Lord Buddha says that there is no self here. That is the knowledge part. Then what you have to do? Then we have to incorporate that knowledge into the self. So actually, it will automatically happen. How much you become thorough with this knowledge, this understanding, that will automatically apply to yourself. Then it tends to feel, it makes you to feel that there is no such a thing called living feel, a life feel. This is the entire thing that is happening with this understanding. So that's why Lord Buddha said, everybody who is believing that this world is real, they are having this ignorance. Because as they don't know, as long as they don't know this truth, so they tend to feel that they are living. But if you understand this Dhamma, then it will tend to apply to yourself gradually. Then ultimate result will be that you get a feeling of none soul here, no one is here. So that is the ultimate feeling. That will definitely take some time, because first you have to be thorough with the knowledge what actually Buddha said, and then you have to it will take some time to um, uh, apply to yourself. So that is the practical approach, practical part of this Dhamma. First is the understanding part, then the practical part, then uh, the absolute feeling part. So in these three parts are well defined in Buddha's doctrine. So that is called Satyajnana, Krutajnana, and Krutajnana. The knowledge, practice, and the actual feeling. What is this actual feeling? The ultimate feeling is the feeling of non-self, no soul feeling, non-self feeling. If you are able to go there, that level, absolutely, you can understand that there is no one who is responsible for that particular feeling, because self has been dissolved by that stage. So self will be no longer there if you come to that Prutajnana state. So it is very perfectly said, and it has been covered under the sands of time for about 2,500. So that's why we were lacking of Arahat, people who attained at Arahat. So there were no one there during past few decades over 2500 years, we couldn't see any person who attained this arahathood, because this uh, this truth has been hidden under the sands of time. But fortunately, after 2000 years, 2500 years, now this hidden truth has been again surfaced, become, yeah, now we hear the true Dhamma. We have to be very thankful to our noble friend Buddothpado and Mahanse for bringing about this true Dhamma again to this world. So now we can gain knowledge again from him. We can ask the questions, we can get the things clarified. Then how you become thorough with, how much we become thorough with this knowledge, it will tend to automatically apply to ourselves. So that is the practice. So that will lead us towards the true feeling of non-soul state. So we should not be hurried. We should not be uh, delayed also. So it is there now. Truth is here. Now anybody can have a look. Anybody can have the experience, the real internal transformation. What is the internal transformation? I'm telling it again, the feeling of non-self state. Nisato nijivo shunyo state. So as long as Harsh said, as long as you are in the mind, it is very difficult. You believe in your mind. It is very difficult to feel the absolute truth, because mind is the creator of this entire feeling. That is the message of Lord Buddha, and that is well said in Buddha's teachings. How this mind covers this absolute non-soul feeling. So mind is the magician. So it creates everything. So it makes you to feel that you are real. Then we have to know, then what Lord Buddha said, come and have a look. Just pay attention how this mind gets created, how this magician got created. When you understand your mind is the magician, there won't be any magic within that. Then it will leave you to move to that real experience, because you know this is the magician, this is the one who is preventing me from seeing the truth, seeing the feeling the absolute feeling. So mind covers everything. As long as you believe in your mind, it will perfectly cover the absolute feeling of non-self. So what Lord Buddha said is, just pay some attention how this magician behaves. So then you will tend to understand there's nothing to do. The magician can't do anything to that absolute feeling underlying. Magician is acting. He is performing in the stage. That's perfectly all right. Let him play. But you are awakening to the underlying truth. Magician will be remain same. You see the magic, the behavior of the mind will be very well understood. Then leave it aside. You will be awakened to the underlying real feeling at the same time. So then, of course, you will be able to grasp this, what Lord Buddha's exact message. There's no living being. So it is said in Pali stanza, I can't remember. Uh, uh, there's no titiya. Titiya means no like feeling of a life feel is not there. So-called life feel is not there. That is, so we think that we were living beings. We belong to the same living human species and all these things. But it is not. We are not the living beings anymore. So that is the message that has been given by Lord Buddha. So in order to understand that thing, we have to understand the magician first. How the magician gets created, how the illusionary worlds get created through the actions of this magician. So then, of course, what will happen? The value towards the magician's creations will not be there. So then what will happen is just letting them to happen. Just letting them to happen. Let magician to play its role. So no worries about that. But you will be able to awaken to the underlying the exact feeling of non-self feeling. So that is the message that Lord Buddha wants to give us. So as Harshi, I heard Harshi was explaining about this mind behavior of the mind, how these thoughts get created, how these thoughts get their own value to that. So how we build how the thoughts make us to believe on the thoughts, and how we move along with that stream of thoughts. So it is the creation of the magician. It is the ability of the magician. Magician in the sense that here the mind. So as long as you believe, keep faith on your mind, so you will be not able to awaken to the absolute truth. So truth is sitting beneath that. So what you have to do is you have to uncover the curtain of the mind. Then you will be able to see the absolute truth. So mind is the magician. You know how the magician tricks you. Then you will not be able. You will automatically not be deceived by that tricks. By those, you cannot be cheated. You cannot be cheated by the tricks that type of that are done by the magician. So you will be always, you will be there with the absolute truth. That is the moment that you become awakened to the truth. So if it remains persistent, if that state continues to happen, that is the state of super awareness. You can see how this magician performs its play, and you don't get any worries over that. because you are seeing the absolute truth. There is no person to feel any kind of things. So that is will bring your samsaric journey to end, and end towards the end. There is no way of creating more and more illusions, because this mind this mind is the sole responsible thing that creates the illusion. There is no room for mind to play within your your territory, because the boundaries of your territory, of your premises. So just come and play, but it can't affect your underlying understanding. So I think, Harshi, do you have anything to add or comment? Or Teruvan Saranai?
Theron Sarai, Dr. Ravi, thank you for that wonderful explanation. Yeah, I mean, however we say it, it's just now we've listened to this Dhamma so much, and what's left is continue with the practical approach and realize for ourselves
Yeah,
that there's no
yeah,
self.
yeah. Actually, when you become confident with this knowledge, when you become thorough, so it will automatically apply to yourself, isn't it, Harshit? So whenever, even in this particular moment, so I'm talking with you here through the Zoom. So if I don't feel it is a real thing, so that doesn't mean that it is not just another thought. So I'm telling. So if I no longer feel that this is a real thing, so that means this conversation either can't affect my underlying uh, awareness, isn't it? So
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, awareness is, I perfectly, it is it is situated deep within me. So I know this is not real for sure. This is the manifestation of my own mind. This conversation either, isn't it? So though these manifestations are more or less equal with in you and me myself, so we can communicate to each other. So we can't communicate with a cockroach here. So because it's my mind creation is different from my mind creation. But in this instance, your and my mind creations are more or less same. So that's why we can communicate to each other. So even though I think that I'm communicating with you, actually what is happening here is my mind creates certain signals, and it creates signals, and it gets verified from another signal. So, as Lord Buddha said, it is a changing of perceptions one moment to another, isn't it?
yeah,
So,
and
yeah.
even like we assume, as in the
Mm,
system assumes, my system assumes Dr. Ravi is alive. There's a
yeah.
person like, and I'm alive, and it's just thoughts, and there's no guarantee of anything except for a system.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I mean, sometimes we think we are in our houses alone. Sometimes, like back in the days when we were kids, we used to be scared because it's just you who's at home.
Mm,
It always gives you some some feeling of safety if somebody's around in the home. But now, like this, that is also a mental construct, and
yes.
funny, isn't it?
So you just remembered your childhood. So it
Yes.
happened in this moment. That is another kind of a spark that happened right
Eh,
now. Yeah,
Yes,
isn't it?
yeah,
So
yes,
it gets covered up with some kind of thoughts even. So,
mm-hmm.
and we justify that signal. Ah, that I remembered my school age. So when I was alone, I felt scared. So likewise, again, what's happening? That initial perception gets justified with another perceptions.
Yeah,
So previous signals become new signals. Previous signal becomes, so we feel like, so I'm the one who is speaking for about 5 minutes now. So likewise, so I'm the one who is living. So likewise, we get certain kind of a feeling that I am living. I'm speaking. So I'm the one who is contemplating. Likewise, so it is really a magic. So if you don't believe this magic, what will happen? There is no person here. That the underlying truth is there within us. Even whatever the things happen at this right moment, that is not the absolute truth.
yeah,
What do you think? Yeah.
yeah, very true. Like, I mean, there's nothing to call alive or nothing to say that we are alive. It's just the experience of the senses. That's it. Whatever is gone above and beyond is the doing of the magician.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Only there is only an interplay among these sensors. So mind sensors gives kind of a some kind of a memory, past memory. So it will confirmed by some kind of a hallucination thing. So we hear the same sound at this moment. We see some things. So it get visualized even.
mhm.
So it is the magic. So so
Yeah,
so it is.
in
Yeah.
Sinhalese we have these songs Rallin Rallada Pavinuru. It's like that from vibration to another
That's
vibration to
correct.
yeah.
Yeah, very correct. Yeah, move from one vibration to another vibration to another. Likewise, we are
And
thinking that we are the one who are living. So it makes us to think like that. So we are helpless actually if you don't know this truth. As long as you don't know this truth, so we are helpless. That's why Aaron says always so innocent they are, so helpless. People are so helpless, so we can't blame them as long as they don't know this truth. So they are suffering. So what can we do?
yeah, it's not see how for how long we've been listening to these sermons and like
Mm,
how many hours a day. So it
mm,
took so long to kind of, the simple truth that to get to the simple truth that there's no such thing as an external world. It's a creation of
mm.
vibrations. To at
Yeah.
least, to get to a reasonable understanding, not to a full realization. How
Yes.
long it took. So such a deep dharma.
Mm,
Obviously anybody is helpless, even if we tell someone, okay, you're suffering for the wrong reasons, there's nothing to worry about. uh, I
mm.
mean, we probably wouldn't be a do a good job like Buddha did, like to figure out what exactly to say so that that person's vibration will go to a zero.
Mm.
So so people are helpless.
Yes, they are helpless. So yeah,
So
I think yeah, other so there are no other friends here, right? So
yeah,
we could,
today we can, I guess, wrap it up today, right, Dr. Ravi?
okay.
Okay, thank you very much for joining today and for your great input. Let's meet again tomorrow and let's pay homage to our Wahanse at our feet. Teruvan Saranai, Aryan
Yeah,
Wahanse.
Teruvan Saranai,
Teruvan
Harshit.
Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Teruvan
Teruvan
Saranai,
Saranai,
everybody.
everybody.
illuminated our path to nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Viva and Theruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book, Volume 6 of True Dharma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we're starting with page 119. Participant, Theruvan Saranai Mahansa. During your previous discussions, it was mentioned that we think of ourselves as people, as men or women. Now, when we talk over Zoom, our awareness catches that we're using Zoom. This itself is a thought. However, when we say that we are men or women, this does not immediately enter our awareness. After your explanation, we realize, oh yes, this is also merely a thought. Now, when we recognize our defilements, we also notice a reduction in their occurrences. Even this improvement is caught by awareness. Yet, it is obvious that underneath this, the ego still exists, saying, I'm quite advanced in my observations. When someone gives me recognition and praise, it does not affect me outwardly. However, the notion that I am in an advanced place still lingers in the mind. When you also acknowledged my achievements, I felt happy, but now I no longer feel that way. Similarly, when I realize there are people much more advanced than me, I experience an inferiority complex. I also think that they are more advanced than myself. Now, when you say we are simply people, these previously stated thoughts are not recognized. Aran say, this is a deep concept. Participant, now I understand that the thought I am advanced is merely a thought. Aran say, the illusions in the mind can be compared to hiding behind a door. That is why I said, do not speak about results. Participant, I feel that I have a liking for results. Aran say, what I'm trying to do is to examine your question closely. Now you're speaking about vibrations and currents. Our senses, all of them work together, but they do not represent the notion of a self. A sound is only a sound. That is simply ear consciousness. When all the senses, such as sound, color, taste, smell, and sensation combine, forms such as a child, a house, or other objects are perceived. Due to the actions of the senses, the notion of a self arises. That is why Seda Therani stated, Nahidang attakatang bimbang, nahidang parakatang amang. There is no one who does this independently. When cause is present, results appear. When the cause disappears, the results vanish as well. Even the Rahulovada Sutta, preached by the Buddha, explains this principle very clearly. So what this discussion is pointing to is the illusory nature of our sense of self. When we say, I am a man or I'm a woman, we assume it as the truth. Yet, this is just a thought captured by the mind, not by direct awareness. It's just a thought, like underlying everything, it's kind of hidden if it doesn't get caught to the awareness. Awareness notices external tools like Zoom immediately because it is fresh in our experience. Now, when we join these Zoom sessions, there's an underlying idea that there's something called a Zoom. There's a self who's joining this Zoom. There are participants of this Zoom, and there are different thoughts about these participants. So these are the things that we need to be aware of that creates the world. But identity, that I am advanced, that kind of thought often slips past awareness. They go unnoticed, kind of hidden at the back of the mind. We have to be very vigilant to notice these things. Even when we see a reduction in defilements, a subtle ego can persist, kind of whispering, I'm advanced, I'm better, I understood better than the other person. I'm getting advanced day by day. And, that superiority complex, that ego, that it's a very subtle sense that can slowly be accumulated. You will be, or rather the system will be seeing the truth that the so-called external world will not become real, so-called the thoughts won't become real. With that, a subtle sense of superiority will arise if we are not vigilant enough or comparing ourselves with others. Recognizing this is the first step in understanding how the mind works. The mind's illusions are like hiding behind a door. We think there's a door, a self, orchestrating all these thoughts. But in reality, no one is behind the door. Like every thought contains that there's a doer, there's a self. But in reality, there's none. It's just the functions of the senses. When Narayan Hansi talks about vibrations and currents, he's guiding us to see that our senses create the illusion of self. That's when he talks about vibrations and currents, it's a much in-depth kind of a revelation about how this system works or how this system comes into life. Sounds, colors, tastes, smells, and sensations combine to form our perception of the world and our identity. That combination itself gives us the sense of something is existing out there, and that sense, which comes into existence due to the speed of the vibrations, that sense itself is the one that becomes the sense of self. That's like a little more advanced, little more elaborate. It's like an extended version of the sense of something's out there, something's existing out there. A child, a house, or a tree is only a product of these sensory vibrations, not something owned by a self. There's no relationship to a self because that is all there is. But because of ignorance, that sense that something's existing out there is falsely identified. That extension of that is falsely identified as a sense of self. Or rather the self, that sense is labeled as the self-identifying view. That is the self-identifying view. The self, the ego, or the idea of being advanced all arise from the interplay of these causes, the vibrations, the interplay of inputs of sense faculties. As the Buddha taught in the Rahulava Sutta, every result depends on its cause. When the cause disappears, so does the result. When, as the dog peeps into the pond, there's a dog. So that is a necessary condition. The dog needs to kind of peeps into the pond. If it doesn't, there's no dog in the pond either. So these causes are required for the effects to come into existence. This is the essence of why the sense of self is not permanent. It takes place, or it arises in the moment to moment. In this thought, okay, somebody yells at me and there's this hurt. How dare this person talk to me? In that thought, in that particular thought, the self is arisen. Self arises in the moment. In that thought, only there's a self, sense of a self, that burning. And whatever we need to do, the practical approach to, is to see that there is no self in that thought. That thought is created of vibrations. If all thoughts are created of vibrations, where is me? Where is this person yelled at me? Where is mother, father? Where is all the things that are dear to us? They're made up of all the same material, which is vibration. So how can this difference or the value be attributed differently? There's no basis except for a mind construct, mental construct. Understanding this. So in one thought, it's that. In the next thought, oh, I haven't seen my mother in a while. I should do so. She's sick. And probably you get sad in the second thought. In that thought, the mother has become real with respect to that there's a self and there's an internal burning. In that second thought, there's a self. So in the first thought, there was a self that came alive, and then there's another second thought in which the self came alive. They happened so fast, it felt like they're almost continuous. And it feels like there's a continuous self. But there's no continuous self. Both of them are thoughts. Both of them are made up of vibrations. Yet the value that's been attributed by the system is different. So the field is different. That burning is different. So understanding this is very important. That allows the mind to detach from these false identities, to stop clinging to praise, comparison, and inferiority, and to experience the world as truly it is, as it truly is. A play of vibrations, waves, currents, whatever we say, whatever the way we explain it, talks about the same thing. There's no permanent doer behind it. That so-called doer come into existence moment to moment. We all know, we've talked about the moment. This moment is all we have, all we ever had, or all we will ever have. Because whatever we thought about in the past, whatever we think about the past, is a thought in this moment. Whatever we think about with regard to future is a thought in this moment. So we all have this moment, and because these thoughts happen so fast, we have kind of labels attached to these, labels attached to these things we see, things we hear, smell, taste, touch. It feels like there's meaning. We go through the meaning, we feel the meaning, and there's while these things take place, there's movement of time because of the speed. And also For an example, when we close our eyes, there's nothing. When we open our eyes, whatever is in front of you is in front of you. And you close your eyes again, it's no more. And you open your eyes again, whatever was in front of you is, it feels like whatever was in front of you is in front of you right now. But it's a new image, new picture. But since it was there before you closed your eyes, there's another thought that's attached to this, saying that this is continuously existing. If not, there's no continuous existence, because to say so would be, that idea would be coming from a past experience, and the past is in this moment. So however we look at it, in whatever the way we look at it, time is only a mental construct. There's no time. So therefore we are left with the present moment, the present thought. And if we zoom in on the present thought also, there's nothing much in it, nothing much of any inherited value there. That is also a thought that's made up of vibrations. And no labeling. The labeling is a mental construct. So I see Justin here. If you have any questions, it will be nice, and we can. Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai. Yes, actually. So, what we are discussing about how this experience of this particular person, he says that sometimes she feels she's okay and a bit advanced than the other, where she feels this experience superior or complex, and at the same time when she confront a person more advanced than her, she feels inferiority complex. So actually, this is the nature of the mind. This is the actually the function of the process of the faculties. Always the thoughts are generated and they appear and disappear. So the thing is to understand what this experience is, or what this actually the people suffer in different ways. They experience the bitterness always. They confront different type of catastrophes, disappointment and lamentation, frustration, and so on. So all these things they confront because they don't know what's behind the screen. So that to understand this, so you have to find the gem. I mean, you have to listen to the true Dhamma. What is true Dhamma? How the mind is created, or how the world is created, how I am created, and is there an existence? That is what we have to understand at the beginning. Otherwise, no, there is no salvation for any person. The challenge here, you feel existing, existential suffering. You exist at the same time as you suffer. So what we should focus on how to understand the mind, how to understand this process. So without the help of true Dhamma, which is preached by Aryanansi, a noble friend, there is no salvation. There is no freedom of mind. So what is here happening here is beyond our imagination. So it can't be realized so skillfully because it is unimaginable, because it is a kind of a vibration which is not which we can't actually understand. It is beyond our imagination. That's what I said. To understand this, how the mind is created, so you have to, as you always explain in this forum, so understand the vibration, the manifestation of vibration. So that is very rapid. So there you can't understand it by yourself. So you have to depend on totally on the true Dhamma. Then you realize these are all creations of the mind, which is not actually outside. They are in the outside, or actually there is nobody here experience it. So whenever something happens, whatever the whatever the information the faculties brings to into your mind, then and there the inner monologue or the self-talk starts. So I is here and something outside is there, and this is how it happens, as we always we describe it, explain it every day here in the Zoom. So the problem, people do not know the reality of human beings, the what is the real truth, because the reason is they keep on believe, they have been believing action and cause effect, and they, in order to get rid of that, they practice concentration meditation. So they are forcefully, pathetically sandwiched between these two, which is concentration meditation and action and cause theory. So this is what has happened to the human civilization today. Even in the past, during Buddha's time, the same thing happened. Today also, same things happen. That is what we say. This fossilized concentration meditation and the action and cause, these two philosophies will totally destroy the salvation of the human mind or the liberation of the human mind. These two are the basic and very harmful things that really affects our life, and they decide, they determine our life. So we pathetically, we tragically, we live in a very short span, a very short time in this world, but not knowing this true Dhamma, we just become the topsoil of this world. But this is the time now we have true Dhamma, which is throughout the day, around the clock, the Aryanansi preaches. So you are very fortunate, everybody is very fortunate around the world. So listen to this true Dhamma. Listen how the mind is created. This is never heard Dhamma, What is this? Never heard, because not the concentration meditation, not the action and cause theory. This is very uh, harmful thing. This is very dangerous thing. This is what damage your life. So therefore, everybody should understand this. What has happened to us? So you have to diagnose what we have to do. Diagnose what this real this disease is, because we suffer. So why do we suffer? Because of this. Because of what? Because of we are living in an illusional world. Why are we living in an illusional world? Because the senses create this world. Nobody does it. There is a function. There is a mechanism of the uh, faculties. All these faculties altogether uh, bring out a vivid picture, a fantastic experience, and we feel the world is there and I am here, but actually nobody is there and nothing is there outside. Why are we always feel that I am living and something is outside there, the world is there, my sister, my family, my life, my wealth, and everything? Because everything created because of an illusion. So, to understand the illusion, always in this Zoom, early in the morning, we explain different types of people. They try hard, they attempt, they endeavor to bring this message to the world. So it is your time, or your friends, all the my friends, listen to this. Listen, it's very important, because understanding Dhamma, there you get the true picture of the world, true picture of yourself, and ultimately you get nothing, nothingness, and nobody is there. That is the ultimate experience. Therefore, listening to Dhamma and experiencing it through practical experience, which is very popular around the world, around the country. So, therefore, pay your attention. This is your story, this is your life, this is your destiny, this is your fate. So, therefore, it is time for you to think twice and understand the reality. This is the reality of the human beings. What is the reality of the human beings? It is preached by Aryan Nonse. It is really telecast in this Zoom across the world. So this is the story of the modern man, even in the past time, even during the Lord Buddha's time. The same thing was preached, but as time passed on, different type of notions, different type of misconceptions piled up, and the Dhamma, true Dhamma, uh, is no more here. Now it is again, it is rediscovered, and again Aryan answer preach it. So all the Homo sapiens around the world, this is your time. This is a kind of a mild slept, just to inform you that this is your story, this is the time. So get ready to understand it, comprehend it, realize it, and ultimately experience and be a free human being. Experience the liberation of mind. That is the message. That is the message given by Aryan Nansi. No more suffering. There is no need to suffer. This is in vain. We understand what the reality is. That is what everybody has to listen to Dhamma and practice. That is very important. Teruvan Sannai.
Hello, my Justin. Thank you very much for that wonderful explanation. A lot of angles you touched based on um, the law of karma, action and effect. Um, yeah, and it's what Buddha preached, or what we are learning through Aryan Vahanse, is runs a cause and effect Dhamma, runs much deeper, and it makes sense why people kind of misunderstood, because it's, for someone to explain this law of karma as, if you do something good, you will get some good results. If you do something bad, there will be bad results. That sounds like, that seems like it's what's happening. But what Buddha said, how this world is created, how this mind is created, how this so-called self is created, runs much deeper than the surface level truth that people thought was the law and order of the world, which is that it's a manifestation of vibrations. It's and it's a function of all these sense faculties. These five sense faculties getting together or merging to create the mind as a manifestation of vibration. This sense of something's out there existing, the sense of self, all that is kind of, it's all the manifestations of the vibration. And it, like you correctly pointed out, this is not something that could be grasped with a with a regular mind, with a mind. It cannot be grasped with the mind. That is why Buddha or Aryan Vahanse or someone with higher insights, abhijnana, has to realize this for themselves. Either self-realize or using the Dhamma, realize this, see it within themselves. How it's like, in I don't know if even in architecture, in mechanical drawings, they draw. If there's some like a three-dimensional complex object, they do a side view, top view, rear view. And by just back in the days when people didn't have 3D models, by just looking at these different views, a top view, a side view, and a rear view, they're able to, by grasping all that information, they're kind of able to visualize within themselves. And that is like an individual experience. So this Dhamma is something like that, but we cannot say it's the same thing, like, for the lack of a better example, better metaphor, I came up with that. Dhamma is like that. We listen to this Dhamma in the form of the knowledge. We take it in the form of the knowledge through the mind. However, even when we realize it, when we apply the penetrative wisdom, when we apply the vidarshana, and as a result, when we get that penetrative insight, that whatever was discussed in the wisdom of truth or satya jnana is felt. We can't say felt by us. There's no person here. It's felt. That experience, that insight that is felt, cannot be put into words. That is like, trying to put a 3D model into a 2D image, bunch of 2D images. That's probably why there's like 84,000 Dhamma aggregates. Therefore, this jnanas or insights, these higher insights, are really important. And yes, we talk about it in words. We use the words and thoughts to think about it and all that. But when we end up getting, not somebody is getting it, but in the awareness, much deeper insight, and that insight confirms that there is no self. That insight is like Aran Mahansa says, it's like fire, like the light of a firefly initially, and it becomes widened and expansive, and more light, and eventually the experience is filled with light. It's metaphorical light. It's not the light of a light, but the realization, uh, this self-validating prophecy, how it becomes self-evident to you that there is no self. It starts with tiny insights here and there. First, it's like, oh, there is no such thing called a mind. Another insight would be, no, even though it's said in words, one's own realization is much deeper and cannot be put into words, cannot be grasped with the mind. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. And when we talk about concentration meditation, it feels like it's the same thing. Like for the longest time, I was also listening to all kinds of different teachers, trying to kind of make sense of this world and try to put an end to this suffering. Or like, Eckhart Tolle and Rupert Spira and all these Western teachers. And for the most part of the journey, it felt like, how is it different to Buddhism? I mean, it sounds like the same thing because they talk about the same thing. They talk about the fact that there's only this moment and everything is a thought and all that. And we cannot, even without going deeper into Dhamma and deeper into their teaching, which is what Aryan Mahansa did too, which is what Buddha did too. It's difficult to even draw a comparison or whatever. And up until recently, it wasn't clear as to what the difference was. And now it's very clear because we've been practicing this Dhamma for a while now. And I think Dr. Kokila once gave a nice example. When tsunami came, the water all kind of sucked back into the deepest part of the ocean. So the beach area was more kind of expanded. That's what it looked like. So that if we kind of compare that to the non-vibration, our whole experience is based on non-vibration. This manifestation of vibration is manifested on the platform of non-vibration, we could say, in a way. So what concentration meditation does is, like, from time to time kind of drive a pile into the sand through the ocean and kind of access those states momentarily by, like, practicing meditation in the cross-legged position. And in that deep meditative absorption, they will reach that non-vibration momentarily. But it's a meditative absorption that belongs to the mundane plane, because in the supramundane plane, the meditative absorptions are not so much temporary absorptions like that of the mundane plane. They are rather one who starts the journey with ignorance. That state of mind, we can't even say state of mind, that system kind of transforms into non-vibration in a permanent way by understanding how thoughts are formed. Therefore, the astonishment of a magic is no longer there after seeing how a magic trick is performed. Similarly, when one sees how the mind is created, how thoughts are created in the moment, how the so-called self is created in the moment, it doesn't get projected anymore. That internal burning that's underlying all these, it disappears. This world doesn't become real. The so-called self doesn't become real. So that transformation is a permanent transformation where the system is totally convinced that there is no self here. It's just a system. And that's to happen. For that transformation to happen, those defilements, those internal burnings slowly diminish, and whatever the state that the system started the journey with is slowly transformed into the non-vibration. Whereas in the concentration meditation, it's more um, more of a instantaneous, or more of a it's a less permanent kind of a temporary kind of a state. You have to keep practicing meditation. Say, for an example, if you fall off the wagon and you haven't practiced meditation for months, and then you can't, that state is no longer there. You will have to get back on it and, start practicing for a while before you get back on it. Whereas this state, it is your inherent, it becomes the inherent state. It becomes the natural state, and it's not conditional on anything. It's an internal transformation. So that is the beauty of Dhamma, this Dhamma. And it's explaining this to someone who's coming from these backgrounds, who believe in law of karma, or who practice religiously practice this concentration meditation and stuff like that. It's not easy to explain this true Dhamma, because it feels like, and it seems like, they're the same thing. And in my experiences talking to people who are practicing this concentration and meditation, they think this is just a fancier way of saying the same thing, and yet they don't see that it runs much deeper in that that whatever the teaching is behind these kind of concentration meditations, they try to kind of suppress thoughts. One thought comes, okay, this is just thought, avoid it. Another thought comes, and this is just thought, avoid it. And by sustained avoidance of these thoughts, they get to that shift. They call it an identity shift. But when they kind of stand up from that cross-legged position, they are back to, ground zero. They still have all these issues. They still get mad over silly things or whatever. Their natural state of mind is still, it is there. They just kind of return back to that state. So that is if you look at this Mahakumbh Mela that happened this year in India, 660 million people came to take a bath in Ganges. And that is like almost 1 billion people with these wrong views about Nirvana. They think that is Nirvana. They call it moksha, whatever they call it. So it's like Aryan Mahansa says, whatever is more surface level is the one that gets more popular. It travels across faster. It's kind of accepted and adopted by more in terms of numbers. But the truth, the extremely rare truth, is it's very hard for someone to be convinced by it. That's why Buddha talked about and stressed about how rare this is, how rare this Dhamma is, how rare a human awakening to the moment, how rare that to be even born as a human. So all that points at how important and how valuable this Dhamma and how rare this Dhamma is. Isn't it, Justin? Or just Randima also Theruvan Saranai. Yeah, Justin, you go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. What you said is right. So for centuries, we have been practicing. The people have been practicing this concentration meditation. What you, as you explained in the cross-legged position, believe in law of karma. So even in having a bath in this holy river, but have they experienced the liberation of mind? No, that is also a dream. That they are in a dream. So they think that they have achieved what they wanted, and they themselves deceive their mind. Actually, no salvation, but they think that they have uh, uh, got the freedom. They freed from all sufferings, and actually it is an imagination. Uh, the the actually the sad side of this, the pathetic side of this is it has been practicing for centuries, decades, and so still the human mind is at the same place. See, even though we say we civilized and advanced and whatever we say, the people have not understood the illusion. This is an illusory world. So why can't we get out of free from this world? Actually, uh, the true Dhamma is very rare. That's what that is the nature of the Dhamma, the nature of it. That's a natural phenomena. Whatever it is, now the true Dhamma has awakened. So we have to spread this message uh, uh, in a very, very attractive way, because still the people they tend to believe, they are conditioned to believe, they are conditioned actually, and they are reacted to the same thing. They think that generations and generations, they just died without knowing what their life story is. So we have to understand what our life story. There is no life, there is no story. Actually, it is an illusion. So understand to this illusion. So you need a very profound insight. So that is why we always invite everybody to listen to this true Dham. What is this true Dham? Never heard before. As Aryan Nanse, then our noble friend once said, never heard before. So what have you been hearing so far? Those are the two things we just mentioned. The law of karma and concentration meditation. That won't help you. That won't help. So human beings for centuries they have been practicing this, but have they liberated? No, they have not liberated. So the practical part, that is the important part. Uh, Actually, we just hearing to Dhamma won't help. Actually, it is two sides of a same coin. Listening to true Dhamma and practicing. So when practicing only, you realize what is our story, what is this illusion, why are we thinking it is a dream? We are in a dream world, illusionary world. So how long are we going to continue this? Is this necessary? Are we wasting our human life? Is it precious or not? Why are we doing this? Is it necessary? No. Listen to true Dhamma. Understand the illusory world, your illusion, your story. This is not anybody else's story. This is your story. This is my story. This is our story. Understand the illusion. Everything is illusion. So to understand that, human mind The person from an ordinary world just can't do experiment and researchers or whatever it is to find this Dhamma, because only a noble friend can understand it, who possesses abhignana. So when he explain it, so it is easy to understand it and practice it. There is no any other thing, and you don't need to do you don't need to climb to Himalayan mountain or anywhere. No hard work. While doing your everyday activities, you can do it. But first, understand the true Dhamma. The true Dhamma and practice, you can do this. But try to understand, this is not law of karma or concentration. Here, true Dhamma, where the illusion is explained, and in practical part, you realize, you experience the dream, the illusion, no any other thing there. So you don't need to waste time. This is your time. This is the moment. This is the golden moment. So everybody, try to understand this. This is a very good message for you. You can save all your generations. So we speak about the independence of a country. So do you have independence of your mind, freedom of your mind? No, we are slaves. Slaves of what? Slaves of illusion. We are in a dream. Are we? We don't know that we are in a dream. So listen to true Dhamma. What is true Dhamma? True Dhamma, it is never heard before Dhamma. What is never heard before Dhamma? Whatever you experience is an illusion. And who you think who you are, that itself is an illusion. So what is there in the world? So it is you to understand and experience it. That is why these different type of Zoom discussions are there, going to educate and to help you to practice, and to ultimately you can experience what the liberation of mind, what the salvation of mind, or what the freedom of your mind. What have you been? Have you been experience a dream? So it is your decision. So think twice. Are you going to waste your life? Are you going to live 300, 400, 500 years in this world? Your life expectancy is so short. So why we are here? Why we are in the world here? Why we are born? We were born just to understand this illusion. That is the only thing that we were born. Teran Sarnai.
Therwan Saranai Harshi, Therwan Saranai Mr. Bernard, and also Dr. Sakuntala. So as Mr. Bernard mentioned, that's very, very correct. There is no requirement to waste time because now the truth is revealed. The truth is available. So there is no requirement to waste your time, because you are wasting your time maybe watching films, going various places. You see, maybe reading books. You will be doing whole lot of things, but this time you see, you just want not even a week. Maybe if you happen to speak to a noble friend, the right person who has the knowledge, and definitely the message will convince yourself. So truth start to feel. So it won't take time. Only thing is the major transformation would take time, but It's very much sure people live in such a illusion, find so many solutions for their mental problems. You see, even when they have some bodily problems, even that impact. You see that impact the mind also. So everywhere it is the suffering. So some suffering would be there. At least the fear of the death. So that's why the major fear is the death fear. That is the greatest fear in the earth. Nobody wants to die. So there is a greater fear of death, a greater fear of losing the memory power. So there is so much importance for memory. So people are very fear that they will experience some dementia, some you see some illnesses. So therefore, uh, this Dhamma would greatly benefit everyone because this really provide a chance to understand the mind, um, understand who you are, understand what is this death, what is the birth. So this is a totally you see a different science here. Um, but as Aryan Mahanse mentioned, it's very important that this Dhamma shall not be taken as another knowledge transfer, like that is just accumulating knowledge and trying to have a temporary consolation in the mind, because mind is such a thing. Mind is very hurry to satisfy itself. That's why if you listen the last couple of weeks sermons by Aryan Vahanse, there was some focused on this aspect, because most of the time what happened when these Dhamma Zoom discussions are happening, this talks about the tranquility and nothingness, and you see these things. So these are really falling to some pala, like pala in the sense the results, like. So if someone really give a concentration to this and not giving the concentration to see the mechanism behind the formation, and not to see that within, if the investigation of self is incomplete, then there won't be a 100% purification. So if there is no purification in the this formation mechanism process, there is a high chance that the mind is tricky. Mind try to grab the result part. So it is not seeing the cause correctly. So what happens is when you understand the cause for the result not become meaningful. That is what really needs to happen here. But if you not focused on the cause, but if you focused on the result, then there can be an issue, because result can come in the mind as well. Then there is a block back again in the necessary transformation, because still the causes are there. Still the purification has not happened. So therefore, what is important for every one of us is not to focus on the result, but to focus on the cause, and to see the real mechanism behind this formation. And these days sermons really provide greater guidance as to how one should take up this contemplation. Even so, the contemplation is really necessary, because no one so we do not know what the other people's experience, but as we understand it is not you are just listening to somebody. When you are listening to somebody, you are still on some mind image. So it is that image is read, you see. So therefore some contemplation has to happen within. That is it is not thought, you see. Contemplate, and it is not become the next thought, like, but it is what try to explain is the contemplation result on some transformation. The see, when you see the each and every formation, if it is a eye, if it is a ear, so this bodily sensation, it is not just read this mechanism in the mind, but feel the mechanism, what is happening. So every place something is happening, and that needs to be felt. So this is the trickiest part. Most of the time, the mechanism is read using words, but what is the likely transformation? That part is somewhat hidden. That is not coming out sometimes. So if we take the eye is the biggest delusion. So what is the experience when somebody contemplate the eye? So there is a greater delusion here. So that part is not coming out. So the eye has not seen the reality of the world. It is just a statement. So what is the feel? So that is the important thing here. So in each and every place we are talking about a purification. If any part of the purification is incomplete, then that process will not occur. The process not occur in the sense we are talking about vidarshane. So when you see the formation, you should see the dissolution of this as well. So so it is the soul. You see the every worldly thing. Finally, world become real means it is the soul. So that's why one need to see in and out. It's you see death. So it is not a thinking, but it is the you see it is this vidarshana or sensory organs. How what is happening has to sort of felt. So if that is not felt, what happens? This process won't end. The whole process continues, and it is still in the mind. Still in the mind. So everything is taken in the mind. Nothingness also taken in the mind can happen. That's why this ego is very much discussed, because why ego is there? So why still ego is there means what? Still the purification has not happened. So therefore that honesty is very important, because there is no any hurry here. There are no like several things also here. It's all about whether this world is real. Well, real means it is the soul and it is the ego. So, but when this Dhamma is understood in the sense that has to purify in and out, that purification of the ignorance has to happen. So otherwise there will not be a liberation. So this is exactly like not looking at the screen, but look at the electric circuit behind the screen. So see what's happening. That insight is important to understand what is the reality. So if the reality is felt, then there won't be any further thing here. There won't be any further to seek here, because the reality has become reality. So otherwise what will happen, even though we just use the term nothingness and so on, the reality it becomes just a knowledge. So then it is nobody, it is not worth for us also, not worth for others also. That becomes just a knowledge transformation. So instead, we need to talk to our insight. Are we still living for us? Are we still living for us? So we have to start back from there. We have to question, and it is not that knowing so many Dhamma, that will not useful at the last breath. So it is about to what extent this transformation has happened. What is the change? So that will mostly help us to understand what is the reality happening, and then this Dhamma actually using not for the knowledge but for this transformation. But that will happen. It is not, we can't say it will happen like, but it will happen. That's how it is happening. But I think contemplation is important, but how to contemplate is also a different science there, because it is not we are rejecting the contemplation. Contemplation is needed, because when you contemplate yourself within only, you can feel this whole thing better. So there is a science here. I think this one day practice Pratipada to great extent, especially the first two techniques discussed there, provide greater guidance to feel this, feel what exactly. It is not just reading words. That try to experience what's happening, what is this formation. So then feel it like, yeah. So that's all what I want to add. Yeah, Harshi, Dr. Avi, Thelwan Saranai.
Yeah, Therwan Saranai, Dr. Ravi and Dr. Kapintala. Yeah, Dr. Ravi.
Yes, Therwan Saranai, another Therwan Saranai, Harshit Therwan Saranai, Andima and all. Yes, yes, I think Randima covered almost all the areas that we should know before we start this experiment, the novel experiment. So we can say like that. So, as Randima said, all the experiences have been now covered with thoughts. What we do here is we try to understand what is the real experience and what are the thoughts that covers this, that wrap the in that particular experience. So we'll take it, we'll take some kind of example and see. So just imagine that you are walking on a a uh, grassy area with a barefoot. So what you feel actually, the softness, the delicateness of the blades of this grass will be felt in your foot. But actually, what happens if you are an ordinary person? You just think you are stepping on a grassy area, so the softness is felt to my foot. So all these conditioned mind uh, uh, cloud dissolve the real experience of the small delicateness of the smooth feeling of the real grass. So actually, the feeling triggers some kind of a feeling triggers uh, a train of thoughts. So we are living in that particular level of thoughts level. But what Lord Buddha said is, just open up and see. Just remove all the thoughts. Just peel all the thoughts and see the real experience what you get. The experience is the thing that has been captured from your five faculties or six faculties. The real experience has been covered by the thoughts. So the thoughts in the sense is not real. The thought in the sense is not real, because we know with the contemplation and with the vidarshana jnana, and we all know the thoughts are mental fabrications. They are not real. They have been created, like names and forms and so on. So we know these things. But if you have good knowledge with it, so that knowledge will automatically apply to that particular instance. So you know the experience is there, and those thoughts, all the thoughts come and cover that real experience. So that the process you will know. That is the usual happening. That's all right. But if you know this, know what is happening here, what will what will happen here, what that with the transformation, what will happen? You tend to feel that the the, the feelings that carried along with the thoughts will not anymore can't affect on you. So that doesn't mean that that means that the the real feeling was there, the uh, softness of the grass, but the feelings that carried along with the thoughts were also there. But these, so it gives another kind of experience for you, that you tend to think that you are the one who is walking along this grassy area, grassy land. So that concepts, that feelings will collapse, because you know the real experience is there, but there is the person that has been built around that real experience will collapse. So what you can perceive is the real experience only, because the rest of the things will collapse, because you know these are created through the thoughts. So there is no chance for you to perceive that feelings, because you know this is not the real thing. It is the icing layer of this cake. The cake was there at the bottom, and if you remove that icing part, frosting part, so you can really eat the cake. So same thing happens here. So with the knowledge and the understanding,
You know this frosting is not long has any kind of value there, then you tend to automatically it will tend to remove, then open up the real part, real cake. So then of course you can perceive the, you can feel the absolute softness of the grass. But in that very particular instance, the notion of you is not there. So that is the pure experience will only be there, only the experience. So that will happen with the understanding. So as Randima said earlier, at the early stages we have to contemplate how these the mechanism, the process, how these uh, thoughts get created, and then of course it will no longer assign any kind of a value that thought at the latter stages. This value that we used to assign for that thought will collapse, will no longer be there with it. So then what will happen? The value that you put earlier was the for the your notion of I, the self. That self feeling will no longer be there. Without the self, the perception is there, the softness of the grass. So that will tend to feel with the understanding. But ultimately, so as you go along that path, you tend to feel that there is no such a thing called softness as well. So likewise, if you apply to your eye faculty, same thing will happen to you. You will tend to feel that there is no such a thing called light even, no such a thing called uh, ear even. As long as your faculties are functioning, those kind of feelings would be there. That's perfectly all right. But it those perceptions are also become a part of that same illusion. So that would be the ultimate, the the the, the end point of this part. So so in order to achieve that level, so you have to pass certain stages. First, you have to understand for the knowledge that these what do you call these thoughts are not real. Then you tend to feel yes, absolutely they are not real. At least it becomes a feeling. It becomes a feeling that how does it becomes a feeling that you automatically you won't assign any value to that. So as long as you don't assign that comes automatically, assign a value to that thoughts, you will able to feel the perception, pure pure perception only, without a self, because you know self is a creation of your own mind. So then what will then when you move forward further, the perception itself has you get to know that itself has no value for that either. There is no such a thing called perception, that kind of a perception as well. So that doesn't mean that you are going to stay away from every perception. No, you can still deal with everything, with the thoughts, with the perceptions and all these things you feel when you touch the chair in front of you. You feel the firmness, the solidity of the uh, chair as usual, but you know there is no such a feeling like hardness or firmness. That comes through the understanding. So the internal transformation will that's why it takes some time to you feel the actual internal transformation, because when you are in the mundane world you took all of these perceptions as real, but with the understanding you tend to feel along with the internal transformation you achieve, there's no such a feeling as such. So that's why Aranvansi says this contemplation and the actual feeling goes hand in hand. In each stages, you need to do some kind of a contemplation, but at the latter stages, that you know that you are contemplating, you are well aware that you are doing here, you are doing this contemplation. You are well aware. For if you know that you are contemplating in these stages, there's no way entangling with the I-ness. There's no chance of getting entangled with the I-ness, because you know without yourself you can contemplate either. So that's why the people who became arahat also, they can plan very well. They can get away from certain risks. They can take some kind of mitigatory actions for getting out of certain risks in the future that will uh, about to happen. So but they know that they are contemplating. The contemplation also can happen because it is done with the mind sensor. So we know it's the mind sensor. That is the nature of the sensor. So let the mind sensor to work. So you can't stop it because it is not belongs to you. It does not belong to you. So it will continue to work. I will continue to work. Your all five sensors, six sensors continue to work, but you tend to feel you are no longer there with them. That is the moment that your functional mind uh, get activated. So if it remains static, if it is persisting, start to persist for a longer period, that is the real awakening. The awakening, that is the super awareness. You have the awareness that your six senses are working as usual. So let you can let anything to happen. So you can yeah, that's it. Teruvan Saranaharshi, any comment or we can discuss on that either? Teruvan Saran. I think
Yeah,
Dr. Kuntala is also
Dr.
here with us. I
Yeah,
don't know whether she talked earlier.
no, she didn't. Yeah, we would like to listen to her input as well. Maybe she has comments about Dr. Ravi's uh,
Yes,
Theruvan
Tirvan
Saranai.
Saranai. I pay my homage at Aryan Mahasitri. Actually, I also joined a little late, but what I felt was the discussion started with sort of very general and background type of things, and then gradually the discussion moved towards more deeper and deeper parts, which was very informative. So, as Ravi said, uh, what to start with the initial comments actually about the meditation, what I wanted to say was that uh, meditation has become a kind of a medal in the Buddhist practices, so because people say proudly that we are meditating and we are going for meditation classes, etc., which is a fact in all over the world. But as all of us know that concentration meditation is the one which is being practiced, and then I also have the same experience, and then after so many years I realized that there was nothing that you could expect from going on doing it, and I was practicing it in much harsher sort of circumstances also, but nothing gained at the end. So I think we know that it's just a temporary thing, so just we have to leave it aside. And then we all have been gifted by with so many things. We are born as human beings with no significant physical or mental handicap where we can understand this true Dhamma, and we have found noble friend who is explaining all these things very clearly. And we are in a country, or in areas where we can hear this Dhamma. So all these things actually have been gifted to us. It's kept on a tray and offered to us. So why not take the full advantage of what we have been gifted? Then about what Randima and Ravi explained, actually, though so many preachers, so many deshanas have been explanations done by our noble friend, it only points out to one thing, that this is an imaginary world that we are experiencing, what is created by our senses, and what we have to sort of experiment and dig and find out exactly how this self-feeling occurred, how this feeling of existence occurred, and then going further deeper, how these thoughts are formed. Anything that you can think of is a sound, and it is a thought. So whether you call it mother, father, myself, America, Sri Lanka, or car, bus, mango tree, all those are sounds and they are all thoughts. So how the thoughts are formed, and then going further down, how the thought is formed, which is an aggregation of the sensor functions, the faculties, the function of the faculties, and how the sensor functions, that means the formation of the color, sound, taste, smell, and the skin sensation, how did that happen? How did those occur? And then you further go down, and then you find that it is all creations of some form of vibrations. And further going down, you realize that there's nothing called permanently lasting vibrations also. Vibration is something that randomly occur then and there when the relevant causes meet together, and as an effect or a result, you get all these created within a fraction of a second, not one after the other, actually the whole thing, though it is explained as a string, one after the other, all these things happen right at this moment. And it didn't last before a fraction of a second. It wasn't there, and it's not there in the next fraction of seconds. So it is just an instant spark only. And these sparks occur from all six faculties actually, as a continuous and a very fast, rapid flow. And when it occurs as a very rapid process, the sparks are seen as one single light, or the sparks are seen as one sound, and sparks are seen as a thought, and the sparks are seen as something existing, and the final result is the concept of myself. So this is all due to the speed, which you cannot tell in numbers actually. The fastest speed that we are explaining, if I am correct, is the speed of the light. But this is much more faster than that. So the scientists will not be able to give it in number. And that is why it create something which really looks real. So we are all entangled in this creation, taking it as real, and we believe that this is real, this is what is existing, and to what we are imagining or what we accept as really existing, we cling or we have aversion, all sorts of things. So this clinging or aversion, in other words, is another phase of the self-existence. The self-existence is described in many ways. So it's described as a current that occurs, a current that a system feels, or you can also call it defilements or the self-existence. These are all different phases, I would say, of the same current. So understanding this is the important thing, that is the must. And more you listen to these preachers' sermons by our noble friend, it becomes more and more clearer. And certain experiences gradually tend to sort of flow in without realizing how it happened. So that is the beauty of it. So I think that's what I wanted to say. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Therwan Saranai, Aren Wahansa.
Dr. Sakuntala and everyone. I think we had a very good discussion today with everybody's contribution about how the mind is created, the practical approach, and how to kind of get to the liberation from the mind. And thank you very much once again. I think we have come to the end of the session. So we'll have a equally fruitful session tomorrow. Let's pay homage to Aryan Wahanse at our feet. For now, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. We'll meet again tomorrow. Thiruvan Saranai, everyone.
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai,
Therwan Saranai, everyone.
we are starting our English Zoom discussion in this way. Uh, so we have been doing these things, these kind of discussions in English language for about 1 year. So at very first outset, I'd like to pay my humble homage to our noble friend Buddothpado R.N. and I'd like to extend my sincere blessings to those who have joined this discussion. Every day at 7:45 a.m. in Sri Lankan time, we gather uh, like this to seek the profound truth that has been revealed by Lord Buddha about 2500 years back. Though we know until now, we knew this doctrine of Buddha is as somewhat that belongs to a person who knows Pali well. But we are very fortunate to hear this Dhamma in our own native language, that is Sinhala. So now what we are doing is what we have understood in Sinhala, we are trying to communicate through the English language. So that will the entire world will be benefited from that, through that. So otherwise, if the Buddha teachings were only in Pali language, so very limited people are would be able to understand that. But now the opportunity has become more open. So there is an open kind of opportunity to all of us, to the entire world actually. So anyone who can understand English even a little bit. So what we are trying to communicate here is not very difficult to understand. So, and also the Zoom discussion link is also available in our main websites. So please feel free to join this Zoom discussion online, and you can start discussing about this Dhamma in real time. So this is the opportunity that all the people in the world have. So I invite everyone to join this forum and let's discuss together. So that's why this has become a very rare kind of opportunity to all of us, because I think this is the only forum that talks about the absolute truth and that is preached by Lord Buddha about 2500 years back. this may be the one and only forum. So that's much this forum has become important and precious and very rare. Anyway, if you happen to listen this, that means you have fulfilled your eligibility criteria to know this absolute truth. So other than these kind of discussions, you have texts that can be read through the internet. So they have been published in our main website. The main website is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website. So in English there are there is a series called The True Dhamma Has Awakened. So there are 6 volumes. So they are in the main website, so you can download them for free and you can read them. So I invite you to visit that site and also get them downloaded, and please feel free to read them attentively. And if you have any doubts or any query about those things, you are most welcome to this forum and you can ask them directly, and we can try to solve those things then and there. So this is another opportunity. So for those who have already interested in modern day scientific knowledge, and if they are curious enough to see whether it really tally with this absolute truth, you have a special site that you can visit and see, and it will clearly explain how this ancient wisdom clearly bridges with the modern day findings. So that website is www.wisdomofasia.com website, and please feel free to visit that website as well. So while our friends get joined to this forum, I'd like to recap some important points that we have discussed in this forum in previous discussions. So recently, in one of our discussions, a participant shared a deep concern. So if I try to bring up his concern, so I can tell it like this: if one does not clearly distinguish between ordinary thoughts and the arising of the notion of self, the path can become complicated. So that is a kind of statement that has been declared by one of our Dhamma friends. So let me read it again. If one does not clearly distinguish between ordinary thoughts and arising of notion of self, the path becomes complicated. See, what does that mean? This reflection is pretty much meaningful. When someone is able to identify clearly what the thought is, that understanding would make him or her to comprehend about the mind. And if he or she realize realizes realize that the self is also another thought, that means he clearly gets to know that the notion of the self is also a mind creation. But unfortunately, what most of our listeners think, thought is a different thing. The notion of the self or the me, mine concept is another thing. No, this is very wrong. Again, if you think the notion of the self is another thing, it is again becomes a thought in you. And if you think the rest of the thoughts are thoughts, that thought itself become a thought for you. So this won't help you anymore for clear understanding of the mind. Thought cannot be understood from another thought. Then comes a question, how we can understand this thought otherwise using the thought? Yes, there's a way. First, you have to learn, you have to know how the thoughts get created. You will get to know that by thoughts. It's fine. It's fine. So here you need use your mind to understand the mind at the early stages. That is perfectly normal. That is all right. But once you understood what the thought is, that will no longer become a knowledge for you. It becomes some kind of a understanding. So it automatically comes. So after you understood what the mechanism, how this thought gets created, then you don't want to contemplate it each and every time how this creation happens. And also you don't want to think, no, this is another thought like this. So you don't want to do it because you understood the mechanism how this thought get created. It comes from the clear understanding only. It is not just another thought saying that the rest of the things are thoughts. So then comes the question, how we can understand the way it has been formed. So I'm talking about the thought. In order to do so,
we have to go back to the Majja Sutra. Majja Sutra, in the sense, the heart of the Dhamma is there, that has been uh, revealed to the world by Lord Buddha. The mother
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom in this era. May Aryan Wahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world, to end the suffering of all human beings, where their sansaric journey is created in the human mind. Teruvan Saranai. As since every day I am briefing about true Buddhist philosophy, because our greatest spiritual teacher, Lord Buddha, 2500 years ago, revealed something was not known at that time. There were so many seekers, spiritual seekers at that time, but actually nobody knew how to redeem from the sansaric journey. So many rishis were there, so many spiritual teachers are there. Lord Buddha actually went to searching for truth, went to meet so many spiritual masters, I think about 8. From all of them, Lord Buddha has taken all the teachings and finally understood the truth is not in that teachings. So Lord Buddha thought of searching it with his own accordance. So Lord Buddha tried to understand it with his own with his satya jnana. That means with his wisdom, Lord Buddha has tried to understand it. After suffering about 6 years without food, even Atta Kilamatana Yoga, Lord Buddha has gone and see the two extremes. Lord Buddha lived in the palace as a prince, Siddhartha. That is one extreme. That is the sensual pleasure extreme. Then he gone away from the palace and while searching for Dhamma, the truth, all of the sannyasis at that time and spiritual masters believed that samana, according to Indian word, samana means without food. They are actually trying to achieve something without having food. So with a very little, even small fruit or a leaf or something like that. Lord Buddha tried that until a near-death experience. Until such time, the experience of suffering, given so many sufferings to the body and try to find this truth. But actually, Lord Buddha understood. These are the two extremes, Sukha and Dukkha, Sapa and Dukkha. That means pleasure and the pain. Two extremes Lord Buddha experienced and become to know that in those two experience in those two extremes there are no actually there are no truth, there is no true Dhamma. So while trying like this, Lord Buddha understood without going to one of the two extremes. Lord Buddha tried to become, that means follow the middle path without giving much suffering to the body and without giving much pleasure to the body. And while doing that, while in that path, try to, with Lord Buddha's wisdom, the Prince Siddhartha's wisdom. However, very hard, with a great effort, Lord Buddha found this enlightening. That means the ultimate truth, going beyond the three realms: sensual realm, form realm, and non-form realm. But after that, so many years after Buddha's era, when until that Lord Buddha's true Dhamma was here, so many arahants were there. They were managed to go beyond the three realms and attain arahanthood. But about 1,000 odd years, this true Dhamma, actually speaking, the foundation of true Buddhist philosophy was not here, because so many stupid people have destroyed the great Dhamma, great teachings of Lord Buddha, and it was hidden in the sand, like it's hidden in the earth, like it. Such a long time, there were no any kind of truth. All the monks, Buddhist monks in different countries said, we have to go to, that means we have to search for another Buddha to come. But in the meantime, a son of Buddha, a Shravaka Buddha has come to this world, come to this country, that is Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Aryan Vahanse also tried like us to search about this true teachings of Lord Buddha with a great difficulty after 30 years of suffering and experiencing in the faraway jungle monasteries and doing the one-pointedness meditation for so many long years, finally understood there is no redemption, there is no going beyond samsaric journey through this one-pointedness meditation, because there is a meditator in that. That means there is a doer there. So Aryan Vahanse also, like Prince Siddhartha, left that path, completely left that path, and Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse found the true meditation in Lord Buddha's teachings. That is called Vidarshana meditation, insight meditation. In Lord Buddha's sutras, it is actually in the Lord Buddha's sutras. But nobody found that. Nobody can understand that. Though they can understand, even they were just stayed like deaf and dumb, because Lord Buddha said in his all of the sutras, like all of the sutras, it shows very clearly this Dhamma is based on cause and effect law. But our people taken it as karmic law. Karmic law is only one part. Cause and effect law is the ultimate law. So Lord Buddha actually taught us to overcome this samsaric journey and then become the nature. So we have to follow the nature law, cause and effect law. So Buddothpado Aryan Vansi understood this Dhamma is completely based on cause and effect law. And Aryan Vansi, while trying this insight meditations and understanding this true Dhamma of Lord Buddha's sutras, Buddothpado Aryan Vansi has become to know the inside hidden meanings of those sutra deshana, and while practicing this true Buddhist meditation, which is insight meditation and walking meditation, doing all these insights for so many years, Aryan Vansi has become a fully enlightened spiritual master, gone beyond the three realms, that is called sensual realm, form realm, and non-form realm, and become a Sravaka Buddha of Gautama Buddun Vahanse. So Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is the greatest spiritual master who knows the ultimate truth and showing us the path to redeeming from this endless samsaric journey, creation in the mind. But actually speaking, there were 800 billion people living on this planet Earth. There were very few uh, who came to this path to Nibbana through the teachings of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse for the past 6 years. That means there are a lot of people who are listening, and most of them have understanding this Dhamma and they are in the path to Nibbana, but very few, until now, very few have come up to some certain levels of this ultimate truth, and one not few people have fully realized. And actually speaking, other than that, not in any other religion, not any other religious believings, though there are millions of people in other religions, they couldn't reach even into this stream entry, because they are completely thinking based on a great lie, that is, there is a creator up there. But according to this true Buddhist philosophy, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is clearly showing us, based on the Lord Buddha's Dhamma, it shows very clearly we are the creator of our own world. That means we are creating our own world based on the mind. So today I am talking about a summary of Nivana Obalangamai. Nibbana is near you, Deshana. Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse has done 6 years ago and uploaded to YouTube. In that Nibbana is near you, Deshana, the Dhamma discourse, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is talking about the Majje Sutra, a great Dhamma discourse of Lord Buddha, which is in Anguttara Nikaya, Chatta Nipata, in the Pali Canon. In that, Lord Buddha said, if somebody understands the two ends, two extremes, and stay with wisdom, not attaching to the middle, he is a great supreme person. He has gone beyond the creation. Yes, as I said earlier, if somebody understands the two extremes, yes, suffering and pleasure, the both extremes are inside the mind. Not anything is, nothing is out there, because everything we see, hear and feel, everything is in our mind. We see our mind, we feel our mind, and we hear our mind. All are reflections and sound forms, light forms and touch forms only. So in that says the two extremes are in the mind, because there's no way for us to experience the outside, because we see everything through the eye lenses. That means all are reflections or shadows. We can't hear anything. We can't actually we can't hear the original sound. We are hearing a vibrational sound only, because according to the eardrum vibration. And body, actually speaking, the feeling, also the touch feelings, smells are touching the nose, tastes are touching the tongue, and body skin is touching the other things. Cold weather, breeze, hot and cold, and everything, every other sensations, hard and soft and everything. So if somebody understands the two extremes and with wisdom, yes, we can't just see the two extremes, but when we understand it with wisdom, we know there are two extremes. The way the way people are living, we can see there are two extremes in the mind. One is suffering and one is the pleasure. So if somebody understand the two ends and stay with wisdom, not attaching to the middle, that means not attaching to the middle means not creating thought power, not creating any kind of thought power. It has to be still without grabbing the thoughts. Then He is a great supreme person. He has gone beyond the creation. Because if somebody understands the two extremes are useless, they used to see the middle path, and they should stay without attaching or clashing to with the mind or the body or everything. Then only they become great supreme people and going beyond the creation, because the path to Nibbana opens up from the middle. That is why called middle path in Dhamma. One extreme is internal, six senses, and the other extreme is external, six senses. Consciousness is in the middle. Center is craving. Yes. One extreme is internal six senses. The other extreme is external six senses. Yes. In the body there are six senses system. So the stimuli is coming through those six senses system creates internal six senses system. So consciousness is in the middle. Yes, knowing consciousness is in the middle. Then actually creator is craving. Creator is craving. If the consciousness is in the middle, if there is no craving, there is no sansaric journey creation. But if there is craving, and craving happen to connect with the consciousness, then the sansaric journey creates through that. When those two extremes are not meeting, that means gone beyond the two extremes. Yes, that means this external six senses and internal six senses are not meeting. That means gone beyond the two extremes. Yo bante viditwana, recognizing the two extremes, and Majje manta nalibbati tambruti tambrohi mahapuriso Seda Simbani Majjaga. Who is not attached to the middle is the great person. At the point of meeting the stitchers, not attaching to the stitchers, no more stitching creates. Yes, when we stitching some cloth, when we happen to see the stitches and we are not attaching to the stitches, no more stitching is happening. We understand actually the sansaric journey is like a stitching. So when we happen to see the stitches, how these internal six senses and external six senses are combining with the stitches, bonds. When we understand those bonds, we are not going to stitch more. No more stitches are creating. In this Majje Sutra, redeeming from past and future ends are not attaching to the present middle, redeeming from all those, showing all these and seeing the Nibbana. In this Madhya Sutra, it says, redeeming from past and future. I mean, this mind is always thinking about the past things, no? Thinking about the past and creating thoughts based on past and clinging to them and circulating and making thought processes without end. And also it jumps into future and doing the same thing. Jumps in, that means creating, that means planning about the future based on the past perceptions, past perceptions, planning the future. That is why in Madhya Sutra it says, redeeming from past and future ends and not attaching to the present. Yes, we know past is just an illusion. We can't reverse the past. And we know the future has not come yet. And that is also useless. More thinking about thinking and thinking without end, planning and planning without end, those are useless. So we can plan, but without just, if they are according to our needs, we can plan anything for the future, but continuously thinking about future is useless. That is also happening based on the past. So, but actually speaking, we are living only in this fraction of the moment only. We are living in this very moment. Therefore, we should not attach to the present also. That means the middle. Past and future is the two extremes. Middle is the present, and we know past is useless, and planning for more, thinking and wasting time about future is also useless. But attaching to the present is also useless. That means we just sitting here and daydreaming or dreaming to go to heaven or something, to Brahma realm, or that is useless, because thinking will not take this system to anywhere, because this Dhamma is a feeling Dhamma. But we have to listen to Dhamma. We have to do the Arya Pareshana according to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true teachings and contemplations based on the true Buddhist philosophy and the true teachings of Lord Gautama Buddha. We have to be not attaching to the present also, then redeeming from these who can see the Nibbana. Madhya Sutra, it is described in that way. When two ends are not meeting, there is no middle meeting. Then what about the craving? We will not find anything to crave. Yes, when two ends are not meeting, that means when we are not meeting the past or the future, there's nothing for us to crave for, because we know past, all the past is also perceptions. Future is also perceptions. We live in millions of full of perception world, but each and every perception is just a form, like color form, sound form, touch form, taste form, smell form. That's it. Then what is the use of craving for shadows? What is the use of craving for sound vibrations? What is the use of craving for touches? Useless. Everything is useless. Therefore, somebody who are not meeting these two ends, he will not meet the middle. Then what about the craving? There's no anything you will find to crave about. When you see a mirror, you can see so many things through that mirror. Your form and the background, trees, if you are in a room, beds, uh, and windows, and so many clouds, sky, trees, birds, anything you can see when you open a mirror. But you, with your wisdom, you know, you can see so many things inside the mirror, but you know anything is not true because you can't touch, you can't feel anything in the mirror. So we are not going to crave anything for anything in the mirror because we know there's nothing in the mirror, just reflection. Actually speaking, this system, everything happening into this system is also the same. We see everything as mirror images. Everything coming through this six sense system. Even about these thoughts are also just synchronizing. Thoughts are also just mirror images. The past perceptions, past memory, synchronizing to the present. When we are not fooled by the consciousness illusion, we are not meeting anything from outside. We will realize the truth. Yes. Actually speaking, in a thought is created with 5 aggregates according to true Buddhist philosophy. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. With these 5 things combined and created the thought. Rupa means the form. It may be a color form, sound form, taste form, smell form, a touch form, or a thought form. So Vedana means the feeling. The feeling joining with that form. Sanya means the perception. Sanya means the perceptions. Perception, according to that perception, creating according to that form and feeling. Then the perception, sanya. Sankara. Sankara means combination of rupa, vedana, sanya. Form, feeling, and perception. All those 3 things are combining and some mental construction is happening in the sankara. Aggregate sankara. Something, a mental construction is happening at that point. And the 5th stage, consciousness. Consciousness is the knower, doer, actually the understander of this thought. That is how a thought is creating and the consciousness is understanding it. And actually speaking, the consciousness illusion is actually a illusion because consciousness knowing things separately with the 100% wrong view. Therefore, consciousness always gives us wrong facts about that stimuli, what we see about that thought. That is why Aryan Mahansi is explaining it is the consciousness illusion. So when we are not fooled by the consciousness illusion, after listening to Buddothpado, Aryan Mahanse's great Dhamma only the seeker will be understanding the consciousness illusion. Until such time, the seeker cannot understand this consciousness is an illusion. Therefore, as once the seeker understands this consciousness is an illusion, because it is becoming according to the consciousness is becoming an illusion due to the ignorance, the wrong view of looking at things and thinking about thoughts, and everything happens due to the wrong way of looking at things, understanding things. That is why Aryan Mahansi is explaining consciousness is an illusion. We are not meeting anything from outside. Yes, always this mind consciousness thing shows us. We are very clearly know that everything is creating in the mind. After listening this Dhamma, there is no outside that we see, clearly know. But still this consciousness illusion is telling us, when we see a parrot, a nice green parrot, consciousness says parrot is out there, always pointing everything out, not see in the mental picture, just showing, just taking us, giving us an idea of what you see, what you hear, and what you feel, everything is out there. So if somebody understand and not fooled by the consciousness illusion, he is not meeting anything from outside, and he will realize the truth. Actually speaking, if we are looking at each and everything, that means the mental pictures with the correct view, we know nothing is there, nothing is out there. Then this type of consciousness, the mind consciousness, was not happening. The actual consciousness is non-manifesting consciousness. But the listeners of this great Dhamma, ultimate truth, Aryan Mahansa is opening up to the world, the listeners will get the non-manifesting consciousness. That means non-manifesting consciousness understand the mental pictures as it is and not falling outside. That is the two different things. That is the actual truth. Yes. This Dhamma discourse is in the whole Buddhist teachings. Yes. This Dhamma discourse of Majjhya Sutra opens up the whole Buddhist teachings. It says like this stanza, Hetum paticca sambhutam, hetu banga nirucchati. Hetu nisa hatagat palaya, hetu niruddha vena vita palayat niruddha ve. That means due to causes, effects are arising. When the causes are ceasing, effects are also ceasing. At the point of redeeming from cause and effect law, we are meeting Nibbana. Yes. While listening to this Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa's Dhamma and practicing his great four contemplations, while fully realizing the true Buddhist philosophy, we very well understand everything is happening according to this nature law, cause and effect law. Because without a cause, there is no effect in this cosmos. So, we should redeem from this cause and effect law. At the point of redeeming from this cause and effect law, we are meeting Nibbana. That means there are no special causes for us. There's no special effects for us. Everything becomes neutral. Every cause and effect become neutral means we are redeeming from the cause and effect law and we are meeting Nibbana. Actually speaking, there's no state called Nibbana. That means Nibbana means neutralizing of this thought power. When the thought power is neutralizing means our samsaric journey power, that is called sasrava power. That is, we can call it the self vibration. Become neutral, then there is nibbana, no suffering, no more suffering, no more birth, no more death, nothing. Though we called as world, this world is creating in our mind. We are creating our world through our six senses. Chittena niyati loko. Actually speaking, Lord Buddha said, Mahanani Sitanam Loke, that means Chittena niyati loke. Loko means your world is your mind. Your world is inside your mind. You have created it. Created by the mind and suffering by the mind, we are finally lost in the world like one gone astray. Yes, we have created a world based on the mind through the sensory organs and suffering by the mind. And we are lost in the mind-based world like one gone astray. We are lost in the mind that no end is in any direction and feel lonely with suffering. Yes, while running for this sensual pleasure, and you are searching for a world, actually there's no world outside. By finally you are running and running and running, finally you will be running without knowing no end. Actually no end. You're running without an end in all the other directions and feel lonely with suffering because you can't find anything outside as you want because everything is created in this mind. We are actually fooled by the mind. Finally, having lost in different wrong views, full of useless thoughts, a world of illusionary thoughts created by the mind and entangled in it, attaching and clashing in a dangerous suffering. Yes, all the time this world is actually happening due to the thoughts, because it is a thought world. We are creating thoughts. We are creating thoughts. That is our world with thoughts. When, that means when we see something, actually we are not seeing, we are understanding, thinking. When we see something, we are thinking what we are seeing. By thinking only, understanding what we are seeing. Therefore, the seeing means a thinking. Hearing is also the same. When we hear something, we are understanding the hearing by thinking. That means we are not hearing, that is there we are thinking. Feeling is also like that. When we feel something, when we feel something, when we feel something, we are just thinking and understanding. That means we are not feeling, we are thinking. Even for the roaming, all the thoughts are also, roaming thoughts are also like that. When a thought appears, we are thinking and understanding the thought. That is how it happens. That is why a world of illusionary thoughts created by the mind and entangled in it. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is very nicely describing it. Attaching and clashing in a dangerous suffering. Because the mind always gives you suffering. Because of the unsatisfactory nature of that mind, it can always give you sufferings. Fallen into samsara. This is a great Dhamma discourse we are talking about. When you see this, you can feel the truth. Yes, Aryan Vahanse is describing. When you see these facts clearly, you can feel the truth. Do you think there are things outside? Aryan Vahanse is asking. Do you think there are things outside? See carefully what is in front of you. Are those outside or in the it is that your mind? Yes. Nothing is outside. We can see only our mind. Nothing is outside. We are seeing only our mind. Nothing is outside. We are hearing only our mind. Nothing is outside. We are feeling only our mind. And nothing is outside. We are understanding the thoughts. Therefore, all the time this mind consciousness is fooling you with the thoughts and giving you suffering, because uh, so- not, nothing is there, and but it shows something is there. It's like that. That means something which is not there, mind consciousness is showing it is there. That means giving some kind of uh, feeling to this system. There are things outside. That is the greatest illusion this mind consciousness is doing, because mind consciousness is happening due to the ignorance. But mind consciousness is happening due to the ignorance. Because the way of wrong thinking, wrong views. But this true Dhamma of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, based on Lord Buddha's teachings, shows us the right view. Avoiding those wrong views, Aryan Mahanse shows us to see through the right view. See through the right view. And when we happen to see through that right view, we know there is nothing outside. Everything is a creation of the mind, and there's nothing inside the mind also, because each and every stimuli coming through these six senses are arising and ceasing in the same at this fraction of the mind second. And this human body is only a six sense system, and this body is not belongs to anybody. There's nobody here. This is actually the nature. We are actually this one. We 800 billion people means 800 billion human machines are there. Nothing else. And we are just like the sea waves. 800 billion sea waves. Thinking they are separate, but actually not. They are in the same ocean of nature. We all are in the same ocean of nature, and coming out with each human machine is coming up as a sea wave and going down. Not a separate one, only a part, only the nature. There's no separation, completely the nature. A sea wave is actually not belongs to, actually the sea wave belongs to the sea, not separated, cannot live separately from the ocean. Like these human machines are also like the same, just coming up, showing and going away, fading away. So each and every human machine is like a sea wave. When you see this, you can feel the truth. Yes. Those are everything, those are thoughts. The sound you hear from outside, how it come? Are those things outside told you that I am a dog, I am a tree, I am a house, etc.? They didn't say so. Actually speaking, everything we see is conceptual names, conceptual conventions. Seeing, hearing, feeling, tasting, smelling, everything everything are conceptual conventions. Nobody says I am this, I am that. No, that even a tree doesn't show up that I am a that tree. We have put so many names to those things, and we have created the separate world. That is why it is like this. All are mind creations. See your mind. If it is a sound, it occurred in your mind. It is a sota vijnana, ear consciousness. If it is a smell, touch, if it occurred in the mind, it is nose consciousness. If it is a form created in the mind, it is an eye consciousness. Created in the mind means sampasa, sparsha, touched and became sensitive, delighted, gone to a knowing. In Dhamma it says feeling, recognition and knowing. Vindhim, හැඳිනීම and දැනගැනීම. First we feel something, then recognize it, then knowing about it. This is what happened with the touch. Feeling, recognition and knowing is called skandha, aggregates. Yes, feeling, recognition and knowing. Skandha means they are the creations in the mind. Then finally what happened, only one thing, that is sensitivity. Sensitivity means skandha. Sensitivity is equal to skandha, is equal to feeling, recognition and knowing. In Dhamma it says skandhanam patibhavo ayatanam patilabho ayang uchchati jati. In this world, birth of tree, birth of dog, birth of man, all these are creating due to the existence creation. There is a arising and ceasing of these. Arising is uppada and ceasing is bhanga. Utpada titi bhanga. This is describing in Madhya Sutra. Something is arising and it is just showing and then ceasing. So that is the great Dhamma discourse of Lord Buddha, and Aryan Vahanse is creating, it's actually explaining us. When the two extremes, illusions are not existing, middle is also not true. Yes, if we are not creating the two ends, there won't be a middle. That means everybody who come up to this great spiritual knowing, he will finally be in the Nibbana. For today, I am going to conclude this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado, Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, our great spiritual master, showing us the way out of this samsaric journey. This is the Dhamma discussion from 3 to 5 every day, Sri Lanka time, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Our other Dhamma friends will join now to discuss about this ultimate truth of humanity, the great Dhamma. Lord Buddha has experienced and revealed before 2600 years ago, and Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, our great spiritual master, our Kalyana Mitra, a Shravaka Buddha who realized the ultimate truth of realization, went beyond all these three realms: sensual realm, form realm, and non-form realm, with his ultimate wisdom. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is showing us the path to go out of this wheel of suffering. Aryan Vahanse has done more than 13,000 sermons in the past 6 years, and now in English medium and Tamil medium there are many Dhamma discourses of Aryan Vahanses. For the English speaking people and Tamil speaking people around the world. In all these Dhamma discourses, showing a very short path to understand the illusionary world we live. That means, though we are thinking this is something, this world is somewhere outside, actually it is not so. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is very clearly showing us in the true Buddhist philosophy, there is nothing outside. We are experiencing our mind only. That means all the stimuli coming through this sixth sense system are creating inside the mind and just arising and ceasing at this fraction of the moment. That is what we are seeing, hearing, and feeling, and the flowing of thoughts are also like that. So we completely understand there is nothing outside because we can see through this world with these two lenses in our eyes. You know, as a normal human being, if we see through something through this lenses means that is only a reflection, not the original one. That means we are seeing this world in reflections. So there should be light for us to see anything. Actually speaking, there's no light and there's no sound. All those are just vibratory creations happening. This light is synchronizing to the eyes, because when the eyes, our two eyes are vibrating, the light vibration and the eye vibration is become same, and the gap is vanishing and the synchronization is happening. That means eye vibration and light vibration become one. Then whatever outside, that whatever is there, those vibrations are also equal to this eye vibration and light vibration. Those things also, those vibrations are also synchronizing to this eye vibration, light vibration, and that stimuli vibration. Then that is how we see things. Sound is also like that. When we hear sounds, that means our eardrum is vibrating. Each and everything in this cosmos is in the vibratory nature. Our eardrums are vibrating and the sound outside also vibrating. When the eardrums vibration and the sound outside sound vibration is become same, they synchronize. The gap between those two vibrations ceasing and they become one. That is how we hear things. Feeling is also the same. Everything's happening according to this synchronization system. Thoughts are also like that. Past thoughts are synchronizing to the present, as in past stimuli. Thoughts are synchronizing to the present ones. That is how we feel, we understand thoughts also like that. We are completely living in a vibratory nature with each and everything is happening as synchronizations. So there's nothing outside, means each and every seeing, hearing and feeling are forms, creations happening in the mind, and mind is giving names for them according to the conceptual names fed into this system from the early childhood. Therefore, the stimuli are forms and names. Then the names and forms combination, then creating a thought. That is how we understand things. All those thoughts are made with 5 aggregates. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. Rupa means the form. Feeling means form, feeling, perception, and the mental construction. At the point of mental constructions, form, feeling, and perceptions blend together, and some kind of mental construction is happening in the Sankara stage of aggregates. And the consciousness, the knowing is happening. That is how a thought is created. So we see, we hear, and we feel everything. Actually, we are not seeing, we are thinking and understanding what we are seeing. We are not hearing, we are thinking and understanding what we are hearing. Actually, when we eat something also, when we are tasting, we are thinking and understanding what we are eating. Smelling also the same. We are thinking and understanding what we are smelling, what we are thinking and understanding what we are feeling. So everything is based on name and form. That means names and forms are created inside the mind, but each and every name and form. Combination is a thought, but each and every thought is appearing in this fraction of the moment and just disappearing. Therefore, there is nothing in the mind also.
Champa.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor.
Sorry, I just came. What were you discussing today?
Nothing, Doctor. Only me, no. So until you join, I just talk about
Started.
the outside. It's not there. Nothing is
Mm,
the mind like that. Those things I just did a small briefing.
mm. Anything new today, Champa, that you learned?
Doctor, last night Aryan Mahase didn't join.
Didn't join, yeah.
Today morning also for a certain time he joined, but he didn't discuss anything about Dhamma.
Mm,
But I have full written so many things. But no need of written things. We can discuss something, no, Doctor. The everything
yes,
the same thing. No, the Dhamma is the same thing.
yes,
Blending in different ways and giving out. No, so we can discuss anything.
yes, actually. There is an important aspect that we always highlight, right? That this whatever this things happening, even though we feel like happening it like as a pattern or as a event, we have a flow of events.
Yes.
We feel like there is a flow of events actually, but that's a mirage.
Yes.
And that has to actually, through experience, you have to actually feel that it is only happening here
Yes.
at this moment.
Yes.
That is actually beginning of the path.
Yes.
After that, actually, when the self view is gone,
Mm-hmm.
usually slowly this Sahasra power or the power will slowly come down.
Yes.
And there is a time that we have kind of, it takes some time because we have already, there is power already because of previous power.
Yes.
And it takes time for the power to go away. But the main important aspect is knowing that it's only happening in one moment. That
Yes.
is the main important part of the beginner.
Yes.
Anything around that?
Yes, Doctor. That means we are living only in this moment, in this fraction of this moment. Only we are living.
Yeah, in
That
one stimuli.
in one stimuli. That stimuli is also arising and ceasing
No,
in this.
actually, that stimuli is a mirage. That even that is that not there.
Yes, but actually, due to this vibrationary illusion, we see it as it is there. We see
No,
it.
the thing is, we can't. In one moment, how you feel is, if the vibration here is gone, the sarthava is gone. For a moment, you will not feel anything because of this vibration only. We telepathize to any vibration. That's why
Uh-huh.
we can see.
Right, right, right. Mm-hmm.
But it will continue until like without power you can see, that's a different thing. But
Yes,
with power in the beginning, as for a beginner, we
yes,
usually synchronize with our sasa.
Yes, that means, doctor, you mean this system is every moment that means vibrating due to that all the
No,
stimuli.
that is the synchronization means.
Yes, yes.
When we see the fan, it is already there.
Yes, it's
That
synchronized.
power.
Yes.
But that power is the power that is going away. Fan will be there, but that power will go away.
Right. It's then
After knowing the truth.
yes. Then the fan is just a fan only. Yes.
Yeah, that is what is going to happen.
Mm-hmm. But doctor, if something is happened, that means if something become a thing only, that vibrational nature is there, no?
Yeah, that's what the thing. If the fan is not a thing, that means fan will be there, but that vibration is not there means it's not a thing.
Yes, that we are also feeling those things, no?
Yeah.
Each
Yeah.
and everything is not becoming a thing.
Yeah, you can't actually say it unless you are an arahant.
Yes, yes.
Then only an arahant only actually can say that.
Yes, some things are becoming a thing, just and others are just coming and just flowing away.
I
Like
told you yesterday also, I was trying to say this.
yes,
In the sensual world also, there is fire coming down.
yes, yes. There is yes,
But still, light may be a thing.
yes, but it's not
Sound may
permanently
be a
there.
thing. So you can't really say the stimuli is not a thing, because if the
Right.
fan, you are seeing a fan, you are seeing the light also.
Yes. Mm.
If you're hearing a alarm,
Mm.
alarm part is in the sensual world, but actual sound is also there. Sound can't be a thing also.
Yes.
Even if the thought impression is not a thing, still the sound is also there. Sound can't be a thing as well.
Yes. That means, doctor, until we reach that point, the fire may
No,
be.
there actually you can't say that point. It's
Uh,
all in one stimuli.
yes.
Just understanding one stimuli is all three levels, all three work local.
Right. That is right. I said that. That means until become a stream enterer, we can't say that the fire is not coming.
No,
Uh,
even stream enter fire is coming.
right, right. Yes, yes. But it's burning is less, no? Yes.
Yeah, no, the vision is changed.
Vision is changed. Yes.
You
Yes.
don't actually you fully know that it's only one moment, and we can think about it, but actually by experience also you know that there is a actual jnana, not just saying.
Yes. It is happening at that moment. Yes. At one moment, Uday and Vaya is happening. Right, right. Mm.
So once you experience it only, all these jnana thing is happening. But
Yes.
there are so many jnanas in Rahatan Wahanse, there is so many jnanas. But
Yes.
at least in the beginning, uh, you have to understand that these things are how these things happen, how the stimuli is created.
Yes.
So when you look at a fan, it's
Mm.
looking at a fan, right? So
Yes.
it's a high vibration.
Yes.
But even if you say, if you, we can never see a fan, but we still see a fan.
Yes. But
That's
it's
how it
only.
is. We never can see a son. We never can see a husband, but we still
Yes.
see a husband and we react also accordingly.
Yes. That
That's
is very.
okay. It's
Yes.
just that um, after you know this Dhamma, the power will slowly go down.
Yes.
Actually, it is already happening. It's just that confirmation is
Yes, yes,
the only thing that will happen when you experience.
yes, doctor.
You
That
don't
is
have to think too much about it. Actually,
yes,
Aranhanse doesn't encourage too much thinking about these things.
yes, yes. That is true.
Just go by the flow.
Yes. Now I am not going to do anything. Just listening to Dhamma and doing the needful only.
Did you finish cleaning?
No, not yet. Today also done something part by part, fully cleaning. We both are.
Mm.
We are so normally we are cleaning, but we have to thoroughly clean the place. No, that is the problem.
Mm. So, how long will he stay with you?
40 days, doctor.
Mm.
They in USA they give 40 days leave. That lady also who came from USA, she said to our advance 40 days. They are giving
Mm.
40 days leave.
Mm.
He's still doing a small job, then he has to come and go, then he has to find because without that thing they are not allowing, no doctor. Though they are the education level is completed, but good jobs are after that. Until such time he is working as a what a scientist, data scientist.
Mm.
But he said only the name, only the name is there.
Mm. You can see actually how the reaction would be because he's coming after a long time.
Yes, doctor. But he is also not very attaching type, right? He's very independent type of a person from the very small age,
Mm.
not clinging type. So it's not difficult, not difficult for us.
Mm.
Some children are always uh, try to clinging with the mother and the father. It's not there with him.
Mm.
So it's easy for us also, especially me.
We are yet to know.
Yes, because doctor interfering is also I'm not doing. No, I'm completely not interfering, doing anything. Whatever he wants, he can do. I said my duty is over. You have to learn to live without us. I'm not going to live very long years, so you have to be like that. He has because partner thing is also he's not very much. In that side also I don't know whatever he can do anything. Searching for
Mm.
partners also not happened yet. Still 35 years.
Mm. Yes, there are so many aspects to this mom and child business.
Yes.
You have to feel him as well if he needs any help, even though he's not verbalizing it. If you feel him, and if you feel that he,
Yes, every needful things are done. Yes, but not going to peep. That means because we always like that. We are not trying to control him.
no, that's a different story.
Mm.
Control is a different story. Feeling is a different story.
Yes, everything is done according. That means our duty is done very well. And he said, no, he told me, no, doctor, to go
to go to this temple and do Bodhi Puja for him. I am still doing it for him, no? I'm not stopping those things because that is his
No, that's
wish.
not what I'm trying to say.
Yes,
Feel is a different thing.
yes.
You
I
can't turn
can,
it to the words.
yes, I can feel him, but I'm always opening up to think on his own and do things. Now he's not a small child, no, doctor.
Mm.
He's living in a different country and he knows how to live. So that means he has no siblings, and I also not having much relations. My husband's relations are also there, but they are also some very, most of them are not very friendly. They are a bit jealousy type. So I like him staying there. We can live with friends and families there. Whatever that is up to him, doctor. I am not going to think about those things.
So if we say I'm going back to Sri Lanka, you will say no. Is that what you're trying to say?
What is it, doctor?
I'm just challenging you. If
Uh,
he said, okay, I'm going to give up USA and I'm coming Sri Lanka, what are you going to say?
I say no. What is if he no doctor coming here and
No, that's the thing. You're saying you will not you will feel him. I don't think you feel him. You are not that much of a feeler. So you have to be careful about what I'm saying.
yes,
I'm saying a different story.
yes,
You're taking it from the mind.
yes,
Feeling is completely different. It's not verbalized. It's 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 a different thing. And
yes,
whether he's in Sri Lanka, whether he's in USA, whether he's in whatever, he's suffering anyway.
yes. That is true. But if
So if
because
you are
doctor,
letting him be, just let him be. Don't try to impose on value of other countries.
no, not that doctor. Because the people who has done a science stream, there's no jobs in Sri Lanka. That is why.
Yeah, even that. You said, no, you are not going to do any intervention. No, I'm just talking the way you talk. They say this,
Yes,
this is the way we talk, the mothers. I'm
yes,
a mother as well. Now I can feel you. So
yes,
the way you talk is you talk as like he can do anything he likes. And you
yes.
say, no, I will say no.
No, I
That
can't stop. I can't stop his way of thinking. It is up to
yeah, but
him.
that's because you have a idea
Yes,
that another country is better for him. Don't say no. You have a strong idea about that. You have told this about like 4 or 5 times to me now. So the strong ideas you have, they are all drishti.
yes. I know that, doctor. I know. Not
So
because.
all the drishti should go if you want to have nibbana.
Yes, that is true. That is
So
true.
I'm not actually talking about him here. I'm talking about
Yes,
you.
yes. What you are
I
telling
don't
is
care what he does. I'm
yes,
talking about you because you have strong views.
yes.
If you're
Those
like
views.
water, you can't be like that. No, you if you are a feeler and you are like water,
Yes,
you will feel the other person and you will be like whatever good for them, right? You can
yes.
give advice, yes, but you yourself has a strong idea.
Because doctor, all this happened due to these life experiences. No, you
That
know.
is what I'm saying. So you're still living in the uh you're not in the moment.
Mm, yes. That means for me, actually, anything. I'm not bothering about anything.
No, you can't actually say like that. If it
Yes,
is this moment, it is this moment for everything.
yes. Very true. Yes, doctor. I agree with you. because that means
We are
because
cheating ourselves when we say, no, it's for me, I'm okay for anything, but for others, I'm not like that. We just cheat ourselves.
yes,
We have to be
yes,
open, or open means not open to us, open to yourself, and
yes.
understand what strong views you are holding to.
Actually, I
Because
don't.
all these are actually embedded in our life. Like
Yes,
what this is good, this is bad.
yes, yes. Well,
Mleccha, or whatever the word Sudharma used to also, Anand Hanse said,
yes,
no.
let's
So
say,
the good, bad, up,
yes,
down, there are so many things embedded in our system which are all drushti, all the views.
yes. Yes, we
So
have to see the world
there is
in
a
the
long way,
yes,
Champa. This is
openness.
not a very short circuit. There are no short circuits.
Yes,
Because if the mind power is high, there's no chance for us to like we have to do investigation every day. What is the power of my mind?
actually speaking, doctor, this some past thoughts are still coming because those are not related to this husband or son. The some I said this relative business.
Yeah, I
The
know.
those are the things happening again and again. Those thoughts are happening because uh, the people uh, who are around us
Yes, you have
always.
to go to Pubbe Nivasanusati and Chutupapata Jnana thing.
Mm.
That is, you have to go beyond that and see how this started, and this is all just synchronization.
Yes, yes, that means a useless thinking because of I really understand it. It is the one coming again and again. I'm just looking at it and contemplating also, and I am that at that time I am thinking, remembering that active contemplation. All these thoughts are not true. There is no. That means all those are this mind sensor. This is done by mind sensor. No useless things are dragging and showing, doctor. I found it because the people I fully helped and uh, with full metta, karuna, mudita, they are treating me like some can't say with full of jealousy and some kind of arrogant ways. They are acting upon me. The people surrounding relatives, the one family in 3 houses, that is the one gave me a lot of pain. Pain means this now not pain, that thought is coming again and again. Based on my sister-in-law. She was my friend actually. I did that marriage to her with my husband's brother. So she has fully changed.
That's all this Sasaragandino now.
Yes, yes,
Yeah, that's useless. She
yes,
might even end your life. That doesn't matter.
yes.
That is beyond control, right? That's not the important thing. If you want to attain Nibbana, that if you actually want to become the non-vibration, you have to find out what the reasons for the vibration. If it is this specific things, like your sister-in-law, the friend, then you have to do a bit more
Contemplation. Yes,
contemplation around that.
yes. That is what I thought of because not giving
Because
much pain.
we can't end these problems now.
No, no, we
Now,
can't.
Lord Buddha actually didn't try to end that problem
Yes,
or prevent that problem.
yes,
You can't really do that. Just
yes.
imagine she's the one who is going to end your life. What can you do?
Because doctor, these two are always telling you why are you not keeping company with them? I said, how can I keep company with them? They are ill-treating me.
No, that's also in your mind. So you
Yes.
have this, I have told you the particular type of mind, right?
Yes.
So you have to find out what actually is happening. That's why your power is high. So these are the very things that will keep you in samsara.
Yes. I want to just...
I don't really care whether you talk with them or not. The thing is why it is powerful in your mind.
Yes, because I just want to completely uh,
Avoid them.
avoid them. But these two doesn't approve. I said, you both, if you want, you can do,
No, if
go
you're
and...
actually in Dhamma path, you can. If you are an Arahant one day, you can. But you are not an Arahant yet, no, so you can't. So you still
Because
have that power. So you still bring that dark memory from the past to
no,
now.
no, no, doctor, I have gone there. Though they have avoided me completely 10 years. After that, after their mother died, after that I have gone there. Still, doctor, now 30 years, ill treating is not ending. So
So it's
I...
okay, don't go there. But what I'm trying to say is to drop the power around that area.
Yes, I have completely forgot about it and staying when these two are asking different questions. So that is again coming. Now I said several times to my son also, I am not the person, I don't want to go behind. I am not keeping company with anybody, doctor, not with them and anybody. I'm just staying at home. If I go out or when I meet people, I used to talk. That's it. I'm not continuously calling or nothing is like that. Nothing is happening. I am, you know, the solidarity or something. I don't know that kind of life I am staying, but I don't feel any kind of loneliness. I am living peacefully. That problem is coming because of these two people, both of these men. they, they are asking several. I said, what shall I do if they are
No, but
avoiding?
still, I don't agree that if you want to actually become the non-vibration, these powers should come down. Whether you are having a grudge or not, it's not the point. Still, power is there
Yes,
because it is you.
yes, yes,
Sister-in-law is you. So you
yes,
can't really keep saying these things in the mind.
yes,
There
yes,
is no separate champa. It is you.
yes, yes, yes. That I understand, doctor. I am seeing my mind all the time. That is the problem because I
No,
thought,
not like that. It's
mm,
actually your power is that stimuli.
stimuli. Yes, yes. Not one.
Sister-in-law stimuli is carrying your power. You said no, you can't find your power.
Yes, yes, yes. Right. Mm. Right, right. Now I understand that, doctor. Yes.
Because when your self view is gone, you will understand that it's only like it is the power of the fan or power of the house or power of the floor, power of the sun, power of the tree. In your case, it's mostly condensed to power of the friend, old friend.
Yes. Yes. Because there are 6 people, there are 4 people around those two, then they are controlling my sister-in-law and brother-in-law. They can't do.
Someone has joined the Zoom discussion. We'll see who that is. Thiruvan Sanna, you can talk. We were just having a English Zoom discussion. Thiruvan Sanna.
She has gone, I think, doctor.
Yeah, maybe they wanted to join the other one.
Ah, maybe.
Mm.
BTV, no? BTV.
Mm.
Can't do anything, just to understanding for the moment when that thought is appearing. So I am just reminding this is mind sensor.
You have
There's
to
no.
understand the Kamatahana.
Yes, yes. Yes, now I understand. Not only these two. There's another Kamatana is there. Yes.
You will be surprised. There are so many little Kamatahanas that you all may not know.
Yes. Very true,
Even
doctor.
even light is a Kamatahana.
Yes. Last night, doctor, when after switching off this light thing, now every day after hearing that, I feel that, doctor, that because of this non-vibration only, the self is still there, no?
Not
It feels.
non-vibration, vibration.
Sorry, why? No, why? Aryan Master said, when you switch off those light at night, you feel that non-vibration, arupaya.
No, vibration. Vibration is in the arupa is arupa is not non-vibration. Nivana is non-vibration. Arupa has a vibration.
Mm-hmm.
Arupa is a non-form.
Non-form.
Non-form vibration. Yeah.
Non-form vibration, yes. So every night when
Otherwise,
switch.
every night everyone is in Nibbana. No. No, that's wrong. It's non-vibration, not non-vibration, it's a non-form.
Non-form, right. Non-form vibration, no?
You can't
Right.
really call it vibration everywhere, but non-form is vibration. It can,
Non-form.
it's like even long sleep. You, as soon as you wake up, you're there.
No, doctor, that because of that non-form vibration only, there's still this, that non-form vibration level may be high. No, doctor.
Mm.
Hmm?
Mm.
That is what, no, still this self is here.
Yeah, but that is due to this stimuli, which we have to sort out.
Right.
Because there is no self anyway here.
Yes, very true. Yes. Grabbing
If you have
some.
100 data,
Yes.
the some data carry more power than others.
Yes. I don't have much data, but with unknowingly this stimuli has uh, came upon life. Yes, because abhisankarane vela most of so many years no, now nearly
Mm.
35,
No,
30
you
years.
must have loved her initially like a sister, like a friend.
Yes.
And then it has gone the other way around. So you didn't know about Satraganadenu, no? So now there is a big story in your head.
Yes, because she was like a sister. Actually speaking, she has done so many things for me. When my father died, even she came and with me until
Yeah,
the
that is
end.
the story, no?
Yes. So now she is completely other way around, and when she saw me, even she is pretending like never see me like that. So I don't want to go and meddle with them. These two asking why are you like that and this and that. I said I want to die peacefully. That is why I don't want to keep company
No,
with.
you can't die peacefully like that. No, actually, that's wrong. Even those words are wrong.
No, I just said them. Otherwise, they can't understand. No, well, our things, doctor. Because I am trying to fully uh, going out of this.
Yeah, but you can't. You can't ignore her and go because it has been so much become a thing to you.
Yes, but Now I understand, but so many years I was thinking why this kind of thing is happening. Why the others around her sisters and actually her sisters and the sister's daughter and brother-in-law, they are always spoiling this one, uh, telling things against me. I think that is why she is changing that way. So I was wondering, so why this is happening? So many years I have thought
No, you
about.
are not that much of a feeler also.
Yes. Feel means duken tamai feel that duka was there.
No, 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 not that. No, you know, the ability to feel the other person.
Hmm. Misleading is everywhere, no, doctor. So now I understand. No point of thinking outsiders
That
actually.
means you have so much asaragandano if everything is happening like that.
No, no, no. Actually, not. The closest person has done this. That was hidden in me without even knowing. That is
Mm.
that. But because we were together with 7 years while working in Colombo. 7 years together in Calania, one boarding house, cooking and eating and going to work and things like that. Some
Mm.
kind of that. I have a feeling also, doctor. I am very much scared to keep company with people now. You know?
That's the thing I'm saying. That's the
Yes.
thing that these are all parts of the patiga.
Uh-huh. No, I'm not meeting much people also, no, doctor. This
Yeah,
around.
but you even that day you were trying to say there are so many things that you may not enjoy, but at the same time you would rather do something else. These demarcations are because of your drushti or view.
Yes.
So if you can drop the mind only, you will be fully free.
Yes. No, I
It's
can't.
difficult, I can understand. I mean, it's difficult for all of us.
Because, doctor, without doing any wrong thing, becoming a Varadhikarya.
Yeah, these things are. So Lord Buddha did something wrong to that man.
Yes, that is what. That is
So
what.
who cares these things?
Yes, these things are continuously happen to me, no, doctor. Not only here at that point. That is what no about the 40 years thing. So because of those things only, this has happened. I think.
Yeah, but you have a kind of this particular. I don't know what to say in English, the particular word, but kind of clashing. Not clashing. How do you say particular in English?
Arrogancy.
No, gattane. Gattena.
Clashing.
Clashing, but that's not the proper word also. Patiga has a deeper meaning in Dhamma. It's like not even anger. It can be just even fear. It can be because Patiga has a wider area.
Yes, fear
Small
is
fears also can be
fears
Patiga.
also. Yes.
Small.
Fears are
Um,
also there. Yes. But doctor, when I go somewhere, not with these people, when I go somewhere, I used to talk to people and nicely. But in our area, I'm not going house to house and talking. Those things are not happening. I am not used to that kind of life, right?
mm,
So because just going office and coming, no, if we are in Sri Lanka also can't do that, no, doctor. This is not our village, so uh, there are not much of known people, so we can't go
mm.
and just talk to them. No, if somebody talks, we talk. When I go to temple, even like that. so many unknown people we are living around that kind of situation. This is not a village, no, this is very much close to a town, but it's more like a village part also. So from the beginning, we were used to that kind of life, going to work and coming home and doing our things. And if you want to go for searching for Satya, that was done so many years. Though we didn't find Satya, we were going searching for Satya was there. So while doing the responsible things also, like that, life came up to now. Now living with Dhamma and not much of interest to go and meddle with people, something like that. Not clashing. But if somebody is refusing, we can't go and meddle with them, no, doctor. That story is there.
Yeah, that's a different thing. But
Yeah.
she comes to your mind now?
Yes, she comes to my mind. Yes. Why not regularly, but when these both of them are asking about them, then it is again coming. Now I said I just want to peacefully die. Now 30 years, they tried their level best to ill-treat me. So let me free now. You both can go and talk to them. Whatever you want, you can do, but not me, I said. While doing good things, if they are, one day my husband, brother-in-law told me that they are saying that I am very proud. So what are they are to tell, doctor? How can they think that I am proud? I lived with them for a certain period. Can they say that?
No, this can happen, Champa. So I don't think you're down to earth even now. It has to come with Dhamma.
Yes, doctor, by that means
When
I
you
am.
lose you, then slowly Rahatan Wahanse is so much down to earth, no?
Yes, doctor, but you see, looking at Aryan Vase, how many these people are jealousy upon him, even these bhikkhus,
Yeah,
no?
that can happen, yeah.
So outer appearance, how can they say I am proud? I did my everything good for them. Even my husband.
Yeah, but that story now, it is high time you drop that story now.
Yes. Yes, now no, I know no point of thinking all those
Yeah, but
things.
the proudness is something in Mana area, so you have to be careful. I think we both have that issue. Every single person have that issue.
They are actually showing
Mana
me
is everywhere.
Yes, they are very much proud, doctor. And they tell me
No,
that
but they are not the ones who are trying to attain Nibbana. No?
yes,
So in
but
your case, when you try to lose your Mana, you have
yes,
to drop all these aspects as well.
yes, doctor,
As I told you, all the stimuli, power has to go down. You have
yes,
to contemplate a bit more. And whatever the story has
yes,
to drop because there is no champa. Only
yes,
one stimuli happening. If it is the fan, it is the fan. If it is your sister-in-law, it is sister-in-law. If it is your son, then it is son. If it is the news, then it is the news. Like that, the stimuli power is the only power that is there. There is no champa. So this whole story is irrelevant.
yes, 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 useless. I know, completely useless story this is. So I'm always
It will
trying to,
happen.
yes, when that thought comes, I know that there is no owner for that thought, and this mind sensor is doing the
No,
thing.
that is you. The owner story is a different thing.
Yes,
That thought power is you.
Yes, yes, I know that. Yes,
That's owner. This thought owner is not me. That's useless thinking, because you already know that you have a certain power in that thought.
yes. That means this is mind sensor only. The understanding that is doing by mind sensor. It brings by mind sensor all the time.
No, the thought can come to even Arahant.
The
Sister-in-law
power.
thought can come to Arahant. That's not a problem.
Yes,
Power is zero.
yes. That means, doctor, how to reduce that power? What shall I do for that?
You have to go back before seeing that friend. You
Hmm.
had a life, no?
Yes, yes,
So it's just a sound and a light.
yes, yes. That I have to contemplate that. Varna, Shabda Varna. That is only.
Shabdavarna, yeah.
Yes,
You have to go backwards though. You have to go to each scenario and see how you were fooled, but not knowing that.
yes,
Even
yes.
your son, as soon
Mhm.
as he was born, as soon
Yes.
as you met your husband or whatever, all this time,
Ah,
how
yes.
this
Before
power
that.
built,
Yes.
yeah.
Mm.
You have to go to
You
the Chutupapata Jnana and
see.
yeah, you have to see how the
Mm-hmm.
power happened. You have to go before how it was.
Ah, right, right. That I didn't know clearly, doctor. I have to do that. How this creation happened in the mind, no? Right.
Yes, like the way we talk about, if you remember, one day, can you remember I told you about walking?
Mm.
Walking is a chittarupana,
Yes.
mental image.
It's a mental image. Yes.
Teacher had to show you a picture and say, this is walking. Or
Yes.
mother has to say, no, this is walking.
Yes.
So it is a picture associated with the sound.
Yes.
Same way, someone has to say, no, this is the friend.
Yes.
Or
When
you
you
told the friend. So the whatever this walking is a mental image, eating is a mental image, going to the
yes,
toilet is a mental image. Someone
yes,
has to put that sound to that light.
yes, doctor, when you are telling that now, suddenly that thought synchronized. The first day I saw her in a boarding house
That's what I'm
in
saying.
town. At that first point, first moment, just now it has appeared. That is long ago, I think, before about 40 years ago, I think.
40 years ago, that good 40 years you were talking about.
40 years ago, I met her, yes. And that thought synchronized here, no, doctor, see this? I don't know how it has
Mm,
come. How it is happening, doctor, actually?
that's a thought process, how this magic happens.
Amma. From where I don't know it has come.
So
Arena
at
says,
that moment,
hmm,
this light form,
hmm,
shape of light,
yes,
actually got connected with this friend, word
yes.
friend.
Yes. The first glimpse, I just saw it, no, doctor. Aryan is telling of Sansara, every
Mm,
millions of eons are coming. Now this has come. My God, it's a nice experience actually. Mhm. Yes, without her, how many years I lived? What is the use of thinking her? Yes, that is only a stimuli.
no, with the repetition, it causes so much things. It's not like just another person who you can't remember
Mm. Yes.
because of living together in a boarding place.
Mm.
But these things are much deeper than that. because you are not that good feeler, maybe actually she felt that you have done some things wrong, but you didn't feel it. These are very, very genuine points.
No, doctor,
But
I actually, you know what happened? I just got married before her, right? And after that, she has married to someone else. That is a complete idiotic marriage. That man has another woman. One day I called her and she was crying while in the bank. I asked why. That man is not coming home. Her sister is also in the bank. She doesn't know in this BOC Pittu Bambu. So I said her sister, you don't know what has happened to this uh, girl. See, she is suffering. Something has happened to her marriage. Then only they have found out and taken her from that place. After that only, I anyhow talked to my brother-in-law and I did that. This is her second marriage. So I did everything to for the betterment for her life.
yeah, but that's your point of view. No, that's okay. Because
Yes.
you are not able to jump to the other side and check what is there, like Aranansa is doing. We can't know.
No,
We
doctor.
have no that ability like Aranansa, or you can even synchronize with the monkey. No,
Yes, doctor. I
we
didn't
don't
do
have that ability. So then we don't know what is happening. So this story is your side story.
No,
That's-
doctor. Actually, after doing everything, her people, because my husband's brother was in Italy, so they thought this girl will going to help us. To break that, they have poisoned her with words. That is what happened. Nothing else. From that day,
Yeah,
she
but
was.
that is again that's what I'm saying. You are putting fuel to your story. Even when you try to tell me that you are telling a story with so much power. You
Yes,
actually feel that it happened. Don't say no, Champa now.
yes, that is true. And you know why?
When you talk, you actually feel like it happened.
Yes, those are just
Even
life.
now. Because
No, no.
you are in Dhamma now. You are
Yes,
listening to Dhamma.
yes,
I'm not bothered about your past. What I'm
yes,
trying to say is now when you talk about your past, still that activation happens.
yes. All those are past perceptions. Everything is true. You know what they did after that? We built an house here and came. No, they did the ill treating to my son also. They didn't
Again,
allow.
that is the same thing I'm telling.
Yes,
Now
that is.
this පණ එනවා story එකට පණ එනවනේ.
Oh, paneno at the
So
continue.
you continue to do that. That's my problem.
Hmm.
When are you going to come to this Dhamma?
Yes, all those are in the past, and according to maybe some karmic things, it may have happened that way. That is all
Whatever,
right.
I can feel the power that is happening now. I'm not even bothered about the past.
Yes.
I'm talking about just now, this here, this moment. පණ ගහලා එනවනේ story එකට.
No, because of these happenings, this pana ava because to that feeling that means ill.
Yeah, I know. That is the
Yes,
problem. Then how can we say we are in the moment? We can't. We are
yes,
in the past. And with
yes,
that power. So it is feeding and it's actually ruining your path.
yes, doctor. Actually, now I understand. If there is no me here, there is no anybody else. There are no. So useless that all those thought patterns are useless. I know that very clearly. So it is coming sometimes again and again due to these two are telling this and that, and we are living here, they are in the close proximity and things like that. Whatever it is, I am always trying to. I don't want that kind of stimuli to meddle with.
Again, that is a rule that you are putting. You
Because-
still try to control this world. When are you learning this Dhamma Champa?
Yes, we can't do that. No, doctor. We have to face the situations arising at the
Just
end.
drop yourself. Whatever
Yes,
happens, happens.
yes, yes, very true. Whatever happens may happen. Yes,
We are not jumping to the well. No, that's not the point.
yes,
The වසඟේ තියනවා කියලා හිතාගෙන ඉන්න එකක් නේ ඔය පෙන්නන්නේ
oh,
කියන්නේ
oh,
මට නම් ඕනේ නැහැ ඒගොල්ලෝ ගාවට යන්න මට නම් බෑ ඒගොල්ලෝ ගාවට යන්න what is that's not
yes,
someone
yes,
with dhamma.
yes. That at that point only, I actually happened to this some kind of hiravima. Now I understand, doctor. You actually, if there is no me here, there is no outside world there. This everything is in the creations of this mind
Even
only.
though there is no me here,
Yes,
that stimuli power is there. Don't forget that.
yes, yes,
That
yes.
is you.
Yes, yes. That is stimuli.
It is useless to keep saying there is no me here, there is no me here, there is no me here, while
Yes,
the daughter's power is there, son's power is there,
yes,
husband's power is there, wife's power is there, sister-in-law's power is there, brother-in-law's power is there.
yes,
That is the power which should come down.
yes, yes.
There
Very
is no
true.
me here anyway.
Yes.
සුරංගිකා තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Tevang Saranai.
We were
Yeah,
just having a...
acting out a film, are we?
Yes, yes. Film. My film.
Yeah. I was trying to break the film.
Yes.
It's
Yes, I
difficult.
got
I
that.
have tried before also. It's very difficult.
But Champa, that angle is wrong because even recently Aaron Vasi said, now you are saying if I break the me, then everything is not there type of thing. He said before you come to the me, very recently he said, no, that first kamatahana, first point of contemplation, that
There's
people took it lightly.
nothing outside. Yes.
That people have taken that too lightly and they are progressing on to the next point of contemplation, the next point. Whereas the outside world not being true is the key for the self-view to be broken.
Yes, I have
And
heard.
the Krutya Jnana, the second and secondary, third points of contemplation come later.
Yes.
But if the self-view is not, the outside world is true. Outside world is self-view, he said.
Yes. Right. Yes. Outside world is self-view. Yes.
sister-in-law තියාගෙන නිවන් දකින්න බෑ.
Yes.
මම නෑ උනාට sister-in-law ඉන්නවා කියාගෙන නිවන් දකින්න බෑ.
Yes, doctor. I agree with you.
No, I mean, you can agree, but the thing is now everyone, including Dr. Kokila, for the last so long that we have heard also, is trying hard to get you out of that way of thinking, Champa. So
Yes.
to do that, now don't just acknowledge and then move on. You're moving on, but you're acknowledging. But the next day also you're in the same place. So don't do that is what Dr. Kokila is saying now. Yesterday or day before, Aaron Vansa said to Asanti, the Sakkaya Ditthi self-view is because she also asked the question, well, isn't it in the practice, Aaron Vansa, that we will then eventually eradicate the self-view? And then he said no. He said
Yes.
that comes through the philosophy, understanding the philosophy. It's the contemplation, the reflection, the penetrative insight. And that
Yes.
is done
Yes.
thinking. I mean, thinking means manasikara,
Uh,
through the Dhamma. Is the light real? Is the sound real? And just keep on thinking in that aspect there.
yes.
That is where through contemplation only that self-view is broken.
Yes.
So you don't have to even do the, go progress into the සිතේ දෙයක් නැහැ, ක්‍රියාවලිය, this, that, and the other.
Mm-hmm.
The contemplation of that first point is the
Yes.
thing that has to be continuously honed like a skill.
Aran Vahase did it for 2 years, he said, remember?
Yes. So without other things, can we do the first thing?
He said he did it for 2 years, just that.
Yes. Yes, I heard it. I heard it once. Recently, one boy from Korea also said that he has done it 3-4 days and then came to the second one. But Aryan Vanse said still the self is there somewhat. I was wondering that whether can this system do the
No,
first
we
thing?
are taking this for granted. That's why Surangika is also telling. Outside there එළියේ දෙයක් නැහැ කියන එක it's taken for granted. ඕක මට තේරෙනවනේ කියලා යනවා.
Right. Yes. That
You
is
know
why
the word we say in English, we are paying lip service to something. Have you heard of that? We are paying lip service. What that
no.
means is just කියනවා වාලේ කියනවා ලෝකේ දෙයක් නැහැ කියලා.
Right. Mm-hmm.
It hasn't ප්‍රත්‍යක්ෂ වෙලා නැහැ, ග්‍රහණය වෙලා නැහැ හරියට.
But Surangika, we can very clearly see that. You know why? Because we see the world through these 2 eye lenses. That means
No.
we.
Now you can't really add to this point because the way you talk, if the dog is real, if the fan is real, if the sister-in-law is real, if the son is real, other things are, everything is real.
Yes.
Bucket එකේ එක level එකකට අඩු වෙන්නේ.
Yes, but I am
light
telling
එකට
you.
එන්න කලින් ඔය ටික ඉස්සෙල්ලා විසඳලා තියෙන්න එපා. light එකට light actually is
Yeah, that's a deeper level actually.
Deeper level.
No, not the light I am talking, doctor. We are seeing only reflections, no, about this world.
If it was a reflection, Champa, then you won't sister-in-law, the brother-in-law won't be so much, no?
Yes, that is my fault. I agree. But we can't actually see something, only a reflection. Like in the mirror, we are seeing things like that, no?
Yeah, we see.
You can't see.
We can't really see anything
seeing
anyway.
at all without the eyes.
Yes. Without eyes, we can't see. And
So if there is no light even without the eyes, how can there be a sister-in-law?
Yes, that is my fault, no. But understanding is the system of understanding is no can
No, I think it's not enough. It's still not enough.
Yeah, that's all, Champa. I mean, not that it's impossible. What everybody is saying is continue to do that point.
That is what I am asking. Can I do that? Only that contemplation. I am asking that. Without doing other things, can I only do that?
There are so many ways to do this, okay? If you ask 40 people will say 40 things.
Right.
It depends on the people.
Yes.
But certainly if the outside is very strong, 100% you have to do it more.
That is what, yes.
If the drushti is very strong, now how many drushtis did I tell you now? today about few I was telling no.
Yes.
You have so many drushtis. So
Yes.
all the drushtis are true means self drushti is really true.
Yes. Therefore, we have actually. Can I do this way, doctor? First.
No, there's no just don't take. That day also I told you මේ වචන මේ විදිහටම ගන්න නෙවෙයි මේ කියන්නේ.
Yes, I know that.
But you can do the first one bit stronger. Because you actually still take everything is there. So the news is true. And everything is true. But mind you, there's a lot of people like you. Don't even we can be falling into the same category, isn't it, Surangika?
Yeah, true.
This is problem to everyone, not only you.
Not only
I'm just
you,
advising you because you were there alone, so I caught you and you are just අර ගුරේට අහුවෙච්ච පුවක වගේ අහුවෙන හින්දා ඒක අහුවෙන්නේ. නැත්තම් ඔහොම අහුවෙන්නෙත් නෑනේ. ඒ ගොඩක් කට්ටිය නැති හින්දා අහුවෙන්නේ.
Yes.
So don't take it like this wrongly. But what I'm trying to say is, yes, your weak point you have to find.
Yes.
No, because that is, every system is different. No? Like Dr. Kokila said, the drushti is not like, when someone says drushti, some people have this impression that drushti is like going to heaven after dying.
Everything
going to heaven after dying, that kind of thing is a drushti. No, everything that is taken to be real is a drushti.
Yes, because the our way of thinking is wrong, no, because of the ignorance. That is what all these drushtis came.
Drushti is, even the fan is a drushti. So don't forget that.
Yes.
Why do you think Aryan Mahansa devotes a lot of time to before he gets into the thing even seriously, he is breaking down misconceptions. He has said that also on the Zoom. He has said that before you can even get to the Marga, he has to break the so many. In society alone, leave alone each system's particular drushtis, as a society, as a traditional Buddhist itself, there are so many drushtis that he has to break those down before those people can even come to a space where they can actually listen to the true Dhamma.
Yes.
So can you imagine? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So he is attacking. That's why he's attacking. Now today in Matara, he was shouting. Because I think
he was so angry that today about how they maintain the place. Was there more? I just logged in.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I also heard here bits and bobs where he was talking about certain people, the way they were behaving, or I don't know, something like that. And so you could clearly see that he was he was trying to attack some of those aspects, and that's why he was modulating the voice, no? But anyways, what we were trying to say was that drushti, everything is a drushti. If it is taken to be real. So, but the drushtis that are unique, then there are drushtis unique to the system called Champa, which is not something that can be other people or anybody else can.
Yeah.
Yes, I always like showing my ignorance. I always appreciate Dr. Kokila and Surangika, Dr. Sakuntala and Sudharma, everybody showing my wrong views, because it is the only way I can come out of this net.
No, good thing about you is you actually appreciate and take the advice, but the thing is, it is still very strong. Outside is still very strong.
Yes.
So at least take one sensor Champa.
Yes.
From the external world also. I mean, there's so many ways also you can do it also, no? So
Mind
take
sensor.
something which is the eyes or the light or the sound. What is coming to you so prominently now? That story that you were saying, which I probably joined only halfway through. Now that one seems to be one of the like a really big rock,
Yes,
right? I mean,
it
if you
is
talk
mind
about
sensor.
You
Banco
don't have to start from a rock to understand this Dhamma.
Mm.
You can start from the cross sound even,
Yes,
because you're trying to understand that that these senses, how senses work, and there's no actually you have never seen a fan in your whole life. You have never seen even a sister-in-law in your whole life,
yes,
but you keep
And
saying
was
no.
there actually a person who ill-treated you? Was there actually a person who ill-treated your son? Is there anything even called ill-treating?
yes.
That's the thing.
Right. And actually, yeah, what Dr. Kokila said is right. I mean, you can contemplate that in those kind of incidents if you want, or you can contemplate something else. But
No, Surangika,
yeah,
I am doing it this way. This mind sensor is giving this. The power is more in every problem is with this mind sensor now for this system. So I am contemplating much about the mind sensor.
mind,
Understand?
No, but if
yeah,
the outside is rupa side is true, it's nama side is can be
yeah,
difficult.
the mind sensor is one of the toughest. So I
Yes.
think you're going to the deep end without trying to do the other one. You can't say
No,
the
no,
other
that
ones are easy, but
සක්කාය දිට්ඨි තියාගෙන the nama side is bit difficult.
right. But actually, for that thing, we have for four contemplations are there, no, doctor, for the Sakkaya Ditti thing. While doing
Yes,
that,
yes.
that is doing, no, that is doing. While doing
Yeah.
that, the is the thought because of the thought process, no, this giving these problems,
Yeah,
nothing
that's why I
else.
told you to go backwards and find out when you actually met your sister-in-law, how it has become a thing. You can do that as well.
yeah, now that
Because
is actually very easy to do. No, you can now, like RN Vansi says, now was the Mahatya there all the time, right? No Mahatya, no, when you were a teenager.
Yes,
So
yes.
there were no sister-in-laws, no, at that time, if the
Yes,
Mahatya wasn't there. So
while
like
talking
that.
while
Yeah.
talking to doctor, that first thought came. That means first meeting thought appeared now, Surangika, now. the the first glimpse about that sister-in-law when I was 25, I met her, and that episode synchronized now for this discussion. That's what
Yeah,
I
so it
told.
became actually very, very real, Champa.
Mm.
So that means that has not been contemplated by you on your own by putting the
I
Dhamma
don't
into
think she
that.
has done it for anything. Even for the fan, even for the walking chitta rupa, even for the every chitta rupa, you have to go backwards and see how you have actually got that chitta rupa. The mother, father, brother, sister, house, boarding school, then friend, then husband, sister-in-law, brother-in-law, whatever, son, job,
Actually,
Colombo, they are all you have to do a lot of things. It's not as easy as we think.
yes,
There's no
actually,
magic here.
I didn't know about that. Certainly speaking, now only I knew about the clearly that what you have told me now. Each and everything giving a problem must go beyond and see, go not beyond to the past and see how it become a thing. No.
Yes, but
Yeah, that is.
even walking,
If you are doing walking meditation, how you haven't done that? Even walking is I think clearly I have told you this. Walking is a mental picture. You have to go backwards and see how the sound and the light came together. How the walking became a mental picture.
That I didn't understand that, doctor. Now only I am understanding that. I didn't know anything about it. Maybe you have told me, but I couldn't understand at that point.
That might be a little more challenging, Dr. Kokila, but I think she can do the simple things.
No, I can do that. That is good for me because that then only the correct picture is coming.
No, but because Dr. Kokila there, you could see now Champa is trying to do the mind sense, straight away. So now we are trying to
No,
get her to do
that's
the.
actually that's actually not the mind sense thing. She does the walking meditation for 30 minutes every day.
Yeah, true. But when you say to contemplate the walking as a mental picture, it's like the getting her into the Chittarupa kind of thing. Isn't it better for her to do the contemplation of sound and how that sound became the crow? And that kind of thing? Because now, if you take the sister-in-law, now the
I
baby in
actually
the
did
cot.
it with even that I tried to do with the Gemba Gisadde because she's very scared about Gemba. So I did that with the Gemba, but maybe she can't remember.
No, the problem with these little things is they are not so important, no, to Champa. I mean, true, it's the frog, and occasionally the frog will give her a fright. But I think maybe it will be more effective if she actually takes her husband, her son, the sister-in-law, that kind of person, because that has had a significant weight
Yes,
attached to it.
she
No?
can. Yeah, she can. She can. It's up to one system to how to get this into the
Yeah,
system
I mean, there are
because
different ways of doing it, Champa, as Dr. Kokila says. Some people can do the random objects because they are also drushti, and then unknowingly, because they have done real penetrative insight on reflective thinking on those, then when a really personal, some incident comes up, that incident doesn't have that burning, or it is slowly diminishing because
Yes.
that contemplation has been done on another object. But then for certain systems, it could be that is not enough. Those random objects, the frog, the tree, the light is not enough. Not the light. Leave the light alone. Light is the first cycle. No, vattang, vattati, vattang, no, that is. So without doing the fan and the chair, maybe you need to take the husband, maybe you need to take the son, the sister-in-law, the brother-in-law, or that friend who turned out not to be a friend or somebody, and do that. Something has to make you dislodge. This system has to dislodge this feeling of that whole thing coming alive like now.
Yes, because I didn't know that kind of contemplation. Really.
What did you understand by Chutupapata and Pubbenivasanusati?
But they actually Aryan say that, but it's not openly talking in Zooms also, no, doctor. No idea about it, no. That is why. Didn't know about it actually. Today only I came to know about it. Chutupamata means when we go to our early childhood and just.
No, that is
No, that's
Pubbenivasanusati.
Pubbenivasanusati.
Yes. Chutupapata means?
Seeing the truth
That's
in this very moment. The thought,
this
that
very
stimuli
moment,
that's
yeah.
occurring now. There's only one stimuli.
Chuti
For that to happen, the other part has to be contemplated.
So Pubbenivasanusati must be really good for you to.
Yes, practice. Yes.
But it's actually even that when you said, when I was telling you about the friend turned sister-in-law thing, then you told that how it came up. That itself is how it comes now. But when you go back to your actually speaking, Champa, this Dhamma is much deeper than even going backwards, has to go backwards to even zygote level.
Yes, doctor. But those things are not openly talking, no, doctor. In Zooms, even there's no way to know those things. No, that is what
They were
happened.
done. I think they were done in the
So you
past.
can ask a question, no, Champa. There are so many Zooms. You can ask a question saying how to contemplate something like this. Now you have heard mothers saying something like this happened, this incident happened, or this is recurring. This is the way I'm contemplating the Dhamma when this incident comes up over and over again
Yeah,
in
you
my
can
mind.
ask directly from Mara Hanse.
And then can you tell me whether the way I'm thinking is right or wrong, and please advise.
Nobody is talking those things. Only from Doctor Kokila, I came to know so many things.
Well, I mean,
No.
you have to
Aran
ask the
Hanse.
question, right? First.
You haven't come to open Zooms from Mara Hanse. I think you meet him face to face more than in Zooms.
I actually spoken to him before 1 year ago. Then Narayanmasi one day told me to contemplate on that is for me. He said to contemplate on sound, light and sound. That is my kamatahana. He said like that.
Yeah, but the thing is, your actual Dhamma is not deep enough, isn't it?
Yes, that is what. Now I felt because still not so many parts not knowing. Not only me, so most of the
There's a
mothers,
lot.
they don't know anything about this. Going past and thinking about it, understanding how that stimuli become a thing.
No, actually, Aran Hanse takes in every Zoom. He also does that every, outside Zooms he goes to places every day. He does it from beginning to end. He goes there and keeps saying, කොහොමද මේක මේ පුටුව හැදුනේ, go backwards. He says that all the time.
Yes, but
පුටුව හැදිච්ච හැටි කියන්න ඔය ටික ඔක්කොම කියනවා.
Yes, but it didn't click to me. That is what now only it happened in this English Zoom. Only I got so many things clarified. That's why I'm telling, because පුටුව හැදුන හැටි දකින්න කිව්වහම when we go to early childhood and understanding, mother shows me this is a chair, then sound and this came. So like that, it's everything, every other thing it has come. But
So
for
do you understand, Champa? Now? So why don't you just explain to both of us how did the chair become a chair? Start from the beginning, from the baby in the cot.
Yes, actually, Surangika, when my mother showed me a chair and taken me and making
No, not my mother and showed you.
No, baby time. Go to the baby time.
Baby, for the small baby system, my mother showed this is
No,
not my.
Yes, mother showed this system that this is the chair. Then only that sound and the form combination came inside
That's
the
actually
mind.
wrong. What happened in the baby?
Baby didn't know anything, doctor. Right?
I didn't go to any kind of preschools also. My mother only taught me. So she showed me everything, right? So the chair thing also like that. Every other thing she used to point out and with sound. That is how I this system came to know things the things around. Sound and the form given by the mother and the father.
So how after that what happened?
Slowly, actually, my mother taught me so many things at home. Then there were not so many
No,
preschools.
what happened to the chair?
Chair has established in the mind as chair. After then again seeing that, I knew that is a chair.
No, with Dhamma, now you know a little bit about Dhamma now.
Yes.
What happened as soon as the chair is formed?
When the chair is formed, that early childhood chair is also synchronizing to this. Every chair seeing.
No. When the baby got the first chair or mother or whatever the first stimuli,
Yes, mind is creating.
yeah, what
Mind
happened? What happened in the mind?
mind creation starts.
Yeah, what happens then at that point?
At that point, the name and the form is establishing. Combination establishing.
Yes, what happens? What is the keles?
Keres is some kind of craving maybe there. My chair.
No. There's a point there. What happens as soon as the chair is formed?
The self weave is creating.
How?
Because the baby is starting to think, this is
No
my.
thinking. There is before thinking. Thinking slowly happens with the repetition. Before that?
Before that radiant mind is dissolving and that mind is creating.
Yes.
Mind is creating day by day with all the things around.
No,
And
I'm expecting only one thing.
self created me.
How?
Because mother showed me, this is you.
No. What happened with the chair?
That means bonding. That the chair is there. That means the existing field arisen.
Existing field
Of
has
chair.
come.
Has
Yeah, okay. Then what happens?
then the self will starting to happen. First, the existing fields are happening, then the self weave is arising. That means slowly creating the self weave.
Yeah. It took so much time for you to come out with that. So the chair, as soon as chair is formed,
Yes.
existence field is formed because the non form is also coming now.
Yes.
The sensual world chair is coming, form is also there, non
No.
form is also there, chair, you feel like chair is there. That
Yes.
is the beginning of the duality,
Yes.
because you feel like chair is there, but it is felt as me here because of the self weave is already mixed here.
Yes.
Because of the sasava, astrava is already happening.
Yes. Doctor, at that point, Sastrava means this existing field. It's
Yes,
synchronized. Sastrava synchronized into this existing field.
Yes, even in the baby, you didn't actually answer my question. I was trying to get that, but you didn't. You just keep slipping, the baby in the cot actually feels the light, feels the sound.
Yes. Baby has only the
Light
radiant.
consciousness is there. No, you can't skip these things. You have to go back to the basics and listen again, even though you said you listen to the main
Darshana
ones.
Samapatti.
Yeah, Darshan Samapatti, I don't know whether you have that.
No,
Because,
Champa, you know why?
yeah.
Because when one is translating, I have done a few translations some time ago. When one is translating, the focus is on the translation. I don't know how to say it in a different way. It's that you're trying to find the English words to say the beautiful things Aranmansa is saying, the Dhamma, in the best possible way, because you want to communicate that clearly to the audience, the English
No,
speaking
no,
audience.
no. I'm just writing, and if I found a difficult word, only I'm searching. Now I'm not doing
No,
it.
I mean difficult. I'm not saying that you're searching for difficult words. What I'm trying to say is that if you didn't have to translate, and if you were just listening to the Darshana Samapattiya, you are only listening to the Darshana Samapattiya, and you are taking every word in. You are reflecting as you are listening.
Yes,
But when you add on a task there that you are translating, half of what is being said, you are hearing the word, but the meaning, the depth of the word and the significance of it, half of it is lost. I mean, anyway, when people listen, also even purely listening without even translating, purely listening also only half of it goes.
No,
And then the second time you listen, another bit goes. And the another time you listen, another bit goes. So can you imagine when you add another task of translating? I think that's why Dr. Kokila says that from the contemplation or from what you're saying, those fundamental elements have still not got established or settled
No,
into
you know
the.
why? Here, I didn't go to the court. I chair level, no, about 2 years time. Like I was
No,
talking
we
about.
said start from the baby in the cot. So start from the baby in the cot is not you as a
Actually,
baby or your mother. The baby in the cot, now you have to visualize.
no, actually, even the baby in the cot is deeper than that. Usually, even the sasava is from the zygote level.
Yes, and the baby has only but the baby has that alive feel, no, doctor? Alive feel. Then the
No,
sastra.
that is because of the 5 senses. You have to be very slow, Champa. You are in such a hurry. I don't know whether you are getting these things. And the way the moment you reciprocate, or I mean, I don't know, you have to listen. You have to learn to listen. It's a mistake if your mind talks, if you are listening. Because your mind is very active, mind talks.
Yes.
You don't actually listen. Even here, I don't know whether you get half of the things. So the 5 senses, the stimuli are there from the moment the slowly the sensory organs are developing. Every sensory organ starts to work.
Yes.
And the consciousness is there. Mainly the body consciousness is there from the kind of beginning.
Yes.
And slowly on the mind consciousness happens. So if you are going backwards and backwards and backwards, the mind consciousness is actually happening later.
Yes, without the mind, yes, first 2-3 years, yes.
So the understanding this field side is completely in different angles you have to understand.
Yes, doctor.
Because you are trapped in the mind consciousness is it just doesn't necessarily mean that you have to contemplate about the other sensory organs as well.
Yes.
Because at one point you have to actually see through a stimuli. If you are going to actually see through a stimuli, it will never happen if you don't have these basics.
Yes.
And you can't get the basics also that quickly as grabbing as you do.
Yes.
You grab every word with so much power.
Yes, doctor. Shall I do something like this? Shall I go to the baby, that means I can remember from 2 years very clearly. Shall I go?
No, this is useless. I'm not talking about your life.
Mm.
Do you think I'm contemplating about my life? This is all about one stimuli now.
Yes, yes. How it started, right. To go with that stimuli to the starting point, right.
So Vattang Vattati starts from beginning. හිත හැදුන හැටි කියන එක මේ එක්කෙනෙකුට එක විදිහයි තව එක්කෙනෙකුට තව විදිහයි එහෙම නැහැ.
Yes.
Maybe the stimuli is different. Maybe one mother says ma, one mother says mom, one mother says mother, another mother says amma. Someone from India might say something else. What does that matter? It's a stimuli. Panchaskandhane.
You mean, doctor, with one stimuli going to the point what it started, how it started. Looking, you mean to look at that point.
මේ ප්‍රඥාවෙන් මේක යන්නේ සම්පා.
Yes.
ප්‍රඥාවයි ඥානයයි එක්ක යන ගමනක් මේක මේක මේ හිතලම කරන්න පුළුවන් වැඩක් නෙවෙයි.
Oh. You mean ඒක කරන්න පුළුවන් that we can do that, no? Today only I got that idea properly. If some stimuli is giving some trouble, we have to go to the starting point.
No, every stimuli is like that.
That means, doctor?
Every stimuli in your whole life starts like the same way.
Yes.
That's why seeing one kole, one
is enough.
is enough.
Right. Now 3, I have main 3 now. To looking
What
at
is 3? You have ditta sutta mutta. What else you have?
No.
You are confused now. You have only your 5 senses.
Yes. Now that means that 3 stimuli.
That power of the stimuli is different from person to person.
Yes.
Sakkaya Ditti doesn't necessarily mean Tasan also has Sakkaya Ditti. Even any stimuli can give rise to Sakkaya Ditti.
Yes.
Extra power is due to maybe sister-in-law, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. That matters when you are trying to actually කොහොමද කියන්නේ සෝතාපන්න වෙන තැන නෙවෙයි.
Yes, I know. To come out the ginna නැති කරගන්න එකනේ. To come out the burning, no?
No, that is for an arahan. රහත්න් වෙන්න බෑනේ සෝතාපන්න නොවේ.
Oh,
මේ ලොකුම ප්‍රශ්නේ නේද සුරංගිකා? What do you think? I think that is a point Aran Hanse makes all the time.
Yeah, and that's the one that he has been emphasizing in the last couple of weeks also. Because no point, no, you heard about that Avadiya part. You said you mentioned the Korean boy from Korea.
yes.
Also talking about the Avadiya the other day.
Mm.
And then, certain people now, even where I was concerned that 3 months ago kind of thing also, because you feel the calmness, you feel the lightness. But if the self-view hasn't gone,
Yes.
what he said was not enough contemplation of the functioning of the senses. And has to be further honed. That skill has to be further honed. And then particularly the mind sense, but that he didn't say not the other senses, those senses also. So everything is seeing the senses. Alayatana nirodho means it's not something else, no, that if one sees then leaves everything to the
sister-in-law
sense of
නිරෝධෝ
function.
නිබ්බානෝ වගේ නැත්ත?
Yes.
මොනා
Seeing,
කියනවද?
yes, seeing also, yes.
That is
Mainly,
what we are not doing, no, Champa. That is why the sister-in-law is your sister-in-law. Something has been done to you. Something has been, someone has ill-treated your son. It's your son, your husband. You went and helped the person. You told her sister that the marriage was broken. You did that and she did that and she did this and she brought that up. And so that is why everything is so real. So, yeah, anyway. So all
There
that
is
won't come up actually. Now, that the other day also somebody was saying, no, some gentleman was saying that there was an incident that he can't mention, but
yes.
it is constantly occurring. But when it arises and he contemplates, then it goes away.
Mm.
But in another time, it comes up again.
Yes.
But for him, when it comes up, it's a nuisance. There is a burning. But
Yes.
because he's in the contemplation stage, when he contemplates, again it goes away.
Yes. That is what happened to this system also, yes.
So, no, but at least that's coming only in a thought. Now
Yes.
you lived it out, no, the whole thing. Put action and words and everything. It was very much alive.
Yes.
So that person, maybe he's sitting on a chair somewhere in the garden, and that thought might be coming up, and that's it.
Yes.
Maybe he doesn't go and say it out to anybody, that type of thing. Now, those days we will go and say also, no?
Yes.
Now, if something like that comes up, we'll go and say to the husband, or we'll go and say, see this thing, and I'm like, I don't know.
Yes.
And then you might even bring it up in a conversation. Now, my parents do that all the time. They'll catch hold of somebody from the past or from currently one of their sisters or something and say, one thing, she's always like that. She
Yes.
can never do this thing, that thing, and now they go on, right?
Mm.
So what is that? All that is now not only they are completely oblivious that the thought has arisen. The thought is on that it is only a thought. Now they vocalize it, they have externalized it, and now the two of them are happily talking about it and criticizing that person or whatever it is. So that's the type of thing that is happening when the external world becomes real.
Yes.
But if one is actually out of the external world, it can still occur in the mind. So that person on the Zoom, it may be that that person is, that incident is coming, that negative incident is coming up in the mind. But
Yes.
even in the mind, that's why Aryan Master says, no, that's the second point of contemplation. Even in the mind, also one has to know the truth of how that thought occurs. But before you get to that stage, that external world, everything becoming so real, putting it on to other people as if you believe those people are actually out there, that they have done
yeah,
something to
that's the
you.
thing.
That is the part that has to be.
මේ හිතට එන සිතුවිල්ලක් ගැන නෙවෙයිනේ මෙතන තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නේ. එළියේ ඉන්නවා කියලා තේරිතෙනවනේ.
ඒක තමයි. ඔව්.
මේ එළියේ කාක්කා ඉන්නවා කියලා හිතනවනේ. ඉතින් කාක්කා හිතට මතක් වෙනවා කියන එකට කන්ටෙම්ප්ලේට් කළ වැඩක් තියෙනවා. අර කාක්කා එළියේ ඉන්නවද බලන්න එපා.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that don't do the mind sensor, Champa. That's another stage that you will come to that later. Do the external, like Dr. Kokila is saying. I mean, if the sister-in-law is so real, there is no point in you saying that there is no sister-in-law in the mind and it's a thought and blah, blah, because the sister-in-law out there has become real to you still.
Yes. No, I'm doing the both, no. External world thing according to Aryan Mahanse's contemplations and looking
But
at
the
the mind.
Sotapanna is the first stage, which is what he was saying. Like Dr. Kokila said, he has apparently done it for 2 years. Why has he done it? And why did Lord Buddha take the 7 weeks and contemplate to see whether any of those things were coming up again?
Yes.
Because it can come up again. If there is no burning in one, there can be now. He says, no, if you are staying at home and nothing is happening and everything is calm, go out and go to the Kadamandi and see whether there's any defilements coming up.
Right.
You can actually
So-
go to the sister-in-law house and come.
Yeah, go and come. Or take the phone and give her a call and see how you feel, how the system is reacting. You don't have to go take the phone call and see to see. It's amazing how this mind, is lying dormant, hidden, and gives you this very good impression that nothing is a problem now. I'm good. I
මේ
understand the Dhamma.
එළියේ කියන්නේ outside fan is there is a different thing.
Yes.
Mind having this visualization is a different thing.
Yes. But actually the visualization only happens here, but we that
No, you
conscious.
project it to the outside. No, you said no to 2-3 houses nearby.
Yes, fallen into outside this consciousness, mind consciousness fallen to outside. But after actually speaking here, that has cleared like more cleared like
No, that is temporary clearing. You have to contemplate a bit more about this chair or the whatever. Whatever this first, how the baby became, how this happened. Yeah.
You're talking about the sister-in-law, and then sister-in-law did something to you. There is no you there. The sister-in-law is you.
Yes. What is
as soon as she starts to talk, she forgets about that.
Yes.
No, I mean, all this is not easy, Champa. As Dr. Pokila said, everybody is going through various stages of these. Not that, I mean, there are certain things that can be true for us also in the outside world. So everyone is in contemplating and trying to get out of, or at least try to, see through those things. But because you are doing so much of, I mean, even the Darshana Samapatti, you've been listening and you've been writing and doing all this. But it's very important to get it, as that Dr. Kokila says, because ultimately this system is yours now. Aryan Master today or yesterday also said, Aryan Master බෑ ඔයාව ඔබව නිවන් දක්වන්න. ඒක ඔබේ වැඩක්.
Experiencing is the problem.
Yeah,
Yes.
he says, I can show you the way, but it's ultimately up to you. And then 2 days ago, he said to Asanti, your Virya Paramita is not enough. What are you doing? He said. So why is he saying all that? I mean, all those lessons all those lessons one can apply to oneself, right? If you know you're not applying yourself enough, then that lesson he told to Asanti is true. Same to me. If I think it's not enough Virya Paramita, then I must, for this system, I must see
same for me
what am I
also.
not doing.
Yeah,
Putting
same for
media
me
in
also.
a wrong way, so dear. You know, putting media in a wrong way. That is what happened to this system.
Because ultimately the greatest service that you can do is first system එක නිවන් දක්වන්න. And then by doing that, you're opening yourself out with greatest compassion to all other living beings, right? Who are in ignorance.
Yes.
I mean, that can be like a conventional way of thinking, but at least, I mean, the greatest thing that one can do is to I mean, not that one can do it, but uh, after all the things that R.N. Mahansa has been saying and saying and saying for 12,000 talks, I mean, sometimes he says, no, occasionally he'll cut through his normal sermons and he will say, what the hell are you doing, right? He has said things like that. I mean, not hell, but he says, no, මොකක්ද ඔයගොල්ලෝ කරන්නේ type of thing.
Yes, because
I remember about one, I don't know, Dr. Kokila, you might remember, he was overseas, I think, Vietnam or somewhere. Or I don't know, somewhere he said, he said, නිවන් දැකපල්ලා, he said. He used that kind of words right through that sermon, at least for 10-15 minutes. He said it in that karapalla, dakapalla type of thing and that was so powerful, that message.
Because Surangika, like me, most of the listeners doesn't know how to do the insight meditation, insight contemplation properly. You know?
Now, that is true. That's true for all of us, Champa, but that's why there are people like Dr. Kokila and all these other people also who are there to push us now, who are there to, and then there is a certain amount of effort that each system also has to make. Now, the R.N. Master said today in Mathara that all those people out that were there that day, they wouldn't have met him if they were not going to be, near the Sambodhi Parayana. They wouldn't have met him, they wouldn't have heard the Dhamma, all that, right? So what does that tell you? That means, so you heard the Dhamma, you met R.N. Mahansa, you accessed the Dhamma. So that has to mean
You actually
something,
go
right?
and sit nearby him.
Yeah, all that has to mean something, right?
I think we have run out of time also today.
Yeah, I mean, so what we're trying to say is this is not going to come and drop on our lap like something on a platter. Now, 2 days ago, I listened to a talk where he was shouting at a mother saying, ඔබතුමිය මේ රිලවෙක් වගේ බලන් ඉන්නවා කටට අතට කෑම දෙනකල්. Whereas he was, breaking rest and sleepless nights and years on top of mountains, listening and experimenting and searching through Google and how the light was formed, how the vibration was formed, this, that, and the other. And here he said to that mother, you are waiting like a monkey waiting for the peanut to be given to the hand. Can you not even contemplate a little bit about the light yourself, he said. So it's something like that. So, I mean, these are things when we listen to sermons, you have to tell yourself off, the system off a little bit. To deploy certain tactics that is
And also the
relevant for your system.
insight is bit poor because you say there is no power and there is massive power. And then it doesn't tally. That means insight is poor. So you have to be careful.
Power, but I can understand because the correct way is not there. That is why today only I found that thing. It's very great, and I bow down to both of you. And I have the chance to listen to these very deep things through you all. Otherwise, this is not an easy thing. Thank you very much,
Yeah, it
Dr.
is not easy. I have listened long time. Yeah. Yeah, Thervan Sarnai. We'll talk.
Thervan Sarnai.
Thervan Sarnai.
now. So that's why we were not able to start on this discussion on time. Anyway, so Teruvan, I'm again telling Teruvan Saranai to all of you who attend here, who attended here. So anyway, so at the very onset, I'd like to, as usual, I'd like to offer my deepest respect and pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpado and Vase, whose compassionate guidance will remain everlasting. So, and at the same time, I'd like to extend my blessings to all who are gathered here today. So, as always, I mention every day these things. So, the Nibbana was hidden for more than 2,500 years. Now it has been revealed. About 2,500 years back, Lord Buddha revealed that into the world that there is a kind of thing called Nibbana, that it is the eternal freedom, that eternal bliss that you can feel. But it was not the usual practice in that era. But he announced the world that there is something called Nibbana. So if I tell it's a thing that is wrong, but for the sake of expressing these things, I'm using that word. There's kind of feel that would never shake. So that is the Nibbana, the eternal bliss. So that being a mankind is the first eligibility criteria to that. So even after becoming a human, so if you don't see this truth, so that is your own foolishness or the dumbness, we say. So after a certain period, this truth was buried under the sand of time, under the sands of time. Fortunately, after 2,500 years back, through our noble friend, through the voice of our noble friend, this hidden truth has now now it has become surfaced. Now it's there, it's available. So we can hear this Dhamma. So what is our duty? So what is our duty? Just try to grab it and understand what it really says. So it is a dharma that should not be another kind of a belief or a faith. First, as soon as you listen to this dhamma, you will feel this dhamma is somewhat different from the rest of the other teachings. So we have been practicing, especially in Buddhist countries, the same thing that has been practiced before Buddha era. That is the concentration meditation. So after giving the message by Lord Buddha, this is not the path to the true liberation. We still, how unfortunate we are, we still practicing the same thing that has been there in the Buddha era, before the Buddha era. So that is the saddest part in this. But the truth is very rare. We have to, at the same time, we have to remember that truth is very rare. It is not everywhere, available everywhere. From the Sri Lanka, now the truth is again coming up. This will become the distribution center into the whole world. So, as Sri Lankans, we have a responsibility to see this Dhamma first. If you are able to see this Dhamma from your own, so you will become eligible for distribute this Dhamma to the whole world. So that is the most important thing. First, you have to see this Dhamma. You have to feel this Dhamma. You have to feel this truth. Then, of course, you will be able to disseminate this message throughout the world. The feeling that you are feeling, the freedom that you are enjoying, the bliss that you are in, you will be able to show to the world. So otherwise, distributing this as a knowledge won't help that much. Because there is a saying called Oadinu Parartama Sammate Pitasita in Sinhala. That means you have to behave like a good person to give in advices to the other world, other people. So otherwise, the people will keep questioning. Even though you advise me, do you behave like that? No. So it won't help. So that's why this one is very important. First, you have to see this Dhamma, this truth within you. The transformation has to occur within you. Then, of course, you will be able to distribute that transformation into the entire world. It is not a man doing thing. It is a system that happens automatically. Without the internal transformation within you, even though you try to convey how much this message to the other people, it won't really happen because the telepathization does not occur in a good way. So that's why this one is very important. Just try to understand this Dhamma, just try to feel this Dhamma, then for sure you will get liberated from your mind in one fine day. So until then, what you have to do is be engaged in this Dhamma. Then the transformation will eventually occur. Let it happen within you spontaneously. From there, you can show the world this is the true Dhamma, which has been preached exactly the same that has been preached 2,500 years back by Lord Buddha. So, other than participating in these kind of discussion, you can gain knowledge and insight from our official website as well. That is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website. So there are plenty of books that have been written under the guidance of Buddothpado and Vanse. So they are available in Sinhala, Tamil and English medium. So if you are keen about the English language, if you can understand English, you
There are 6 volumes. True Dham has awakened. In the book series called True Dham has awakened. So they are free to be downloaded. Then you can download either into your laptop or your phone. Then you can read them attentively. If you have any questions or doubts, you may bring up them here so we can discuss them openly, and we have the opportunity to ask directly from Buddothpado and Mahanse. So that is a precious opportunity that you have. So please feel free to visit our official website. So other than that, another website is there, www.wisdomofasia.com. So if you are very keen about the modern day findings, so how these modern day findings tally with the ancient wisdom, so-called ancient wisdom. So it will clearly explain you how it would bridge the gap. So please feel free to visit that site as well. So before, as usual, we read few pages from the True Dham Has Awakened book series. So before we go into that part, I would like to recap some of the important points that we have been talking during past discussions. Almost in every sermon, Buddothpado Aranwase explains that all the experiences, that means all the things you carry out are volitional formations. So how can that be? Even you think, even you talk, even you move your body. If you think in depth, you will also understand the same thing. They are products of mental formations. So right now I am speaking in this Zoom. Before speaking, before put my thoughts into the words, I should think what I going to talk here, what I'm going to talk here. So there have been the mental formation should be there prior to expressing the ideas as thoughts, as words. So likewise, if you want to lift your right arm, right hand, it won't automatically occur. It won't automatically happen, but you have to think behind that. So some perceptions would be there. According to them, some action will be carried out. Again, what is there inside you, from the mind, you would understand that you are lifting your hand to this level, to that level. And also, even a thought, even you think about the past kind of incident, even this moment, it is also a mental fabrication. Likewise, for every action, the mental formation has to be formed. That's why Lord Buddha said, Mano Pubbangama Dhamma. So mind goes in front of everything. Here the mind is defined as thoughts.
Without thoughts, we can't say there's kind of existing mind. Thoughts are the building blocks of the mind. So if the thought is created then and there, at this very moment, that is the moment that mind gets created as well. So then what we have to understand, what sort of a thing this thought is. So we have to analyze and see how these thoughts get created. If you have been listening this Dhamma for a while, you know how these thoughts get created. With the initial kind of vibration, due to some kind of a signal gets generated. That signal may be a form of light perception, sound perception, or tactile stimulation, or whatsoever. All these perceptions come together. They form a thought. They collectively form a thought. So within each and every thought, there is some kind of a power that have been coming from the initial vibration. So the power makes you to feel that thought is real. That is the problem. That is the problem here. That initial energy that is developed within that particular thought make someone to feel that the thought is alive. Thought is a real thing. So if you take an example, our famous example is the chair. So chair, if you see the chair at once, you don't get the color, sound and all these things. You don't get. Now you get the exact name for that, exact thought. What is the thought? Is the chair. Just after seeing, by looking at the chair, it carries some kind of power within it. So that power makes you to feel the chair is really available in front of you. The chair is real. So that has been confirmed by the perceptions. That you feel the solidity of the chair. So it gives some kind of a 3D nature for your what you are seeing. So that's proof to yourself this chair is real. It is a 3D object. So that is the chair that I used to sit on it every day when I do my office work. So those concepts are combined within that initial thought of chair. So eventually what will happen? As some kind of a value would be automatically assigned to that particular object. So why that happened? Because it happened that the chair was a real thing. If it is not a real thing, do you ever get some kind of a value within that? So when you see a photo of a chair, do you get same kind of a feeling, the value to that photo as well? No. Because you know that is not the real chair which is which you are seeing in the wall, in the picture. So what I am touching right now is the actual chair. So again, you have two kind of feeling. The same thought is the chair, but two feelings. One has a value, the other one is does not have a value. So how these things happen? Like Serathariya said, Nahidam Parakatam Bimban, so it doesn't come to the Pali answer does not come to my mind. Neither you did it, no one did it as well. No other one did it. No one. It has been created involuntarily. That means spontaneously. So how these things happen? So if you take the picture, if you go and touch the picture, do you feel the same firmness, same hardness of the chair? No. So you might feel the consistency of the sheet of paper. So that doesn't bring the same kind of a value as you touch the chair physically. So that would be the difference. The energy that carries along with the picture would be different from the energy that is being carried along with the real chair when you're touching the real chair. So when you touch the real chair, you will feel it's really existing because of the power it has. So you have to identify. So again, it's a thought. So what you have to do from the penetrative mind, what you have to see is how this power comes to that thought, how the power comes to that particular thought. In order to do so, we have to understand how these vibrations generate its own power, like the spinner, like the whirlpool. So when one signal comes, it gets subjected to repetitive action. So again and again. So if you see the red light, so vibration happens again and again, then the energy within it tends to build up within it. So it generates its own power. So likewise, when chair you see, so it generates again and again by itself. So once you start to take the chair is at real, so it can energize the subsequent thoughts as well. So then what happens? As I said, the formation earlier, I begin the discussion with everything is mental formation, volitional formation. So it tends to build energy within it. So that energy makes you feel that the chair is alive thing. So what happens next? If at any instant, if something is felt is real, then a creation of a person who perceives it will not be preventable. The person who is really feeling the feels that the existing field will be created. So that is the point where the self gets created. But
Now you can understand everything happens into a certain system. No one did it, neither it is done by you as well. No, you didn't do it. No one also did it. It automatically happened. So creation of the self is also a result of the same automatical process. So that has to be identified. So that is well explained in the Paticcasamuppada, cause and effect Dhamma. That is the message. That is the Dhamma. So that is the Buddha's message. How these thoughts get created, how these thoughts get certain power to feel like it's really existing. So that will contribute to create the self. So if you know the mechanism, how yourself gets created, so you know there are, even though I feel that I'm really a human being, if I look from that angle, will it be there a person like me? No, there is no way of being a person like me here, because it is a creation. It gets created once the objects or once the external things have been taken as real. So the feeling of I, the notion of I, also a similar kind of thought that has been taken as a real. That is the magic here. As long as you don't know this truth, the mechanism how the I or self get created, you are in such an illusion. You are in such, your ignorance is there because you don't know this truth. You tend to be thinking like there's a person who have been born 40 years back, who have gone to that particular school, who has educated in this kind of university, and who is currently engaged in this kind of a job. So all of them are your thoughts, because you took it as you are a real human being. But if you see this real scenario, real thing, you will understand that there is no so-called me. There is no so-called a self here. That is the message that Lord Buddha wanted to convey to the entire world. Even though that's why he called all the people in the world are crazy, because they are in such an illusion that they think that they are living beings. But in reality, it is not. How pathetic the situation is. So, would it be any kind of harm to you if you get to know this truth? Nothing will happen. It is exactly it is certain kind of a right to know the truth. Being a human being, human, if you don't know this truth, what kind of a situation that is. So you have a certain right to know this truth. So truth has been revealed by Lord Buddha about 2500 years back. The truth is same. It won't change time to time. Only thing, that particular message was not there until this present state, present time. So be thankful to Buddothpado and answer. So we hear this message again. So why are you so much reluctant to take it? So no, nothing will change, but your understanding would change. The beauty of that go beyond that as well. What happens next after understanding or after knowing this truth? There would be some kind of internal transformation that automatically happens to you as well. That is the transformation that you tend to see the world as nothing. But that doesn't mean everything in the world will vanish. No, the nothingness has to come only through the understanding. If you understand this process very well, once you understand this process very well, even though you live in the same world, you know these are mental fabrications, mental formations. So it won't harm your it won't affect your day-to-day life even from a single bit. Even from a single bit, you can do your work as you did before. You can do you can perform your commitments as usual. So you can talk, you can love, you can enjoy. But you know, the underlying fact is there is some kind of a awakening within you. You are becoming kind of an awakened one among the rest of the world. What made you to be awakened is the understanding. Because you know, even though I enjoy, even though I carry out my day-to-day activities as usual, there is no person here within me. That can be felt. That makes you to feel like there's nobody here. No one had been there also. And in future, there will be no such a person as call me as well. So if you get that understanding, you will definitely know that you had not a certain kind of a birth, and you will not die as you thought earlier. There's no person to get a certain birth or to have a death even. So the worries, what about the worries? No worries will be there at all. The suffering will be gone because there's no person to suffer here. You will get to know, you will understand, you will realize it should be felt for you. Otherwise, you don't feel that feeling. You won't be able to convey this message to the other person in full strength. So that's why realizing this Dhamma is very important before we communicate this message to the world. That's why people who are listening, you are joining these things, so they have to realize, and first they have to realize, then have to actually feel this truth. So yes, I think we have a lot of friends here. I think yes, Mrs. Surangika, Sudharma, Randima, all are here. Very nice. Mr. Bernard is also here with us. Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Teruvan Saranai, Randima, do you have any kind of comment on that?
Yeah,
So, yeah.
yeah, Dr. Ravi, thank you so much for your excellent explanation. So, as you very correctly pointed out, what is important is this field of transformation. So, it is a field, yeah, it is beyond mind. So, it's very interesting. I mean, there is a greater science here. The science is that all the worldly things and all the science by now defined in terms of so many words. So that is the mind, in other words. So every word carry a mind image. So it is in a way like interesting. This Dhamma is providing a path to go beyond the mind. This is the interesting thing here, because even though the mind arises, that has no impact. Is the one which is really going to happen. So therefore, it is a beautiful thing. I mean, there is a greater science here that is it possible? One will really question, is it possible? Because everyone try to solve problem inside the illusion itself. So inside the vicious cycle, everyone try to resolve the problem, but
Yeah.
not finding a way out, isn't it, Dr. Ravi?
Yeah, exactly. What they have been doing even before Buddha comes into the world, so they were practicing to suppress their thoughts. Then they try to
Mm,
find out some kind of a relief from that. But
yeah,
what Buddha said is totally different from that, isn't it?
yes.
Yeah.
That is the difference, no? There is a greater tranquility come when someone really understand there is nothing meaningful here. So that's why it cannot be another thought or a kind of another thinking, but naturally it has happened, isn't it, Dr. Ravi?
Yeah.
This
So
transformation also in a way like unexplainable.
yeah. The
Yeah.
only thing that we have to do is the understanding the thought. Yeah,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they didn't try to understand the thought. So they didn't figure out how this thought get created. But Lord Buddha showed, uh, come have a look. Just see how these thoughts get created. So people tend to do what people was doing at that period. They try to suppress the thoughts. So they thought the thoughts are the problematic things. So thoughts are the things that give you the suffering. So what they thought was, they try to keep on focusing some kind of a one single thought and try to suppress the thoughts coming into your mind. So that's why they needed to be seated in a certain position. So otherwise, if you try to go here and there, and so many thoughts will come, so they can't block the thoughts coming into the mind. So that's
Yeah.
why that particular posture was greatly highly needed for that
Yeah.
concentration meditation, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. So one will have any some focused attention on maybe inhale or exhale and trying to maintain its focus there. So slowly, so actually now if we take the inhale and exhale, so inhale is a speed, So exhale is also another form of a speed, another form of a vibration. So what happens exactly when someone concentrate on the inhale, then that inhale, that level of speed is the level of speed of the soul as well. So because that moment there is no two things, it is the same thing. So that is
Yeah.
the existence. But the people sit for this you see meditation without having any understanding of this soul. So
Yes.
it really sit expecting some nibbana, no, Dr. Ravi.
Yes, exactly.
That-
Mm.
Yeah, you sat for the meditation with expectation of something. So, but
Mm.
in this Dhamma, it is very beautiful. When we understand the thought, we find there is nothing to seek further, even, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, exactly. Yes. So yeah. So as you said, yeah. So they had the initial kind of thought to getting liberated from these thoughts. So that will push you towards some kind of a relief. So that will happen for them, but it is for a transient period only. So until they keep on sitting that particular position or what the activity they are doing, so that will remain to that certain period. But once you change that thing, or once you uh, try to deal with the rest of the world, so that kind of that peaceful nature will be gone, because
Yeah,
they are because
yeah,
they can't maintain that suppression that when they engage in day-to-day activities. So it
yeah,
will once they practice, it will coming in a fraction of a second. That is all right, but it is not a constant thing. But Lord Buddha said is, if you going in this particular way, this calmness and this tranquil nature will remain forever. So irrespective of your posture, that is not related to the work you are doing, the activities you are carrying out, the, the how whatever you think. So it won't affect the peaceful nature. That stillness won't be affected, isn't it, Rani?
yeah, and also, Dr. Ravi,
Mhm.
this nothingness, you see now. Now this breath, someone get focused on the breath, and then the breath gets smooth, and then and almost the speed of the breath get lower and lower, and after that the breath is not felt.
Mhm.
Nothing will felt. So then you see it is the nothingness that is
Yeah.
discussed in the concentration meditation. So as
Yes.
you very correctly pointed out, when one get over from that posture, then there
Mhm.
is a greater difficulty of associating outside, because freedom, that liberation, you see, get challenged.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
uh, yeah,
Yeah, one day I heard some spoke to this Zoom discussion, not in Sinhala English discussion. I heard in Sinhala discussion. So he used to go to concentration meditation on weekends, especially on Sundays. Then has done certain meditation, and that made him to push him towards some kind of a relief, but it will last. So it will remain for certain period, but it is going to last in next Saturday. So he has to practice again on next Sunday as well. So it won't. So it clearly says that it it will not a constant thing, isn't it? He
yeah.
believes that.
Actually, Dr. Ravi, we also did this concentration meditation. So
Mm-hmm.
what really happened was we wanted to have another birth in Brahma state, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why we clearly sat there because that what was taught by that time.
Yeah.
At your last breath, if that level of you see is maintained, then you will be born in Brahma, some Brahma place, and then you see there won't be a body like, but something would be there like.
Mm-hmm.
But you see, there will the lifespan would be very high. So,
Yeah.
due to the lifespan expectation, we also you see started practicing it. But do you know what happened when we practice that? Like
Mm-hmm.
actually, the some another mind mind Brahma like now that kind of another spiritual power kind of a feel it's
Mm-hmm.
gaining. That's why many people do this because then there is some form of inside happiness also here, and actually I would say the level of the pride would go up
Mm-hmm.
because there
Mm.
is some sense of comparison also, like other people
Yeah.
are not doing and now others doesn't know, but we are sort of this like. So
Yeah.
there is a greater sense of you see some that fell to the body also. I mean,
Yeah.
your whole mind, body is some spiritually some powerfulness. That's what it is happening. So people like it. People are like gods then. But that is not a permanent thing. You see, it's not permanent, and you leave out for just for another 1 year and see what will happen. Back again, you are in the same muddy land. I mean,
Mm.
it's not permanent. So actually, I think the starting point of this Dhamma should be you see really doing this. Otherwise what will happen if you straight away go to this concentration meditation? Yeah, I mean, if you take any focused attention, even a banana, even a skeleton, even some piece of hair, anything, I mean, you just concentrate on it and that will appear as the
Mm.
mind image. So these are not a very big thing. But what happens is like when you walk, even you feel like you have iridi like you know
Mm.
this kind of some nonsense thing come because
Mm.
of that you see practice. So it is not worth. That's why the real solution for liberation is not there. So instead, the greater liberation, the real path is here. Because in this concentration meditation, this inhale and exhale thing, you
Mm-hmm.
see, once I was really continuing this, and one
Mm-hmm.
time I could not breathe. So I was completely shocked, you see. And after that, I did not had courage to sit in the same position. And because in the Rerukana Chandavimala's Theros book, it was clearly mentioned,
Mm-hmm.
you will see the path like. Then
Ah.
in some Buddha text, I found if the path is not clear, you better not do it. I think there is a Buddha's advice. I'm not sure about that, but somewhere that has I have heard that if you are not sure of about the path, you better not do it. So
Yeah.
actually, I stopped that point, and after that. So after that, so many time passes and some life issues came. You see, some life huge struggles came, and So I really got into some panic condition. So in that
Mm-hmm.
condition, I was thinking like, what happened to that meditation experiences? So nothing could help me. So even though that any meditations, any of the Katina Pinkang we have done, any of the
Yeah.
Dhamma book read, nothing could help me. Nothing could you see taken out the pain. And when the
Mm-hmm.
thoughts change, the pain change. So I try to listen, you see, Dhamma daily, like sometimes not 24 hours was not enough. So listening, and even could not, you see, relieve from the pain. So I was listening entire, I mean, almost all famous Buddhist monks' Dhamma explanation. I was
Mm-hmm.
writing them in the book, and you see, but nothing could change. But after discussing with the Aryan Mahanse only, when he showed up, this is just a feel here, just a feel,
Mm-hmm.
it's a moment thing. There's nothing more than that here. So it is not so many Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, it is not so many words. It is one thing here. What is this one thing? Every moment there is a formation. That's a feel. It's not permanent. There is nobody here. So this mind is not me, body is not me.
Yeah.
So that is the important message, I think, for anybody is, you see, suffering. So that's why I actually that's the message we want to communicate. Don't waste your time more. Don't wait until you become another Patachara or Kisagotami. Now the Dhamma is available. One can start exploring and investigating within what's really happening here. Yeah, Dr. Ravi, thank you.
Exactly, exactly. As you said, yes, I personally don't have these kind of experiences, but I can see uh, the with the after talking with you all. So what through this concentration meditation, what really happens is, other than dissolving the self, it's tend to solidify yourself more and more. So it will be very difficult to get away from the self feeling if you practice it into a certain level to do some irdis and so all the things. So I think so it is a, as you said clearly, it would be a utter waste of time, because you have limited period of time, because you listen, you will hear this to them at your 40s, so you will be dying at about 60, 65 or 70, 75. So you have a limited period of time. So if you waste this time doing these kind of concentration meditations and all these things, it won't help. So as you clearly said, don't wait until you become a state of patachara. So you can hear, you can listen this Dham very now it's available. So please feel free to come and have a look. Just you will realize by yourself this is true. So otherwise, just leave it alone. So if you don't feel this is a real thing, just leave it aside for a little while. Then definitely you will come back and have a look. So uh, just do not keep on hanging the certain notions that you were practicing during your lifetime. So you might be wrong. So just uh, keep your eyes open and have a look. Just try to realize, just try to understand what Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is telling, and that is very uh, in line with the what had been taught by Lord Buddha about 2,500 years back. Teruvan Saranai Randima, thank you very much. And I think I can see Mrs. Udharma is also here. Yeah, she must have a lot of experiences also. Teruvan Saranai Sudharma, do you have anything to add?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Ravi. ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. Yes, in addition to what you all said, Dr. Ravi, actually the beautiful message given to the world by Ms. Randima, come and see, unless and until you hear this wisdom of truth, you may not know what it is, because there are a lot of distorted versions of Buddha's teachings everywhere. All of us at some point have experienced some sort of distorted version or a fake version of Buddhist Dhamma. Therefore, by now, people may not, unfortunately, take this as true Dhamma even. They will have the same suspicious attitude towards this as well. But unless and until you, isn't it, Dr. Ravi? So unless and until you come and see what it is. So that open invitation given by her as an experienced person on this path is very important. And Dr. Ravi, so every day, whoever hosts the Zoom, whether it's Harshi or Professor Kavindya, Dr. Ravi, Strandima, Misaj, whoever, what you try, if you consider the summary of that presentation, it is to awaken the minds or the thinking wisdom of the listeners to see this momentary stimulus, how you get caught, how the person unknowingly, ignorantly get caught in this world, mundane world, which we also used to be in very strongly, and trying to liberate. So, is listening to this wisdom of truth. Doctor, you asked, so how does it matter? What happens when you know the truth? You asked that question when you were ending your presentation. So that made me look at the experiences I have gone through, Doctor. So what happened was, by listening to this, nothing would happen. If I try to translate Aryan Hanse's words, you will live in the same world, but you will not be touched or moved by anything. You will be joyful, which goes beyond that joy itself, will go beyond the joy that you earlier experienced. The suffering will be there, but you will be untouched too. No, that is not the definition we gave to those concepts before, or the experiences before. That doesn't mean we are not going to face death. We are not going to experience separation from loved ones. We are not going to experience achievements in life, love, laughter, friendship. Everything will be there, but our attitude towards them, as that very popular example, seeing the rainbow on the through the dewdrop on the blade of grass, the angle will change, but it is also effortless, spontaneous, isn't it, Dr. Ravi? So by hearing this, if somebody tries to, okay, what is this angle from today? Because we also have such experience when you say, oh, what is this? Everything becomes a thing at the very beginning. Okay, they are talking about this angle, so it became a thing. So what is this angle? So we search for that, and with effort we try to look at the world from such an. So this is not something like that. That's all nonsense, isn't it, Doctor? That we have to listen to the truth of this wisdom, the Satyajnana, the true Dhamma. As Ms. Randima said, she listened to all kinds of sermons. We have to listen to sermons, and then naturally, as a natural phenomenon, the Srutamaya Jnana will arise. So you have a clear-cut understanding of the mechanism of the five sensory organs, and then processes of Vattamvattati, the two rounds, how the minds gets created, and all these mental formation. You were very kind of going into depth in these mental formations, and then sankara, and then mental fabrication, abhisankarana, how we get carried away by thought. So all those are experiences, though we try to put them into words as to open the eyes of the world initially. All our experiences, kind of sooner or later, they will experience. Whoever will listen to this will experience, and we do the same. So that's all, Dr. Ravi, I can
Yes.
think about right now. Yes, Doctor. Teruvan Saranai.
Everyone, Sarana, thank you very much for your comments and your thoughts. Yes, yes. So I'm getting a question right now. So if
Doctor.
if yeah, if we meet someone who is doing this concentration meditation, is there any kind of advice that we can give to him or her? So same thing happened, I think, in the Buddha era as well. So they were practicing these kind of Niganta meditations for such a long period. So they, it was become very
Yes.
difficult to turn them to this insightful uh, insight meditation at once. So what Lord Buddha said was done, what Lord Buddha did was, so the gradual approach has been taken. Even through this Anapana Sati meditation, it can, the Vidarshana or the insightful meditation can be seen. So can you
Exactly.
explain how that can be explained to that person who is in that level?
Exactly, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah.
So it basically depends on the person's attitudes. If we take someone, an ordinary person who is like we used to do that as well. So we, rather than advising, best thing is to talk to the person about how we were at that position, and what our experiences were, and have to kind of have a friendly discussion, conversation with the person, and we can ask this simple question. So what outcome or what impact is there on this your life, or your day-to-day life, or whatever, through this concentration meditation? We don't need to criticize, or we don't need to reject it, because it also helps a person to relax. No, in medically also, as you know, these respiration kind of relaxation exercises are recommended for people to get rid of mental stress. So we don't need to negate or argue. We can say we were also doing that, but the problem was we did not find any solution, we did not feel any reduction or diminish in our suffering in all forms. We were like, so when this, and at the same time, as you said, now Aryan Mahansa is explaining this Anapanasati Bhavana, that is that some sutra, through where how this breathing itself can be that meditation, concentration meditation, the true original form. What Buddha meant was insightful meditation, in that through that concentration meditation also. How it can be converted to signless, because there's a sign, that sense of sign, that the point where when inhaling, at which point the airflow first touches the tip of the nose. So upper lip or whatever. So that
Mm.
is a thing. No, it's a, so that with the help of that one can, if some, that depends on that person's understanding also, doctor. So if someone who is involved in basic forms of concentration with meditation, we cannot talk about this. But if we also have some understanding of six sensory organs and how they work, so we can come to that point and say, okay, you can do the same thing in relation to understanding the mechanism of the sensory organs, the place where the
Yeah.
airflow touches becomes the, then how it is a sign. So it can, what you call this, nimitta and animitta. So, and
Oh, yes.
then we can get the person to listen to more sermons related to that, and get the person talk to Aryan Hanse, and kind of we can give that guidance. But
Yeah.
everything depends on the way we approach that person, basically the person's mindset. So how kind of flexible the person is.
Yes.
So one thing is there, when he or she hears this true Dhamma, the wisdom of truth, the true message, nobody would deny. It is the truth. Nobody would move away from this, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes.
So but the bottom line is, we cannot reject or criticize concentration meditation. We can just tell the next level is this, and let's try it. That
Yeah.
invitation. Yeah,
Yes,
there was.
exactly. The way you, yeah. So that is the way we should introduce this Dhamma into into people who is in that kind of a certain level. So so anyway, I think Surangika can explain this little bit further. So how we can explain these things in step-by-step manner to person who is already doing this concentration meditation. So keeping his focus to the tip of the nose, and is it actually the tip of the nose, or does this uh, tip of the nose is also a mental fabrication, a mental construct. So likewise, can't we explain him or her in that way? So do you have anything to tell about that, Mrs. Surangika? Theruvan Saranai?
Thirwan Sarnai, Dr. Ravi, and I think it was a very interesting discussion. I think maybe Randima might be able to explain a little bit more on Anapanasati and how that can be used. But something that I can say, which Aaron Vansi has explained in the last couple of weeks, I think particularly also through the Sutra Desana, is that what he did was, back in the day, there were a lot of people, different kind of clans, groups, caste system during the Siddhartha Gautama's days. And all those people were in search of truth. They all wanted to know what the truth was. So they used to find the truth, they used to experiment. And we all know about the Nigantanatha Putta and all these different types of people who believed in doing various things. Some people worshipped various script fixtures. Some people, just went around naked. Some people worshipped fire, and all kinds of things were experimented in search of the truth. And we also know about how somebody went and used to be in the soak themselves or almost nearly drown themselves in the Ganges river. And the Buddha had asked that person, saying in that case, all the fish in the water would have, gained enlightenment. And then that person didn't even have any words to say. So, I use the word enlightenment there in their context rather than in our context, but that's what he asked, a very simple question, and that completely put that person, at a loss of words. So at that time, now even through the Mahamaya Devi and the Siddhartha Gautama's mother's time and the Vapmagula, when in his childhood days, we know that there was the Anapanasati Bhavana, the Bhavana
Yes.
where there was this inhalation, exhalation kind of thing happening. And what the Buddha did with it is he used that because that is very familiar to all these groups. And he was also very, he was never hostile to all these people. He used to engage in very friendly discourses with these groups and the leaders of these groups. He used to go and visit those, whether you call them monasteries or whatever, and have these good long conversations and engage in these, and then question them and challenge them, not in a a really bad way, but in a gentle way. He used to challenge. So he used that same anapanasati, the inhalation exhalation way of meditation, to show them that this so-called duality that has been constricting human beings and falsely making humans believe that there is this so-called world and there is a person here is also a non-existent thing. So to do that, he used the external world as a simile for the breath, as Sudharma quite rightly pointed out, where the breath strikes, or you feel the breath at the top of your tip of your nose or the upper lip of at the upper lip of your face. That was considered to be the external world. And then when you inhale, the feeling that, or the sensation that it is something inside the body, was considered to be the mind side of it, the ajata. Earlier one was the bahidha, the external, and the ajata was the inhalation of that breath, and your experience of that inhalation of breath within you was then considered ajata. So he used those, and then if you have engaged, or anyone who has engaged in concentration meditation will understand that once you start with an exhalation and an inhalation, gradually, as you progress, the breath becomes finer and finer. Earlier it is a very coarse breath. You can feel yourself exhaling, you can feel yourself inhaling, and it is done with a little bit of effort. But gradually, as you settle down into that posture and that inhalation, exhalation, the breath becomes finer and finer. And then at a certain point, one doesn't even feel the breath. So that point where one doesn't feel the breath was the point, Randima, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that was the point, Dr. Ravi, where, if you use that for the practical program, the first part of it is like, you're going through the reflection of there is no external world, so the exhalation, and the inhalation is the internal, there is no external world, you are only thinking, and then you turn to the mind. And then the mind also, when you think about it, there's nothing in the mind either, no objects. So what's in the mind? Nothing there as well. And then what happens with that? Then you find that there is just the functioning of the senses, but there is nothing. And when that breath becomes finer and finer, there is almost kind of a stage where you don't even feel that you're breathing. It's so fine, it's so soft that you don't know you're breathing at all. You don't feel yourself. You feel extremely lightweight. You can even almost feel as if you're elevating. If depending on what type of jhana you are in, to that extent, the experience, you may not be actually physically elevating, but the experience is that yes, if you are, you're so light, you're so you don't feel the body even. So to that extent, it's not that is the experience, but the Buddha used that to go through the same process that Aryan Mahanse is now teaching us, to provide the actual Lokottara non-soul kind of experience, and try to give those groups the ability to kind of touch this actual Dharma through the practice that they have been so familiar with.
Yeah.
So I think that is what was tried by the Buddha very, very cleverly. And I'm sure some of the people, I think we've heard through the stories that some of them actually understood it. And some of them, the other thing was the Buddha also had the what you call the Parachitta Vijanana Jnana. And I mean, we used to call this in the mundane world the ability to read the other person's mind, but we know through our advance, it's not just the mind; it's the vibration itself, the ability to read the vibration and the wave, which our advance himself does when people speak to the Zoom. So that ability also comes through that, but the concentration meditation is to Sudharma's point, the concentration meditation, if you listen to even our advances earlier discourses, there is a certain amount of benefit apart from the medical benefit. One needs to focus initially when you are doing a very deep penetrative insight. One needs to understand this thought, isn't it, Dr. Ravi? So the thought is the
Yeah.
thing that has kind of betrayed us. The thought is the
Yes.
thing that we haven't got to the bottom of. So in order to engage in the thought, R.N. Vance in his earlier discourses also say, watch the thought. Just don't, relax completely, watch the thought and see, you're getting a thought like this from this sensor. And from if you touch something, then you get another thought in relation to that sensor. So to watch the thought and observe the thought pattern that is happening, people's minds are helter-skelter. They're running all over the place. So if you have engaged a bit of concentration meditation, the chitta ekagrata, the ability to concentrate, you get a bit trained in it by having some experience in concentration meditation. So that can be used for the purpose of first observing one's mind and then understanding that, the mind and the thought process is only an experience or the result of stimuli coming through the five senses and nothing else. To even understand that, one doesn't slow down, but if one slows down and watches one's thoughts and concentration meditation, a little bit of that helps at that point. That is actually quite good in the formative stages of this practice. And then the other part of it, and the important part that R.N. Mahansi explains that the Buddha had said, which has got covered through these other different types of teachings, is that Samatha Vidarshana Yuganandana. Yugananda means that both are getting cultivated at the same time. Now, lots of people misunderstand this, saying that you have to do Samatha Bhavana, otherwise you can't get anywhere. That part is wrong in that sense, because ultimately, when one understands the mind and the mechanics and the process of it and how this whole thing works, as Randima quite rightly said, the inner transformation happens. And you also said that, Dr. Ravi, it cannot be hurried. And that happens. And then you don't need to sit for 1 or 2 hours in a seated posture anywhere, like people doing Samatha Bhavana nowadays. That inner transformation and the tranquility and the calmness that comes with it is something that doesn't go away, even if you sit or stand or run or walk or engage in your office activities, isn't it, Randima?
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of it. Yes.
Yeah, Surangika, I think it's very interesting. Actually, what is this meditation? Meditation is a systematic technique where slowly, gradually, the mind is suppressed. And you see it reaching some form of nothingness in the mind. So that is the technique here. It is a technique, actually. It is a technique. So as long as you maintain the technique, it becomes a practice, and quickly one will able to, you see, become nothingness quickly as a method of practice. So there is some practice element there, actually. So the more you practice, the more that kind of tranquility or nothingness is experienced. But only thing is this in that position also there is a disconnection. So as Surangika mentioned clearly, that nothingness no one will feel sight, sound, any of the body sensor. Nothing will feel. Only the mind experience only. So then mind also, you see, that also nothing, you will start to fail. So there is some sense of disconnection. But what we need to highlight to the world is the same thing. You see, same nothingness, the sense of disconnection, and also this samadhi, the tranquility. So all that can be experienced in this true Dhamma path as well. That is the difference. It's more I think Buddha used the same approach what was used previously to explain this as well, because then it's quite easy for anyone to understand what's happening here in the path. So as Surangika mentioned, with the insight transformation, it is the kind of samadhi where the world not become real. So it is another form of samadhi, and it is slowly the nothingness is the one which gets. So as Buddha told to Bahir, the sight is the sight is only a sight. So whatever the feel is only a feel, hearing is only a hearing, and nothing more. So that is that insight transformation is the starting point of disconnection. And slowly there is some form of insight disconnection, like so same thing, the same thing, but what is the correct one? Correct one is one should understand the true Dhamma first. That is, nobody here, the world is not real. With that only, this path is happening. But that part, that meditation technique part, straight away sitting on the meditation, it is a form of a practice. It is really in the mind, and mind becomes so powerful. And your question, Dr. Ravi, if you ask such a guy, if you try to explain, you try your level best to explain such a guy, it won't get. Because even we have tried that with one of my uncle who is very, very strongly, you see, there. They can't, because you see, first anybody want to happy themselves, no? So when someone practice this meditation technique, and it is completely, you see, reaching some another form of freedom, liberation, and body and the mind relaxation, and it is some another mind is getting some other form of a powerful field transformation. So they do not want to bring that down by listening to you. That come, you try your level best, that will happen until maybe particular day, if they you see face a very serious problem, and you see, and if they get to chance to you see find that tranquility damage, if they are lucky enough, on that day maybe they realize the path is not correct. Unless otherwise, they want to have their last breath in that form. So that is so strong, and it would be highly difficult for you to change, you see, such a guy. So I just want to add that.
That is the
But we can try.
we can try. So yes, someone who is listening this Dhamma, if he or she has some kind of a curious mind, she will grab it, she or he will grab it. So otherwise, again, as Nandima said, they will ignore this message, and they practice the way they used to do. Anyway, it up to them. That up to them. So so what we can do is we can express this message. We can
disseminate this message throughout the world in this form. So I think we have come to the today's program. So anyway, so thank you very much, Randima, Surangika, Sudharma, and all who have contributed to this discussion, to make this discussion a fruitful discussion anyway. So we can meet up tomorrow and we can discuss further. So I would like to conclude this discussion for today. So Teruvan Saranai Arinwasa, thank you very much for everybody who gathered here, and thank you very much, and Teruvan Saranai to all. We'll wrap up for the day.
Everyone's online,
Thank
Dr.
you, Dr.
Teruvan
Ali.
Saranai,
Teruvan
Dr.
Saranai.
and all.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us, Ayurveda and Theruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book, Volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. Today we are starting with page 115. It's a new discussion titled Night Zoom Discussion on Sunday, October 8th, 2023. Participant, Aryan Wahanse Theruvan Saranai. The place where it indicates that without the involvement of the mind, actions occur, Kriyasita. Or the place where it indicates everything is only colors, and if we try to describe this situation, it can even be assumed that these are same because of the ability to see. The ability to see is connected with the karma, prasada rupa. If I say due to karma, the ability to see is created, I feel there is a possibility that karma has a part in this process. Aryan Wahanse, in Avijñā Desana, or in the Buddothpado discourses presented with super awareness, it is clearly explained that Buddha Dharma is based on cause and effect. The situation we talk about does not reach the karma world. The creation of a fire circle refers to the union of the aggregates and sensorial abilities. In the same manner, when two fireballs attached to the ends of a stick make a circle due to rapid rotation, in reality, there is no fire circle. Likewise, due to rapid vibrations, forms, sounds, colors, taste, smell, and sensations are created. They cannot be found anywhere. They are illusions influenced by the senses. Even these vibrations do not exist anywhere independently because of the 54 rupa particles. Abilities such as prasada rupa, the ability to see, hear, smell, etc., are created. This is referred to as salayatana loko. and Dhamma sparks. Skandhanam patilabo ayatanam. Skandhanam patibhavo ayatanam patilabo means, for an example, colors are created due to rapid sparks vibrating at unimaginable speeds, and the whole process creates the feeling of an individual self. Now, where is karma? Just like when thunder and lightning occur, the windows shake, these are sparks. Similarly, according to the speed of the sparks, sensory bases are created. Is there any problem in that? And where does karma exist in this situation? So this participant questions about the functional mind, meaning the situation in which, without any involvement of the mind, the actions occur. We also call it in Sinhala Kriyasita. Or in other words, he also explains it in, when the situation where the seeing becomes just seeing. And so he questions about, when even when the functional mind is there, the seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and touch, they are there. Prasad Rupa. Because you're born, it's connected to karma. And he asks, if seeing is created due to karma, it feels like that there's a role played by karma. And R.N. Mahansi explains that that is not the case. Buddhism is based on theory of cause and effect, law of cause and effect, not karma. So when there's a fire circle, that means there's a fire ball that rotates at a faster speed, and it seems like there's a fire circle. It's the same thing as to say, that is a metaphor used to explain the union of the 5 aggregates. And these aggregates come together, they individually come into existence due to the fast speed of vibration. And when they come together, it seems like there's a fire circle. But there's no real fire circle. The fire circle comes into existence, or rather the union of aggregates come into existence, or in other words, these mental objects come into existence. The things that we think exist due to ignorance, they come into existence because of rapid vibrations, form, sounds, color, taste, smell. All these sensations are created. It's not that they exist anywhere, they come into existence due to the speed in this moment. And that is an illusion. It's not that these vibrations, and even these vibrations do not exist anywhere independently. It's like if I'm to clap right now, that sound didn't exist anywhere. It just came into existence in this moment, just like that whatever we see, we hear, smell, taste, touch come into existence in this moment. Due to its fast speed, it feels like it exists, it's out there, and it vibrates even faster, and that sense of something is existing out there, that existent feel, is the same field that becomes the sense of self due to the fast speed. And it's in that occurrence, in that phenomenon, there's no out there and me. Out there is out, I am here. It's just one same vibration. The mind is the one that creates that division or the duality. So where is the karma in that? There's no karma in that. It's a process. It's cause and effect dharma that comes into existence moment to moment. Within the spectrum of Buddha Dharma, there are no problems. We incorporate colors into images. The ability to see, Chakku Prasada Rupa, refers to the same principle. All of these creations occur due to vibrations and cannot be located anywhere. The movement of the eardrum reacts to sound or vibrations moment to moment, and there is no inherent truth in these. Just like if I am to clap, it did not exist prior to this moment, it does not exist after that moment. In that moment, the conditions come together to create that effect. The vibrational power affects various particles, and in reality, even sounds, colors, and sensations are illusions. Just like waves in the ocean, these are waves that come and go. This is similar to what is seen on TV. A vast number of vibrations and waves combine, and new waves can be generated, such as smell, taste, and sensations like hot or cold. Vibrations are limited to infinite. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Infinitesimal moments. Sounds, colors, taste, and smell combine and turn into one appearance. Aranhase calls it the shot. If we go back to the fire circle, the circle is created through a process. Similarly, the five sensorial creations rotate at rapid speeds, creating a sense of an individual being and objects such as mother, house, tree, etc. The cycle, the illusion, is created in this way and cannot be determined where it originated. It is impossible to pinpoint a location for a Dhamma spark. Just as in a vehicle, it is impossible to know where the current is generated from the battery. Ownership cannot be given to the flesh of the body for the power created by mental energy. Any physician cannot predict where current is generated in the nervous system. The physical body is not involved. That is why it is stated that we encounter the mind as a wave or a field. You're trying to absorb Dhamma via knowledge. Your question was about karma. As long as we inhale and exhale, the sparks will not stop. These come into existence through the medium of the physical body. But this system does not belong to the body. When the body becomes inactive, it is discarded. However, the energy waves continues as frequencies. So it discusses about how with the appearance of the mind, the colors become images. The ability to see, or Chakku Prasada Rupa. It's a same thing. There are no, if whatever we try to describe about those images or concepts, ideas, things about those images, that becomes, now it's no longer just in the ability to see or the function of seeing, it becomes a function of the mind. And this is all due to vibrations, and vibrations cannot be, we cannot say vibrations are in a particular place. We cannot allocate a place. We cannot say it can be located in a particular place. Moment to moment, the ear comes into existence, the eye come into existence. When we say ear or the eye, it doesn't mean the optical eye or the physiological eye or the ear. It means the function of seeing and hearing. And these vibrations, because seeing is a different experience to listening, but the difference is the range of frequencies of the vibrations. Visible range is different to the audible range, and the range that could be smelled is a different frequency range. So that is the only difference. That is why we have this 5 senses, and when all of them come together, because it happens at a fast speed, then a different kind of vibration is formed. Just like if you have, if you are by a still pond and there are 2 stones dropped far apart, and whatever the waves, those rings that are created from those by dropping the stones in the water, at one point they come together and create a different pattern. You must have experienced that. And that different pattern is, it is not the same vibration as any of the 2 vibrations created by dropping the 2 stones into the water. That is a third different vibration. We call it interference. Similarly, this audible range of frequencies, visual range of frequencies, similarly range of frequencies that belong to the function of smell, taste, touch, when they all come together, a different kind of a vibration is created. So that is the mind. And that is now that whenever that is created, because as a child you are introduced to the language, you're introduced to labels, to these, whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, touch. And even now, when you see something, or rather when the system sees something, it can give rise to that entire new vibration that was created. That is, we call it telepathy. So the whole world that we experience, the feeling that there's something out there, the feeling that I'm here experiencing this world that is made up of my mother, father, my loved ones, and all the things that I earned and created, it's a bunch of vibrations with different values being attributed. That too has been done by the system. That is the fire circle created through the process, through the sensorial, that's a sensorial creation due to rapid speeds of these vibrations. The entire world is created in a fraction of a second within a spark and disappears in a fraction of a second. Within the vibrations, how other changes take place was exposed to the world only by the Buddha. The whole process is based on energy vibrations. In that case, there is no possibility of a self or soul, which is only created by delusion due to not knowing the truth. This also refers to the illusional mind appearing due to vibrations. When vibrations stop, the unshaken mind, akampita state occurs. This is equivalent to super awareness or superior wisdom and arises only through supreme awareness. In every thought, awareness is present. The unshaken mind is equivalent to super awareness. So, like we've been discussing, the entire world is created in a fraction of a second due to these sparks, due to these vibrations. And vibrations and power, there's nothing more. But even the power, we can't even kind of distinguish between the two. If there's a power, vibration will come into existence. They just go hand in hand. There's nothing to distinguish about it. It's just for ease of explaining how this existent field come into existence and the sense of self come into existence. We use these words, but there's actually nothing. Like when you see this truth, what happens is this, in the form of knowledge, you obtain this and then you contemplate on it, really contemplate on it, really question, do that investigation within you by seeing these thoughts, by seeing the thoughts that's created in your awareness. And as you do enough contemplation, it slowly becomes evident, self-evident to you that whatever you listen to in the wisdom of truth section, Satyajnana part, is the truth. That is the confirmation, the direct knowing that you get. It's an individual experience, individual exploration. So there's what you eventually realize is that there is no self here. It's just a process, and that there never was a self here, and that there never will be. And after that, the internal burning that was created due to the ignorance, due to not knowing these are all vibrations, manifestations of vibrations, there's this restlessness, there's this agitation, that the burning, even when we think something gives us happiness and freedom or whatever it is, even in that situation, because those are all conditional things that assumes an existence of an external world, you will see when your mind becomes slower and slower, even the happiness is a suffering. And even that conditional happiness slowly diminishes, dissolves, and the sense of self slowly diminishes. And what the state of mind you started with the ignorance transforms into a state where there's no sense of self, and that is different to whatever meditative absorptions you would achieve by doing concentration meditation. That is a temporary shift that can be arrived at through practice. And when you lose practice with any kind of skill, when you lose practice, you can't do it properly anymore. So that's why they talk about the I don't know the proper word to call it. Like they are talking about if you're out of practice, you will not be able to get to these meditative absorptions, the first, second, third, fourth jhanas. So that's why it is not the same thing. This is an internal transformation by knowing how the mind is created, the secrets behind it, by knowing how the magic is performed. The surprising factor about magic will not be there anymore because you know how it's done. Similarly, when you know how the mind is created, nothing about it will give you neither happiness, no sorrow or sadness. So that internal transformation into the non-vibration, into the zero internal burning, that is the super awareness. You become, we can't say you become, the system becomes the present itself, the unshaken mind. So that's all I got for today. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Teruvan Saranai, Randima, Sindhu, Justin, Lakshmi. Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai Harshi. Teruvan Saranai Yara. Sir. Teruvan Saranai all the friends. Yeah. So as Harshi mentioned, we are discussing the true Dhamma, that is this mind, because this mind is the one which has all the problems. So if mind is not understood well, that become a problem. So that's how it should be worded, right? So because there is some processes happening here. So if this process is not understood by someone, then there is a greater chance that one becomes slave to its own mind. Basically, it becomes slave to this process and trapped almost in this process. And it will feel like it is in the mind cage. So there is no clear liberation or freedom inside a cage, because in the cage it is the same film running. In the cage it is the same film running, and if the film is not understood, then there is a greater chance of suffering. So actually, what is the mind? Mind is some power. So every moment some power is felt. But very little people in this world knows that this is just a moment thing. Many people believes that this is a permanent thing. It believes on a permanent mind. It believes on a permanent world. There is no enough text or any disclosure as to what is the reality, exactly what is really happening here. So this mind is highly, you see, impermanent thing. So anybody, if it's just look at what's really happening here. The thoughts flows like a spring. It's a never endless process, just one after the another, just thought come. So these thoughts, some thoughts really irrelevant. Some thoughts are maybe relating to a spark which occurred some 10 years before. So no value at all. But when this spark comes, you see, there is a greater chance that the next spark, the next thought also occur, and it is the film. So there can be some mother, maybe their loved ones, their child is dead, and but still mother is crying. So physical body is no more. Physical body can't do anything. So it's already dead. But why the mother is suffering for whole her life? So the reason is the reality is this child world, which is a perception. So this perception, this mind becoming so strong, and whenever that thought come, it feels like child is real. So even though the child is dead physically, the bodily it is dead. For that mother, child has not yet died. So this is because the mind world is such a thing, because it is always the capacity of regenerating and becoming alive. Like, so nothing meaningful give rise the alive feel and give the suffering. So in that moment, who is that mother? That weeping mother is this child perception, the child feel. There is no mother in absence of that feel also. That feel is the present moment world. So in the present moment world, it is the high pain, because now that child perception arises in a way like it's so strong, it is so hard to carry that pain, and mother sometimes will do so many things, you see, to heal herself, because when that thought comes, it's quite difficult for her. She can't bear it. So maybe she will be doing a lot of alms giving, you see, expecting that it will have some means for that child. Or sometimes mother will be spending all the properties that she may have given to her child, but now in the absence of the child, she might sell everything and donate. Like, so this is, you see, still the mother is in that perception. So there's nothing wrong what the mother is doing, because is there any other way for her to relieve from this pain? Because when the pain comes, the maximum what you can do is go channel some doctor and get some medicine. If it is still come and if it is still unbearable, and if you feel like stress or depression, like, you have to get some mental consultation, isn't it? Or you might have to sit for some meditation and just concentrate on the inhale and exhale, and maybe sometimes that mother still will not able to do that even, because to that extent mind scattered. When these heart pains comes, it's very difficult to, you see, concentrate on a particular thing as well, because even though how best you try to press the thought, then whenever when someone try to press it, it will come. It will come more stronger than even before. So that's what happened. So that's why don't wait until you become Patachara, Kisagotamiyo, you see, until you face very detrimental issues in your life. So instead, now the Dhamma is there, because Dhamma will shows you what is this mind, what is the process behind this mind, what is this every moment feel. There is some feel, so that feel that keeps on changing. So there is a secret behind this feel, because even though one feel like the feel keeps on changing, this feel is the power. So there is a power, in the sense some power is here. All time power is here. It is not there is no power. Sometimes it is sad, sometimes it is happy. Sometimes it is lust, sometimes it is ill will, sometimes it is hate. So every moment, some in the sense, actually the level of power is here. As long as the world become real, for it, one occurrence in this system is more than enough. As and when some senses, this system generates some sense experience, the whole world become real. That is the problem. So everything becoming real at a one shot, you see, is the thing happening here. Because that is what got telepathized. You see, this is a program, this is a system. So how this system got programmed? So initially that Ukkanti Gabbanti, that is this, in the last breath, due to the resonance, due to the telepathy, the power is, you see, comes. So endless samsara. Everyone has traveled, you see, with the program that everything is real. Everything is real. World is real. Me is real. That's how it was programmed. So this program is running with that underlying assumption. So that assumption is the one which is running, that the whole world is real. Now you don't have to think it. No point of think about it either, because that is how the system is driving everything. Whenever things arise, that becoming real is also happening in the same moment. So even though you think about, now it became real to me, now the pain came, now the sad came, like, no, that underlying assumption is so strong. Cannot, you see, suppress that by doing that. That's why this Dhamma is important, because this Dhamma will guide you towards seeing what is the reality behind the present moment formation. Are you experiencing something outside, or are you really experiencing a mental illusion? What is the reality? Is there any reality? What you experience? No. All the time, some experience is here. All that experience is the sensor illusion only. So that's why, even under the practice, we guide the participants to see how these sensor organs work. Look at the eye, because eye is the critical one. You see, eye needs to be investigated in and out very, very clearly, because if the eye is, if one sensor, especially the eye, if this one is done properly, this you see that system itself can experience the reality. You see reality, because this eye has not seen. Eye has not seen a world. It is thinking. The world is thinking. For the eye, it is just some shape only. So there is no world, just a color world. So where is the colors? Red, blue, green. Where are the things? Everyone is thinking. So therefore, it's very important to have the practice and to see what really happening in this whole system. So the very important, because when the Dhamma is clearly convinced to the system, then then what will happen? Earlier it was running with the assumption that the whole world is real. So that underlying assumption need to be negated. Like it has no meaning. It needs to become irrelevant in the system. Then only you see the nothingness comes. Until such time, nothingness is a thinking. So therefore, it's very important for someone to understand, because you see, one can say, so that's why we all the time try to tell what you feel, not what you think. Tell what you feel. So one can feel, you see, this burning, whatever the pain, so the burning arises, is me. So can we say it is wrong? No, we have no right to say it is wrong, because the thing is, there is no right or wrong here, because that is the reality. That is the reality. Because that system feels, for that system, the world become real. The world become real in the sense, the soul is there. So there is another person might say, no, how can you say like that? The soul is not there. But you see, for that person, it is a thought. For that person, still the world become real. It says no soul. That no soul is thinking. It is a thinking. So that's why this Dhamma can't argue. Can't argue. Because that depends, you see, based on the experience. So at the same time, there can be another person. For that person, the fire arises. But in that system, there is no ownership for anything. That system, it has happened also, responded also, but it has not no way connected to a like soul life. So it is a different, you see, experience. So now the first one is the bhava. That is the world becoming real. Burning is me. Burning is me in the sense that is the formation, continuation, existence. But the second one, you see, even though the fire occurs, even that has become nothing. In the sense, there is no ownership. So then it is the Bhava Nirodha. So these two things. So it has not become a thing. World has not become real. World has not become real. So it has seen and there is no any further there. So and there is no sense of connection there. So then it is the Bhava not forming, the world not forming. World has not formed. So therefore, whether the world become real, world forms or world not forms. These are field. That's why nothing right or wrong here. So when it comes to the field, various people would be experiencing it in various forms, in various ways. So we can't leave out. For example, let's say some person might say, I am doing samatha. I am doing a concentration meditation. Can we say it's wrong? We can't say, because now see, even though how much this insight techniques trying to see them, there is a pattern. You see, like how someone realize this Dhamma. So it needs to feel. It needs to feel. So until it feels, that is how that system runs. So even the concentration meditation, one do it for so long, for that still the soul is there, because it will reach nothingness. For example, inhale and exhale. So what is inhale? Inhale means a speed. Exhale means a speed. There is nothing you find there, no? In a breath. So it is a speed. Now your concentration is on a speed. You see? So after some time, what will happen? Now the concentration is fully on the speed, and you see the speed also slowly start to reduce. So there is some sense of liberation. You see some that reduces, and whole body even will not feel. Only the breath is felt, and breath also becomes smooth. The speed becomes less, and speed becomes zero. When the speed becomes zero, it is the nothingness. But then it is very calm. Nothing is felt, no sound, no sight, no body, nothing is felt. Fully nothingness. Very cool. Very calm in the sense nothing is felt. But does that mean the soul is not there? No, there is. Soul. And it is doing this with the expectation of some dhyana or some nothingness. So, but when this Dhamma is understood, it is not a nothingness like that. This nothingness is the reality. What is the reality? Is this world is real? Are you finding a world? If you find a world means still you are there. In the sense that the power is there, continuation is there, existence is there. So reality is no world. There is no real world. So that needs to be felt. So that's why at any given point, there shall not be any conclusion to this process. So, or any disclosure that it is done like, no. Instead, it's always better to be the student, a student who is, you see, who is real, have a heart to find the truth. So therefore, you see, let that to happen. So, and there's nothing to receive here, nothing to gain here. And it is this ignorance, there is this ignorance, and this ignorance is the one slowly you see getting fade out. So when that happens, the naturally rest of the things happen. So there is no like clear cut, you see, um, uh, thing like you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to do something else. Like, don't try to put yourself into a frame either. Instead, be open-minded and see what's really happening here. Investigate, understand what is really happening here. So that is the only thing anyone can do in this path. So everything is important. The life experiences, maybe someone may have done some meditation or whatever. Don't blame that either. So why I have been doing it for so long like that? No, even everything is the greatest life experiences that helps this whole process. So therefore, be open-minded and in the present moment, try to understand the reality behind your formation. Yeah, so I think Harshi will leave early. I think Harshi has left. She has some works. So we have Mr. Bernard. I think we could not hear you for some time, Mr. Bernard. Can you please add your comments? So we are happy to hear your voice. Teruan Saranai.
Teruan Saranai.
Teruan Saranai, Mr. Bernard.
I was listening to it. It was very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is. So I'm very happy to join again with you all. So
Yeah.
this is basically on concentration meditation and insight meditation. So that is, I think at the beginning the listener asked about action and cause effect, I think. And what Aryan has explained, the insight meditation.
Yeah.
I think that is what the main difference, cause and effect and action and effect.
Effect. Yeah.
Whatever it is, whoever
Yeah,
comes
Mr.
and asks the
Bernard.
question.
Yeah. You
Can you hear me?
you can
It is
explain.
between the. It is
Yeah.
between the here. I am in Kurnagala.
Right. Okay.
So the thing is that the people who normally they come from the mundane world and they ask the same question, the traditional questions, which was forcefully injected to the mind of the people by the different types of people for centuries. I think so many eras. So they are trapped here because they want to get rid of this suffering which they bitterly experience for in their lives. So in order to get rid of that suffering, the person asked this question. But what Aryan explained is the cause and effect. There is from the beginning itself, it is an illusion. Illusion is there because everything, whatever we perception we uh, formulate in our mind. That is due to our faculties, 5 faculties. So we have got this eye, ear, nose, body and mind. From these faculties, we form this sensation. Then, with the help of telepathization, the mind creates the thing, something. That is the thing. Something is there. The most important word is something is there. We feel that something is there. Then something is there. With that word itself, something where it is outside. Something there in outside. So when something is there in outside, who experiences it? Who experiences it? Then the other side, the permanent self, soul is there. Somebody called I, or I, me, my, mine, myself. These things, this experience comes to the mind of the particular person. So this is how the faculties work. Faculties generate or produce thoughts. This is the nature of the thoughts. So when with the with this rapid unimaginable vibration, manifestation of vibration, so we are not in a position to identify them easily. Only a person who possesses abhijna jnana only can understand it, not a person from an mundane world. So these faculties form or produce a product, this thought, then we feel that something is outside and someone permanent me is experiencing it. So the suffering begins here, because something is outside there. So when, for example, we take a car, it is my car, the luxury car, an expensive car, brand new car, it is in the mind, it is a thought. When it is damaged, when it is collide with some, so you get hurt, you get upset. Why? Because some value is there. Whenever something, the particular idea, something gets into your mind, value is also there. So you feel that I feel it. My car, so I have a big problem. It's a big issue. So that is how the mind works. That is how it was trained after the golden era. That is radiant mind. The child has the radiant mind. When he comes to the kindergarten age, then the society, parents, adults, and the teachers, they taught them words, give these words, feed them into their mind by showing pictures, by giving sounds, and with that, they are how it started. The value started from there. Then all the past experiences come in telepathization, and what we feel is the biggest problem, the biggest issue, the major issue is here, because I feel it, I am upset, so psychologically I have gone down. So this is a problem. So how to get rid of this problem? So this is how we solve it, by step. First we have to understand the true Dhamma. This is how these faculties work, and how something outside is created, and how I is created, and how value is created. So after then only we can, after having that knowledge, then we can come to the next part. That is the practical part, most interesting part. That is where you get the clear understanding. That is where you get how the mind works, what these thoughts are, and how long I can go like this. Where I am living, what I have been doing. I have been fantasizing these things. Is it real or not? Is it delusion or not? Is it a film, as you always says? Is it a film or not? What is it? So then only you experience. So far for centuries, what we have been doing, generation, what we have been doing, only listening, only searching, accumulating knowledge. But without practicing, we can't do this. The magic is actually in the practical part, that is introduced by, in this modern era, by Aryan Nuance. That is really a gem, the very precious gem. So whoever listens to them, then he has to follow the instruction in this meditation approach, one day approach, that is very popular across the country, and in every nook and corner of the world now it is popular, I think. So therefore, insight meditation is for us to understand, are we in a dream or not? Are we experiencing a delusion or not? So in order to understand this, experience this, we have to do practical approach also. That is one day practical approach is very important. It is skillfully, it is very sophisticated, in a sophisticated way, in a modern way, in a very methodical way. It is being done throughout the country. So everybody who listens to this, please join practical part also, because it is very important. There was
Servan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. Now, Mr. Bernard, this action and effect was the one which was really the Buddhist monks and the society and everyone was discussing about this action and effect, that is this Kamma Bhumi. So many people, you see, trapped here, but this action and effect is just the continuation. I mean, no one can control this, so it is a happening thing. So as you very correctly pointed out, the cause and effect is the only way to get out of this cycle. The action and effect is the cycle, ongoing cycle which is happening. The cause and effect is the only way to out from this cycle. Can you please explain that, Mr. Bernard?
Yeah. If you are really interested in the doing, keep on doing, experimenting this action and course, you can keep on doing it. But you can never become you will never get freedom of your mind. That won't help, because you have to find the cause. What is the cause and effect? What is the reason for this? What is the basic state of vibration? So if we, where we are stuck is that we can't imagine, because the speed is so unimaginable. That's what. So only a Abhinyalabi, person who has supreme wisdom only can explain it. So that's what we have to listen to him and contemplate it, and keep on listening and understand it. So you can't, you won't understand that by listening at once. You have to listen so many times. because it is a profound concept, profound reality, the one and only reality in the world. So if you can't understand it so easily, but it is not so difficult, it is not so challenging if you follow the way the Aryan Nuance instructs us to do. Yeah, Taran
Yeah,
Sarna.
Mr. Bernard, that's very valid. Yeah, so actually the action and effect is not the never heard before Dhamma. The never heard before Dhamma, which the Buddha revealed before 2600 years back, um, to five ascetics was this cause and effect Dhamma. Because that cause and effect shows everything arises and ceasing in the present moment. So it is a cause and effect. So the cause and effect shows nothing
Action
permanent.
and effect. I think, is it action and effect or
Action
cause and
and
effect?
effect is the cause and effect is the never heard before Dhamma. So the action and effect is this
Yeah,
karma bhumi
yeah,
thing. So
yeah.
action and effect means what is action in the sense when there is some you see some whenever some action means there is some reaction. For every action
That's
there
right.
is
That is
some
scientific.
reaction because there is some ownership for every action. So there is some
There you
doer.
are.
Yeah.
That is a very good point. Very good point.
Yeah. So, so that is how it is happening. But when it comes to the cause and effect, it clearly identifies there is nothing called doer here. There is some process is happening. And what is the reason for
Beautiful.
this process? Some vibration is happening, and that vibration gives rise to another vibration. So,
Yeah.
this vibration is the present moment power. So if someone understands how this mind power is formed, it is just a wave, it is just a current in the present moment, and it occurs due to the speed of the sparking process. So at the sensory organ, the speed of the spark process is happening, and that give rise to the spark, give rise to the feel that something is there, like. But actually nothing is there, but something is there that feel comes. That's how this delusion is formed. That's how the light and sound become real. That's how the light and sound becoming real cause the chair become real, the mother become real, the father become real, and when the whole world become real and self become real. So all this is vibrational phenomena. So as you said, Mr. Bernard, this is really a gem, isn't it? This message was not there before. Can you add to that?
Yeah. The point is that who actually promote this action and cause effect? Which part, which leader or which teacher? That is not Lord Buddha. That was also existed when Lord Buddha lived in that era, Nigantanatha Putra. So that was his preaching. That was his teaching. So when Lord Buddha preached these discourses, cause and effect, so that is spread. But as time passed on, again the people embraced this action and effect doctrine. So that is the unfortunate. So in order to solve this, what we have to do is differentiate it, always differentiate it and show this is the difference between Nigantanatha Putra's Dhamma and the Lord Buddha's Dhamma. Those two philosophies are not identical, totally different. So this is the misconception and the confusion in the world. Wherever you go, whatever book you uh, read, or whatever YouTube channel you experience, you see the Buddhism, the label is there, but content is action and cause effect. So we have to use, I think, novel ways, very different strategies to spread this message throughout the world. It is high time. Everybody has to get together and to raise our voice. This is the truth of human beings. Our story. This is our story. This is the truth. This is the delusion. This is the illusion. And this is the film that we are experiencing. This is not the world. This is just a spark, vibration, manifestation of vibration, manifestation of speedy vibration, manifestation of unimaginable speedy vibration. That's what. That is where people are trapped, I think. When this problem is solved, it is easy to spread the message. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. Yeah, your explanation was superb. That was really helpful, Mr. Bernard. We have Miss Lakshmi Samaranayaka also. Will you please add to this conversation? Okay. Okay, yeah, please. Yeah.
Miss Andima, no answer, no question. Hearing.
Would you like to add something? I mean, I'm sure, yeah, Mrs. Samaranayaka?
Just
no, clearly English. No, clearly English.
It's okay. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. I think Mike got mute. Anyway, so as Mr. Bernard very correctly mentioned, I think this is a manifestation of vibration. So that is the thing one need to see within. So what is the reality? Is this the you see a permanent thing, or is this a manifestation of vibration? So it is the vibrations, you see, forming each and every moment. So but if you take the concentration meditation, that start straight away with the meditation, and maybe some concentration continuously, some focus you see is needed to protect the nothingness that comes there. But here it is different, because first it starts with listening to Dhamma. That is the difference. It is not that meditation is not important, but under true Dhamma, the starting point is first you understand how the mind is formed. What is the soul? So what is the Sakkaya Drushti? That is the world become real. So is there a reality here? First there is some important message
Everyone should first listen from the noble friend who